Tom was young, although disheveled. His physique was indeed stronger than an ordinary farmer. That fleeting fighting spirit glow was genuine. A knight attendant who could use fighting spirit, even at the lowest rank, could play a greater role in defending the city than ordinary soldiers. "Open the gates." "Let him in," the guard captain waved and ordered. A heavy winch sounded, and the drawbridge slowly lowered. Old Bill and his wife's eyes just lit up with a trace of hope, only to see Tom standing still, looking back at his parents with a determined gaze, shouting to the wall, "Sir, my parents are right here. I am willing to give half of my daily rations to them, and I won't take extra from the castle's reserves. I just ask that they can come in with me and have a place to stay." Tom knew very well that he could go in without a problem, but his parents stood no chance of getting in. Food in the city was limited and wouldn't be used to support the old, weak, sick, or disabled, so he made this proposition actively. The guard captain frowned, glancing at the elderly and frail old Bill and his wife. After some thought, since it wouldn't require extra rations and they would gain another fighter, he saw no issue with it. "All right." After a moment's consideration, the guard captain finally nodded. "Remember your words. Once inside, you must follow orders without error." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Tom responded loudly, immediately turning to help his nearly exhausted parents, stumbling over the lowered drawbridge amidst countless envious, jealous, or apathetic gazes. Passing through the dim gate, they entered the castle's interior, which was crowded, noisy, and filled with a tense, oppressive atmosphere. They were assigned to a small, cramped corner at the base of the wall, already crowded with the families of some townspeople and low-ranking soldiers who had entered earlier. Old Bill sat down against the cold stone wall, watching his son Tom being led by a soldier to register and receive tasks. He tightly held his wife's trembling hand with his palm, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. They were temporarily safe, having entered a seemingly secure fortress, but that safety was exchanged with his son's already meager rations and potential future sacrifice. He looked at the equally restless people around him, gazing at the towering stone walls that isolated the outside terror yet also confined hope. For the first time, he felt so clearly that in the face of sudden disaster, the weight of life was so starkly measured by value, and their old couple's value was merely sustained by their son's just budding, insignificant strength. The following days were a period of collapsing order and spreading darkness for Bessem County. Beginning with the fall of Gravel Town, a dark purple plague started to spread throughout the county. Messengers never returned from remote villages, only occasionally did disheveled refugees bring fragmented and horrific news. Black Creek Valley was no more. The villagers and the valley were corroded into a wasteland by acid. Shepherd's Hill only had scattered bones and broken sheep wool left. Even the Flint Quarry, with a small guard, was overwhelmed by a sea of insects after holding out for just a day. Only a few miners narrowly escaped, frantically describing how the mine was quickly covered by disgusting fungal mats. A small reconnaissance team sent by Viscount Barton vanished like stones dropped into the sea. The only team that brought back valuable information was a cavalry troop that broke through against all odds, reporting that the numbers of the insect race far exceeded expectations. Moreover, they weren't aimlessly wandering, but moving purposefully towards population centers and resource points. Panic spread like the plague, faster even than the insect race itself. Roads in the county became crowded with fleeing masses, like panicked herds blindly rushing to places they deemed safe, mainly to Viscount Barton's main city and a few towns with solid defenses. However, many small towns and estates, faced with both the refugee tide and the probable oncoming insect race, collapsed under the pressure. Their guards fled, bandits ran amok, and they began disintegrating internally before ever seeing the insect race. Life inside Stone Shield Castle, where Viscount Barton resided, wasn't any easier. This castle, built from solid rock and hailed as the shield of Bessem County, was now under unprecedented pressure. The population surged several folds in a matter of days, with every corner packed, makeshift huts lined up along corridors, stables, warehouse edges, and even the open lands outside the walls. The air became foul, filled with the stench of sweat, excrement, and an omnipresent sense of fear. Sanitary conditions sharply deteriorated. Despite the manager's best efforts to maintain order, small frictions and conflicts still occasionally erupted. Beneath the towering gray walls of Stone Shield Castle, thousands of people fleeing from various regions have gathered. They clustered like a dense ant colony in the narrow space. Between the walls and the outer defenses, shoulder to shoulder, with almost no room to step. The air was filled with the rancid stench of sweat and excrement, alongside a deeper, more stifling aura of despair. The castle's drawbridge remained suspended, the gates tightly shut. The number of soldiers on the walls doubled, armed with longbows and crossbows, their expressionless gazes, filled only with fatigue, tension, and an imperceptible hint of fear, coldly fixed on the refugees below. Viscount Barton had long issued the order that with limited resources in the castle, no new refugees would be accepted. All food would prioritize the garrison and existing residents. This meant that the thousands thronging the base of the walls were denied not only entry into the safe fortress, but even a morsel of food for survival. At first, some still plead persistently, crying and shouting, banging their heads against the heavy wooden doors. But what they received was only warning arrows shot precisely at their feet from the walls, along with the emotionless shouts of the guard officers. Back off. Approach again, and you will be killed without mercy. After a few days, the pleading gradually diminished, replaced by a deathly silence, and at night, the suppressed whimpers reminiscent of wounded beasts. Hunger and disease quickly began to harvest lives. The elderly and children were the first to fall, curled in their relatives' arms, quietly taking their last breath. The unattended corpses were casually dragged to distant heaps, attracting pecks from crows and carrion animals, a scene no less terrifying than the havoc brought by the insect race. Occasionally, a basket would lower from the castle, containing scant rations of black bread mixed heavily with bran and sand, or a few barrels of watery gruel. This did little to stave off hunger and instead ignited frantic scrambles and brawls. To fight for a bite of moldy food, the usually humble neighbor might instantly transform into a beast fighting for life and death. The guards coldly watched the chaos below, only unleashing merciless suppression with their bows when the disturbance threatened to breach the gates. Few were as fortunate as Tom, who was granted entry for his combat prowess. They were under strict control, with heavy tasks and severely reduced rations, but at least they survived with sturdy stone shielding them from the elements. Tom was assigned to reinforce the walls and patrol. Every time he stood atop the fortress, gazing at the refugee tide below that resembled hell, his stomach would churn tumultuously. He saw familiar faces struggling and disappearing in the crowd, heard faint cries and curses carried by the wind. He clutched his meager portion of rations tightly, feeling that every bite he took was weighed down with guilt. Tom gave half of his rations to his parents. Old Bill and his wife, seeing their son's increasingly sunken eyes and haggard face, accepted the food with trembling hands, swallowing not just sustenance, but also bitterness and heartache. Stone Shield Castle, the last fortress of Bessem County, had split into two worlds. Inside the fortress loomed fear and faint hope, while outside lay stark death and a world turned hell. Viscount Barton's banner still waved atop the castle's main tower, but the sanctuary and order it symbolized had long recoiled within the cold walls in the face of brutal reality, ruthlessly shutting out most it should have protected, abandoning them to their fate. The air within Stone Shield Castle was as heavy as water. Soaked wool. Old Bill and his wife huddled in a small corner allotted to them at the base of the wall, listening to the faint, unsettling rustling from outside, as if countless feet scuffled the earth. Tom had just been called to distribute the assignments for guarding the fortress, leaving the elderly couple relying on each other in the thickening twilight. Listen. What is that sound? Old Bill's wife suddenly clutched his arm, her bony fingers whitening with intensity. Old Bill tilted his ear to listen. The rustling grew louder, converging into a nerve-wrenching tide. Soon after, harrowing screams and a teeth-numbing corrosive sound erupted from beyond the walls, as if hell's gates had opened at arm's length. "They're coming, they're really coming," someone screamed. The interior of the fortress erupted in chaos. The civilians huddled together in terror, women tightly covering their children's mouths, and men's faces were etched with despair. Old Bill trembled as he stood up, like the others futilely trying to peer through the crenellations to see the situation outside. He saw nothing, but the sounds told him everything. The hissing of acid spray, the thud of bone blades slicing flesh, the short-lived human wails before death, and the sharp, emotionless screeches of the insect race. These sounds mingled together, hammering everyone's hearts like a heavy blow. The thick, acrid, and charred scent of blood wafted into the fortress with the wind, causing many to vomit on the spot. Gods! Old Bill slumped to the ground, his clouded eyes brimming with fear. He thought of the neighbors and friends left outside the gates. What were they enduring right now? Perhaps death was a release. Tom, my Tom is still on the wall, his wife suddenly realized, letting out a stifled sob. At that moment, the battle erupted atop the walls. Archers, release quickly. Boiling oil, ready the boiling oil. Hold the parapets. Don't let them climb up. The officers' hoarse shouts, the soldiers' running footsteps, the buzz of bowstrings, the roar of rolling boulders, and the piercing scrape of the insect race's carapace against rock intertwined overhead. Suddenly, a small splash of sickly green acid sprayed through a gap in the parapets, landing on the ground near Old Bill and instantly corroding a small pit, emitting acrid white smoke, terrifying those nearby into retreating with cries of panic. Duck! Everybody duck, find cover, a passing soldier shouted at them. Old Bill tightly hugged his wife, shrinking to the deepest part of the wall's base as every tremendous shudder of the wall sent a tremor through them. He heard above the furious shouts of soldiers and the sharp screeches of the insect race, and occasionally the dull thud of a heavy object falling, unsure if it was a soldier's corpse or a fallen insect. Every echoing crash against the gate brought everyone's throats to their mouths. The fighting at the gate was most intense, a tumult of men's shouts, clashing metal, and the insect race's cries as if hell were just beyond that barrier. Time crawled by in extreme terror. With no idea how long had passed, the screeching and crashing outside seemed unrelenting. Yet the defense on the walls continued. Old Bill and his wife clung to each other in the darkness, praying for their son's safety. Every quake of the wall was like a strike on their frayed nerves. The reserve oil and boulders were limited, and the soldiers' strength was waning, but the screeches outside seemed endless. Beyond Stone Shield Castle's walls lay a hellish scene. A dark purple swarm of insects covered the once refugee-crowded area like sticky oil. The air was thick with cloying, nauseatingly sweet stench, mixed with the pungent scent following corrosive acid. The ground showed barely any intact bodies, just shattered bones, melted flesh, and dark purple insect slime mired together, forming a thick and slightly squirming muck. Few acid-spitting bugs moved sluggishly, their bloated abdomens contracting to spit the last bit of acid onto a few scorched remains still recognizable as human, with sizzling sounds as the remains quickly turned into bubbling sludge. More insects busied themselves, their sharp mandibles efficiently gnawing at all organic material. Be it long stiffened limbs, scattered leather bags, wooden carts, even nails and hair. Behind them, they left only rocks and sand as cleanly licked as if by tongues. A few swift bone blade insects stood as still as statues among the carcasses, congealed dark red blood clots hanging from their scythe-like limbs, their compound eyes coldly surveying the abattoir they had made. Occasionally, they would quickly thrust out a limb, plucking a not fully corroded bone from the bloody muck with precision, snapping it with a crunch to suck out the marrow. More unsettling was the dark purple, organism-like fungal mat spreading with visible speed from behind the insect tide. It covered the blood-soaked mire, emitting a soft sucking sound. Wherever the fungal carpet spreads, the last traces of life are completely consumed and absorbed, leaving behind a smooth and eerie purple surface. Above the fungal carpet, some tendrils resembling fleshy vines slowly sway as if probing the surrounding environment. At the base of the city wall, the heavy iron-bound oak gate is now battered and worn. Large sections of metal are eroded by acid, revealing the charred wood beneath, which is covered in deep claw marks and cracks from impacts. On the towering stone walls of Stone Shield Castle, the insect race's sharp limb tips have developed tiny hooks, firmly capturing the minute rock crevices, climbing upwards at an unnatural speed. The friction between shells and stone creates a dense, screeching sound that makes one's scalp tingle. Behind the wall parapet, the militia's resistance appears pale and chaotic. They lean out, struggling to push logs and stones down. Heavy logs tumble down the walls, occasionally striking a climbing blade bug, causing it and others beneath to fall, creating insignificant waves among the insect tide. But more of the insect race skillfully dodge sideways, avoiding the descending obstacles, and continue upwards. Release arrows. Aim, the officer's voice is already hoarse. Arrows are shot from the parapet, but either bounce off hard shells or miss their mark due to the soldier's fear. Occasionally, an arrow finds its way into a joint or compound eye, and the struck blade bug emits a piercing scream, falling from height, but this does nothing to slow the purple flood. the more lethal threat comes from below the wall. The bloated bodies of the acid-spouting bugs lean back slightly, then launch arrows of vile green acid. These acid arrows are not randomly thrown, but aim precisely at the soldiers behind the parapets. A soldier just lifted a stone block and was directly hit by acid in the face. He dropped the stone and clutched his face, emitting a shrill scream, with billowing white smoke emerging from his fingers, his entire body painfully curled up, rolling desperately on the ground. Few archers behind another parapet were also splashed by acid, their leather armor and flesh dissolved visibly, exposing stark white bones, their pained wails quickly drowned by the insect race's screeches. Defense on the walls collapses swiftly under the three-dimensional assault. Stocks of rolling oil and hot sand run low, and the numbers of soldiers willing to show themselves to fight back keep dwindling. Finally, the first frenzied blade bug's fierce head protrudes from the parapet. Its cold compound eyes sweep over the terrified humans on the wall. Its bone blade swings, slicing a nearby stunned militiaman in half at the waist. Next comes the second, then the third. Dark purple figures continuously leap over the edges into the midst of the militia. The chilling gleam of bone blades wielding and human. Blood splattering becomes the main theme at the top of the wall, the defense line composed of soldiers collapses at the touch, overwhelmed by the insect race's individual power far exceeding theirs. The inner city is in chaos. Viscount Barton, surrounded by loyal guards and a knight-level expert whose aura far surpasses that of ordinary soldiers, attempts to flee through the main castle's secret passage. They ride the finest war horses from the castle's stable, crashing through fleeing soldiers and terrified citizens, racing toward a secret exit said to lead out of the city. The knight-level expert is robust. His longsword swings with forceful sword kai, slicing through intercepting blade bug shells and bodies, even briefly cleaving through acid-spouting bugs' corrosive liquid. He acts like a sharp blade, carving a path for Viscount Barton. However, individual courage pales in the face of the endless sea of insects. Just after they charge past the burning market square, more insect race creatures block their way. Several bizarrely shaped insect race creatures raise their necks from rooftops. Dense bone spines on those necks rain down like a storm. The knight expert roars in anger, unleashing fighting spirit as he swings his longsword to deflect. Most bone spines are knocked aside, but some penetrate his fighting spirit defense, embedding into his shoulder and thigh, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, several insect race creatures with shells thick as tanks stride heavily from the side, collapsing a building, blocking their path. They spew vast amounts of viscous purple corrosive liquid covering a large area ahead. "Over here, sir." The knight expert cries in agony, attempting to turn. But it's already too late. A sharp whistle from the sky as several flying insect race creatures dive down, their sharp mouthparts targeting the heavily guarded Viscount Barton. The knight expert struggles to fend them off, cutting down two, but the third insect race creature's mouthparts viciously stab into Viscount Barton's mount's neck. The warhorse screams out wretchedly, rearing up, throwing the Viscount clad in ornate armor heavily to the ground. "Protect the Viscount." The guards, terrified, rush forward. In the next moment, the purple tide completely swallows them. The knight expert, eyes wide with fury, swings to repel a few, but is brutally rammed from behind by a gigantic insect race creature. His fighting spirit scrambled, blood spurts from his mouth. He turns and sees Viscount Barton just struggling to rise, then is pinned down by several insect race creatures, his ornate armor ripped apart like paper by their sharp mouthparts, his screams abruptly silenced. This highest ruler of the Bessem County, along with his strongest knight under him, ultimately fails to take a step beyond the inner city, perishing together swallowed by the insects. Elsewhere, Tom's struggle is even more desperate. He tightly grips his dull-edged iron sword in one hand while dragging his barely able to walk mother with the other, old Bill staggering behind them. They mix within the chaotic crowd, attempting to flee towards the direction opposite the main castle, where supposedly a section of the city wall, once collapsed years ago and repaired, is relatively lower. The streets have become hell. The insect race moves between buildings, hunting every moving target. Acid ignites wooden houses, fierce flames intertwining with the purple insect tide. Relying on some experience from battles at the city head and his youthful agility, Tom barely dodges several attacks, swinging his iron sword wildly, fending off one small insect race trying to approach. but his arm is slashed open by the bone blade of another frenzied blade bug, the cut deep enough to expose bone. "Tom, leave us." "Run," Old Bill gasps, looking ashen. "No, together." Tom's eyes redden, tightly gripping his mother as she slows, her gaze beginning to scatter. Just as they turn into a relatively narrow alley, seeing the half-hidden exit ahead, several frenzied blade bugs burst from the shadows, blocking the path, their cold, compound eyes fixed on the three vibrant targets. Tom desperately swung his sword to fend off a slash from the swift blade insect, the tremendous force numbing his arm, almost causing him to lose grip of the broken sword. He stood in front of his parents, but more ant-like insects from the insect race surrounded them from the side. "Tom, my child." His mother's voice was full of despair. Old Bill looked at his son's trembling yet still upright back, then at his lifelong companion, his old wife, and a resolute look flashed in his murky eyes. He suddenly shoved Tom forcefully toward the exit, meanwhile using his body and outstretched arms like a protective hen guarding her chicks, blocking his wife from the insects. "Run, Tom, run fast, don't look back," Old Bill roared with all his life's strength. "Father," Tom stumbled from the push and turned back just in time to see the swift blade insect's bone blade, like a venomous snake, easily piercing through Old Bill's frail chest, blood gushing forth instantly. "No," Tom's eyes nearly burst with rage. Almost simultaneously, several insects knocked down his mother, their sharp pincers mercilessly tearing away. The heart-wrenching scream abruptly stopped. His parents' figures were immediately submerged by the dark purple insect swarm, with only the splattered blood and the faint sound of bone cracking proving their final existence. At that moment, Tom's heart felt like it was gripped and crushed by a cold hand. Boundless pain and anger almost devoured him. He wanted to charge back, even if it meant dying together. But Old Bill's last shouted command to run was like a brand in his mind. He looked at the spot where his parents disappeared, his teeth almost breaking, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He abruptly turned away, never looking back, using all his strength to rush toward the weed-filled exit like an injured beast. He smashed through the decayed wooden gate, rolled into the cold, foul-smelling drainage channel, crawling forward relentlessly. Behind him, the eerie screeching and gnawing sounds of the insect race pursued like maggots clinging to bones. Not knowing how long he crawled, until a sliver of light appeared before him, did he finally emerge from the other side of the exit, landing heavily on the land outside the castle covered in sticky fungal blankets and traces of insect activity. He collapsed in the mud, panting heavily, the stabbing pain in his chest and the sorrow in his heart nearly suffocating him. He turned back to look. Stone Shield Castle was thoroughly shrouded in dark purple, fiery light illuminating that land of death. No tears, only a void of dead silence and deep-seated coldness in his bones. He had lost his parents, lost his home, lost everything. The force driving him to crawl out was no longer hope, but an ingrained hatred and a thread of tenacious life force born from the instinct to survive. Tom did not know how long he stumbled and ran, nor where he was. The wounds on his body had split open again from the intense running, blood soaking through his tattered leather armor. Hunger, thirst, blood loss, and the piercing sorrow gnawed at his will like countless ants. The scene before him started to blur, with only his own heavy breathing and frantically pounding heartbeat echoing in his ears. He ultimately exhausted, collapsing onto a ravaged forest clearing covered with a thin fungal carpet. The earthy stench and the lingering sour rot of insects filled his nostrils, but he didn't even have the strength to roll over. He lay staring at the gray sky, the tragic sight of his parents, the flames of Stone Shield Castle, the faces of his dying companions, all flickered repeatedly in his mind like a revolving lantern. Is this the end? A thought surfaced in his mind, tinged with a sense of liberating fatigue. He slowly closed his eyes, ready to embrace death or become fodder for those monsters. A powerful gust suddenly descended from above, dispersing the nauseating odors around him and stirring the sweat-soaked hair on Tom's forehead. Then, a loud and majestic eagle's cry pierced through the sky, shaking his eardrums to a buzz. Tom struggled almost instinctively to open his eyes. The next moment, his pupils contracted, nearly forgetting to breathe. A colossal, extraordinarily majestic creature was folding its wings, slowly descending onto a nearby clearing. Its streamlined body was covered with feathers glistening with metallic sheen, sharp eagle eyes like amber, emanating the dignity of a sky sovereign. Its mere presence exuded a natural pressure that made Tom's heart jitter. And what shocked him even more was the figure standing on the giant eagle's back, a young man wearing a dark, uniquely styled robe. His posture was upright, his features calm, his hair slightly stirring in the airflow. He stood there as if integrating with the giant eagle beneath his feet and the space surrounding him, radiating an unfathomable, ocean-deep aura. Sunlight seemed to especially favor him, outlining a blurred halo around his presence. Just as Tom was overwhelmed by the scene, another change occurred. It seemed that the storm dragon eagle's arrival and Duke's unabashedly powerful life aura attracted the nearby roaming insects. Dozens of swift blade insects and acid-spitting bugs shrieked as they charged out from the forest shadows, as if discovering more valuable prey, and furiously dashed forward. Tom's heart leapt to his throat. He wanted to shout a warning but couldn't utter a sound. However, Duke, standing on the dragon eagle's back, didn't even furrow his brow. He didn't even look at the swarming insects, merely casually raising his right hand, gently clenching toward the direction of their charge. Round Duke and the dragon eagle, countless yellow sands seemed to emerge from thin air, converging like golden streams. The sands roared and rolled, under Duke's mental command, transforming into dozens of agile and lethal sand pythons, recoiling with speed far surpassing the insects. The fierce swift-blade insects were ensnared by the sand pythons, their hard shells groaning under the endless sand's frantic rotation and pressure, tightening, deforming, and with a crunch, gruesomely crushed, their shell fragments and green mucus splattering from the snake's crevices, while the acid from the acid-spitting insects splashed against the thick sand walls, failing even to erode through the topmost sandy layer before being utterly submerged by subsequent sand waves. The sand pythons swept through. These bloated insects too were caught in the sandstorm, ground into pulp. The entire process, quiet, efficient, even possessing a certain cruel beauty. In just 2 or 3 breaths, those dozens of insect armies capable of massacring a squad of elite soldiers were, with a casual strike from Duke, reduced to a mess of fragmented shells and sand, and couldn't be discerned in their original form. The storm dragon eagle didn't even intervene, lightly flicking its wings to scatter the pervasive stench. The Duke completed all of this as if he were just brushing off some non-existent dust from his sleeve. His gaze finally fell on the nearby young survivor, who had collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape, resembling a clay sculpture or a wooden statue. Tom looked up at the young man standing on the back of the giant eagle, like a god, and then at the battlefield that had instantly been wiped clean, his mind blank. The Knight-level master he once could only look up to fought against the insect race with blood, yet still could not escape death. Meanwhile, the one before him had merely moved his fingers, turning those demonic monsters to dust. At this moment, the definition of power in his heart was completely overturned. After receiving news about Bassam County, the Duke immediately took the Storm Dragon Eagle to investigate the situation. Vivian stayed in Maple Hill County, handling various affairs there. Along the way, the Duke had already seen several waves of the void insect race attacking human villages and towns. The entire Bassam County was extensively infested with the void insect race. Bassam County is right next to Silver County, and Silver County is adjacent to Maple Hill County, separated by just one territory. As he flew over Bassam County, seeing the situation below, he knew that Bassam County was finished. Here was beyond rescue. Even if the void insect race could be dealt with, only a nearly empty and devastated territory would remain. The Duke leapt lightly from the back of the Storm Dragon Eagle, landing on the slightly fungus-infected ground without a trace of contamination. An invisible force field seemed to surround him, isolating all uncomfortable auras. The Duke glanced at Tom, immediately recognizing that he was likely a local civilian of Bassam County. Some fighting spirit still coursing within him, indicating he was not entirely ignorant of the lower classes in Bassam County. From this person, he could possibly obtain some information about Bassam County through inquiry. Tom watched as the god-like young man approached him, wanting to struggle to his feet to give a salute, but was unable due to his injuries and exhaustion. He could only feebly prop himself up with his elbows, his eyes mixed with awe, fear, and a desperate glimmer of hope. The Duke stopped a few steps in front of him, calmly scanning Tom's gruesome wounds and tattered leather armor. Before finally meeting, his eyes filled with pain and panic. His voice was gentle yet carried an undeniable penetrating power, directly entering Tom's ears, oddly calming some of his panic. "Did you escape from Stone Shield Castle?" Tom nodded vigorously, his throat too dry to produce a clear sound, only managing to rasp out a few words. Yes, yes, my lord. Viscount Barton, the castle is finished. Tell me what you saw. The Duke's voice was steady, as if confirming an already known fact. The number of the insect race, their movements, how the castle was breached, and did you notice any unusual behavior? Tom took a deep breath, struggling to organize his words, and began to speak haltingly. Many, so many, like a purple tide. They climbed right over the walls, the garrison couldn't hold them back. He recalled the horrific sight atop the wall, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Acid melts armor and stone, and creatures that shoot bone spikes. Viscount Barton, he and his knights tried to flee, but were overwhelmed. He paused, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow, his voice choked. My parents. They sacrificed themselves to help me escape. He couldn't continue, biting his lip hard until he tasted blood. The Duke listened quietly without rushing him or showing unnecessary sympathy. This calmness somehow steadied Tom. After a while, Tom continued, his tone tinged with numb confirmation. When I escaped, I saw that within the castle and near it. The ground had sprouted those purple, meat-like things still moving. In some places they seemed to swell, pulsing like a heart. Right in the original castle square. This description caused a subtle shift in the Duke's gaze. The fungus carpet covers, and new mother nest prototypes appear. This means that the insect race is not merely plundering and slaughtering, they have already begun rooting and transforming at the core of Bassam County. This speed surpassed his expectations. The Duke mused briefly, his gaze sweeping over Tom's pitiful state and the desolate wilderness. He knew leaving this young man here would be akin to letting him commit suicide. Can you stand? He asked. Tom tried, his legs wobbling, but he managed to stand shakily with determination. Using a broken sword for support, the Duke said nothing more, turning to walk towards the storm dragon eagle. With a thought in his heart and a wave of his hand, he lifted Tom onto the back of the storm dragon eagle. The Duke also leaped onto the eagle's back, standing in front of Tom. Hold on tight, he instructed simply. The storm dragon eagle let out a high-pitched screech, spreading its wings wide. During a powerful gust of wind, and soared into the sky. Tom clung desperately to the eagle's sturdy feathers, feeling the weightlessness from the rapid ascent and the sharp winds. He looked down beneath him, familiar Bassam County rapidly shrinking, large areas covered in dark purple alarming to the eye, burning villages and abandoned towns like ugly scars on the land. He saw the path he fled desperately, saw the stone shield castle that eventually swallowed his parents and home, now just a small spot surrounded by purple fungus and active insect swarms. The Duke flew directly overhead Stone Shield Castle, clearly seeing the scene below. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of decay and acrid stench filled the air. The area below was completely covered by dark purple fungus, the original castle's outline faintly visible amid the fungus and remnants of walls. At the center of the former castle square, a less massive but already formed, vigorously pulsating mother nest prototype was conspicuously visible. It appeared as a huge, vein-filled fleshy tumor, rooted on the fungus carpet, with insect race constantly feeding gathered materials into its base absorption port. Several smaller structures like follicles, evidently developing auxiliary structures or hatcheries, surrounded it. So they've indeed taken root here, the Duke said gravely. Although he couldn't annihilate it fundamentally like Wizard Herbert, he must do his utmost to eliminate these overt threats and slow their expansion. Duke's eyes were icy cold, preparing to take action, when the insectoid guards below were already alerted. Not only did the swift-blade insects and acid-spitting bugs on the ground screech toward the sky, but more alarmingly, from behind the mother nest and some higher ruins, a dark shadow suddenly arose. This was a type of flying insectoid creature, their translucent wings vibrating, emitting an annoying buzzing sound, surrounding the storm dragon hawk like a purple cloud. At the same time, a few larger, jellyfish-like floating insectoids with bodies glowing with arcs of energy slowly rose as well, with their tentacles under their canopies locking onto the targets in the sky, beginning to gather azure energy beams. These two types of insectoid creatures were temporarily named flying locusts and floating guards, information that Duke only received in the past couple of days. The void insect race includes various insectoid creatures, each with different forms, characteristics, attack methods, defenses, functions, and roles. With a thought, the storm dragon hawk beneath Duke let out a battle-spirited screech. Its wings abruptly flapped, casting countless fine and dazzling lightning chains like a web, instantly enveloping the foremost swarm of flying locusts. The lightning jumped and conducted among the flying locusts. Those directly hit were instantly charred, emitting green smoke as they plummeted like falling dumplings, tearing a gap in the dense formation. Meanwhile, Duke's spellcasting had begun. With a single hand lowered, a massive stream of yellow sand poured down like a golden waterfall, forming a rotating sand vortex around the mother nest, clearing ground threats and isolating energy. A floating guard's energy beam shot first, the blue pillar of light accompanied by a piercing whistle. Of course, Duke noticed the attack here, but he did not turn back. Though this floating guard was a level 1 life, it was too weak to pose any threat to him. A dense layer of a flowing sand shield naturally appeared around Duke, formed by countless grains of sand rotating at high speed. The energy beam struck the shield, and all the energy was absorbed into the sand, enhancing its defensive capability. This momentary disturbance allowed several flying locusts to break through the storm dragon hawk's lightning interception, exposing their sharp mandibles as they dove towards Duke like arrows. But these flying locust insectoids, which hadn't even reached level 1 life, were even less capable of threatening Duke. A few streaks of sand flashed by, effortlessly shredding the flying locusts into pieces. After disposing of these insects seeking their own doom, Duke extended his hands and cast 2 spells simultaneously. A large amount of wind element gathered in his left hand, while a large amount of fire element gathered in his right. Duke already possessed a high elemental affinity, and after advancing to a crystallized wizard, the 6 elemental crystal cores granted him even greater element control abilities. In just a moment, an immense tornado had formed on his left, roaring wildly. Simultaneously, a far larger and more intense fireball than the usual fireball technique took shape instantly. This rapid casting speed allowed these spells, which exceeded the ordinary level 1 magic, to form instantly and then combine. This was also Duke's previously common composite spell, the Fire Dragon Tornado, but the spell's intensity now far surpassed before. The roaring giant tornado collided with the scorching, dazzling giant fireball, the white-hot flames seemingly gaining life and will, surging madly into every inch of the tornado's wind wall, igniting it completely in an instant. A massive fire tornado reaching the heavens and earth took form with force. It was no longer merely wind and fire. The immense yellow sand pouring down beneath Duke, seemingly injecting soul and sinew into it. Countless sand grains, burnt red and starting to glisten, spun and struck with astonishing speed under the tornado's centrifugal force, turning the tornado into an immensely large, rapid spinning pillar of destruction. This dark red fire dragon tornado, with a diameter of several tens of meters, had a terrifyingly high core temperature, scorching the surrounding air into distortion and deformation, producing thunderous roars. Like a cataclysmic serpent breaking free from the magma hell, carrying the terrifying might to incinerate all lands and rend all things, it fiercely crashed towards the nascent mother nest and its surrounding area below. The moment the fire tornado touched the ground, it was like a meteor impact. The throbbing, wickedly lively nascent mother nest couldn't withstand even a second. Its surface flesh and veins carbonized, shattered, and vaporized like ice thrown into a furnace under the extreme heat and physical tearing. The stench of burning flesh soared to the sky, only to be instantly swept away by the tornado. The floating guards clinging around the mother nest and the swift-blade insects attempting to emerge to protect it were reduced to ash in an instant by the tornado's stormy edge, unable to even approach. The dark purple fungal blanket on the ground, under this cataclysmic strike, sizzled and cried out in anguish like butter singed by a red-hot iron, curling up rapidly, charring, vanishing, revealing below a land glazed by intense heat. A few floating guards attempted to flee, but their gathered azure energy beams shot into the fire tornado, disappearing without a ripple. They themselves were caught by the tornado's horrendous pull, dragged into its core of destruction, bursting into vivid yet brief blue sparks amidst successive energy detonations, and then vanishing. More flying locusts swarmed like moths to flame, hovering and screeching from afar, yet not daring to cross the line. The purple cloud they formed seemed so trivial before the vast dark red storm reaching the sky and earth. The entire core area of the stone shield castle ruins seemed transformed into an elemental inferno. Wherever the fire tornado passed, Everything was relentlessly destroyed and purified. The remaining building ruins were drawn inside, instantly melted into red-hot magma and flung out by the storm, creating a brief magma rain that ignited the distant fungal blanket and low-level insectoids. Clung tightly to the storm dragon hawk's feathers, watching in awe at the scene like a god destroying the world from myth. The searing heat waves were palpable even at high altitudes, and the deafening roar nearly split his eardrums. He watched with his own eyes as the terrifying creatures that swallowed his home and parents crumbled like a sandcastle before this power. His awe for Duke reached its peak at this moment, even giving rise to fear. The fire tornado raged for nearly half an hour, gradually dissipating due to exhaustion of energy. Below, in the area where the nest once stood, there's nothing left but a massive blackened pit with an edge that gleams like glass, as if scorched by a celestial branding iron. Within hundreds of meters around the pit, all fungal blankets, insects, and building remnants have vanished, leaving only a scorched, lifeless plain. The air is filled with the charred smell of burnt materials and the distinctive scent of soil after intense heat exposure. The Duke gazed calmly at his handiwork, without a trace of pride on his face. He knew that this was merely a temporary delay. But as long as he could buy more time and weaken the insect race's strength, it was worth it. This was merely the elimination of a nascent nest shape. The origin of these insects has yet to be found, likely hidden somewhere in a secluded corner of Besum County. The Duke floated in mid-air, surveying the surroundings, noticing that there were still many void insects active and heading this way. He decided not to linger here further, knowing that as long as the main nest was unresolved, the insects would be endless. Currently, even the location of the void insect's main nest is unknown, and finding it would take a significant amount of time. Even if he found it, it would be challenging to resolve the nest thoroughly on his own. The Duke did not possess the power of Wizard Herbert, who could face a fully developed nest alone. From the current situation in Besum County, it was evident that the nest here was definitely more formidable than the one spotted in the forest before. After a void insect race's main nest is established, they continually collect various resources to feed back to the nest, making it stronger. According to current knowledge, the stronger the nest becomes, the stronger the types of troops it can hatch. Moreover, as the nest strengthens, its connection with the true body of the void insect's main nest will also stabilize. When it reaches a certain point, it can directly transmit powerful void insects from the main body to the wizard plane. However, this transmission process consumes energy and resources and demands high strength from the nest. Currently, nests can be roughly categorized into level 0, level 1, level 2, etc., which reflects the life level of the strongest troop it can hatch. For instance, the nascent nest that the Duke just destroyed was actually a level 0 nest, only capable of hatching the simplest level 0 life forms. The nest in the Maple Hill County Forest was close to a level 2 nest, able to hatch a large number of level 1 insects. Given more time, even that level 1 nest could advance to a level 2 nest, posing a greater challenge. After seeing the situation in Besum County, the Duke could basically conclude that the source here has likely already become a level 2 nest. The troubling aspect of the void insects is that, while they devour surrounding resources to grow and advance, new nests are also continually born. Just like the nascent nest in Stone Shield Castle, there are still many similar level 0 nests scattered across various locations. This is a form of survival wisdom for the void insect race. Even if one nest is eradicated, many others will remain. The entire void insect race spreads and grows like a virus. Once invaded, it becomes difficult to completely cleanse it. As long as one nest remains uncleared, it can reignite and spread again. Duke took one last look at the now leveled Stone Shield Castle and returned to the back of the Storm Dragon Eagle to head back to Maple Hill County, where he needed to make some preparations in advance. Currently, it seems unlikely that they can contain the spread of the void insect race by themselves. What can be done is to strengthen the defensive forces in Maple Hill County as much as possible. That place is the hometown of him and Vivian, and unless as a last resort, he does not want it to be erased by the void insect race. For the Duke, he has a retreat route. If it truly becomes unavoidable, he can take Vivian and some key people from Earl Hardy directly away. The Storm Dragon Eagle has the capability to carry hundreds of people away with ease. More importantly, he also possesses the Light God Court and the Coordinates Earring. if any particularly urgent situation arises. He can also take trustworthy people like Vivian directly into the light god court, and he himself can escape using the coordinates earring. This is the worst-case scenario. The Duke hopes that he won't be forced to this step. Before that, he will try his best to protect Maple Hill County. The Storm Dragon Eagle is swift, arriving above Maple Hill County in less than half an hour. The Storm Dragon Eagle landed on the training ground of Fenkyu City, causing the surrounding alert soldiers to turn heads at the gust of wind. The Duke lightly leapt off the Dragon Eagle's back, followed closely by Tom, who clumsily climbed down. Still feeling a sense of unreality upon stepping on solid ground, he glanced at Tom, planning to assign him to Earl Hardy's command, as someone with some knightly aptitude was considered a talent here. Before he could speak, Tom knelt down with determination, kowtowing directly. "My lord, Tom. Tom wishes to follow you." "Follow me." The Duke was somewhat surprised, his face expressionless. "I'm afraid your aptitude may not suffice." His words were straightforward and direct. Someone like Tom with only some knightly aptitude was not qualified to follow him, let alone become his servant. Tom seemed to have anticipated this response, but continued to kowtow and plead fervently. Since witnessing the Duke's godlike power, a hope for revenge had been ignited in his heart, and he too wanted to master such power to destroy those damned insects completely. The Duke could feel Tom's determination and, after some thought, conducted a mental probe. Discovering that Tom's spiritual power seemed decent, suggesting he might have some wizard aptitude, he then took out a device for detecting spiritual power. Originally not used for testing wizard aptitude, it was merely an auxiliary experimental tool, but it could also detect wizard potential. The Duke handed over the disc, saying, "Hold this in your hand." Tom, who was still kowtowing, lifted his head to look at the strange metal disc in the Duke's hand. Although he didn't know what it was for, he followed the Duke's instructions without hesitation. Tom solemnly took the metal disc with both hands and tightly grasped it, intending to await the next instruction. But the Duke retrieved it once more. Spiritual power 9 points. 4th level wizard aptitude. The Duke observed the data on the disc and stated he hadn't expected that this young man before him actually had wizard potential. Although not high, it was still quite good compared to the average wizard apprentice. Duke and Vivian didn't have such sorcerer qualifications at the time, and Tom's 4th class wizard qualification was indeed decent. But that was all it was. For Duke, as long as he wanted to, he could easily find a group of wizard apprentices with qualifications better than Tom's as followers. On Black Sails Academy Island, there were many wizard apprentices, many of whom hoped for the opportunity to follow an official wizard, and quite a few had decent qualifications. You have the qualifications to become a wizard. But there's no need to follow me, it's too troublesome for me. Once things here are done, I can introduce you to a wizard organization, Duke said casually. Once things ended here, Duke planned to take Tom back to Black Sail, as if contributing to Black Sail's growth. When Tom heard Duke say that he had wizard qualifications, his eyes instantly filled with unbelievable joy, as if he had finally seen the light of a lighthouse in endless darkness. And when Duke said he could introduce him to a wizard organization, Tom was so excited that he trembled all over, undoubtedly a gift to change his destiny. Once again he deeply bowed, his voice choked yet incredibly sincere. "Thank you, my lord. Tom will never forget your kindness." Tom then paused and summoned the courage to say again, "My lord, I hope you can give me a chance to follow you." "Follow me. But what value can you provide?" Duke said bluntly. Tom could hardly provide any value to him, and he didn't need a mediocre follower. Tom thought for a moment, then said with determination in his eyes, "You saved my life, so I can offer everything to you, my lord, willing to give my life for you at any time." Seeing Tom's determination, Duke had some different ideas and said, "If you really wish to follow me, would you be willing to sign a slave contract?" He knew Tom didn't understand what a slave contract was, so he specifically explained it, informing Tom of the severity of the contract. Unexpectedly, Tom didn't hesitate for even a second and agreed immediately. Duke pondered for a moment and thought he might try it. Although Tom's qualifications weren't great, investing in him might pay off if he grew to be an asset in the future. If Tom couldn't grow, Duke wouldn't have lost anything. It was a small investment. Duke then suddenly thought of Yarbed, whose enigmatic actions seemed like an investment too. To Yarbed, she hadn't invested much. But if Duke grew, it would be a gain. If that's the case, I can give you a chance to sign a slave contract and become my follower. Duke thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, my lord. Tom won't let you down." Tom's face instantly showed joy, and his eyes became even more determined. Tom then signed the slave contract and received the deep blue tide meditation technique, quickly beginning to study it. In reality, Duke wasn't optimistic about Tom because, without any other opportunities, Tom might find it challenging to advance to a level 2 mage through normal cultivation. Unless he took the path of a bloodline mage, he could cross the wizard qualification threshold. However, acquiring a powerful bloodline wasn't easy, and this path was tough. After returning to Fenkyu City, Duke immediately held urgent consultations with Vivian, Earl Hardy, and Rain. He informed everyone of the devastation in Bezum County and the suspected presence of a level 2 nest, and the grave situation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. We must immediately strengthen our defenses, especially long-range firepower and frontline barriers, Duke pointed out clearly. Relying solely on our current soldiers and limited slave creature forces will make it difficult to withstand a potential insect swarm. His solution was simple and direct: purchase a batch of slave creatures. I plan to purchase a standard regiment of slave creatures, about 50,000 in number. Duke revealed his plan. They will form the main force of our defense line, supported by some heavy firepower and wizards for defense. The reason for 50,000 was mainly due to his limited funds, currently over 40 million magic stones, which might not even be enough. 50,000, I could borrow some from the teacher. Vivian immediately realized it was a big expenditure. Duke shook his head. No need, I have enough funds on hand. He had enough magic stones now, and there was no need to have Vivian ask Grace for money. Without further delay, Duke first contacted Lucas through the Wizard's Mark. He hoped to purchase through the internal channels of Black Sail, which would be more reliable in quality and price. So Lucas, I urgently need to purchase 50,000 slave creatures to form a defense regiment to counter the possible outbreak of a void insect race legion here. Lucas replied shortly after, this matter might be difficult. 50,000 is equivalent to the strength of a regiment, and the organization is currently very tense internally, so it's probably impossible to sell that many to you. I understand, thank you, I'll think of other ways. Duke had anticipated this result. Laxale was also engaged in combat on the Devourer plane and urgently needed slave creatures, making it challenging to buy a large batch at such a time. With internal channels unavailable, Duke immediately turned to the external market, contacting Harrison from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Manager Harrison, I need. Duke quickly explained his needs. Harrison thought for a moment and said, no problem, though the Commerce Association doesn't have that many slave creatures for sale, we have cooperating commerce associations. Let me ask around for you. Thank you, Duke expressed his gratitude. Harrison then reached out to friends from other commerce associations that specialized in slave creature transactions. For these commerce associations, 50,000 wasn't a large number. It's just rare for an individual to purchase this many slave creatures at once. Usually only some wizard forces would make a single purchase of 50,000 slave creatures. Soon, Harrison replied, I've already made contact for you. 50,000 slave creatures, and it's a standard regiment, for a price of 30 million magic stones, which is a discounted price. A standard regiment meant the slave creature regiment was already organized, with reasonable configurations all around. Under normal circumstances, such a regiment's price would be very high. With 40 to 50 million magic stones being common, 30 million magic stones was indeed very cheap. Such a regiment had 5 level 2 slave creatures and several hundred level 1 slave creatures. Duke thought for a moment and said, all right, please send them to the Florence continent as soon as possible. Harrison trusted Duke greatly, so he didn't require any deposit and directly started contacting people to arrange for the slave creatures to be sent over. A few days later, beneath the clear skies of Maple Hill County, a black dot appeared, accompanied by a low humming sound that grew louder as it approached. It was a floating airship, about the same size as the Black Sail. The hull bore a prominent emblem, a phantom of a night owl against a backdrop of a pyramid-like creature's cage. This was the symbol of the Commerce Association primarily dealing in slave creature trade, called Night Owl. The floating airship did not land directly within Fenkyu City, but instead hovered over a huge open space, cleared in advance and temporarily reinforced with simple magic arrays outside the city. This site had almost become a temporary port where Duke and his people also launched and landed their floating airships. Sturdy anchor cables descended from the airship, securing the hull in place. Subsequently, a side hatch slowly opened, extending a wide metal gangway. A dozen or so wizards disembarked from the airship, led by a man with a bushy beard. This was Loki, a steward of the Night Owl Commerce Association and also a level 2 mage. Loki scanned the spacious ground sharply before locking his gaze on Duke, who was waiting there. He strode forward with no unnecessary small talk, his manner efficient and direct. "Sir Duke," Loki's voice was deep and powerful. "I've come under the Association's orders to deliver a standard battle regiment to you. Totaling 50,300 slave creatures. All units have been marked with slave marks and are stable." As he spoke, an assistant wizard beside him immediately stepped forward, holding a metal casket inscribed with mysterious runes in both hands. Loki lightly tapped a few nodes on the casket's surface, and the lid silently slid open, revealing its contents: a scroll of golden parchment and a metallic control talisman. The parchment detailed the complete roster of the battle regiment, including the quantity, level, main characteristics of each type of slave creature. The control talisman was the most crucial tool for controlling the entire regiment, enabling control over all the slave creatures' slave marks, dictating their lives and deaths. The control talisman itself was a rather elaborate piece of alchemy creation. After Duke connected it with his spiritual power, he quickly sensed the presence and state of all the slave creatures. Only through this method could one simultaneously control large numbers of slave creatures. Otherwise, the spiritual power of an ordinary wizard would be insufficient to handle so many slave creatures. Duke then took out a space ring and handed it to Loki, containing 30 million magic stones prepared in advance. After spending this sum, his balance would only be over 10 million. Next was the delivery. Once the cargo hatch of the floating airship opened, a dense mass of slave creatures emerged. The whole process was orderly. These were pre-arranged, well-disciplined regiments with basic discipline established. The gigantic cargo hatch of the floating airship resembled the maw of a prehistoric behemoth, and inside, instead of a dim cargo hold, was a space teeming with mysterious auras. The first to step onto the ground were the steady and rhythmical footsteps, like the beating of war drums. They were a type of slave creature called rock armor heavy army, their bodies made of active rock, with gray-brown surfaces covered in natural defensive patterns, and towering 2.5-meter frames that moved with an aura of crushing power. They were silent. Only the dull grinding of their rock joints and the scraping of gigantic stone shields and hammers across the ground could be heard. They were the mainstay of the regiment, numbering 10,000. What followed was a series of dense, crystal-like friction sounds as thousands of crystal-backed ray lizards walked out with steady steps. The large, natural crystal cluster-like structure on their backs refracted dazzling rays in the sunlight. Energy flowed between them, issuing subtle crackling sounds as if ready to unleash deadly beams at any moment. On the flanks, a haze of shadows quietly dispersed. These were shadow-hunting dogs, landing noiselessly, their jet-black fur seemingly absorbing the light, with only their cold, eerily glowing green eyes faintly visible in the shadows. They moved like phantoms, swiftly merging into the shadows at the edge of the ground, as if they had never appeared. There were many such types of slave creatures, all carefully selected and possessing their strategic roles. Most important were those 5 level 2 slave creatures. 3 great jaw tyrant dragons stepped out with earth-shaking steps, their sturdy tails leaving deep furrows in the ground, and their massive, tooth-filled jaws opening and closing with thunderous roars, an aura of pure violence emanating from them. A winged serpent, exuding a malevolent aura, slithered into the sky, its long serpentine body dancing beneath the clouds, creating swirling air currents. Its blue-green body was covered with strange runes, said to belong to a highly venomous species. The heaviest footsteps belonged to the rock trampler. This armored giant beast moved like a mobile fortress, each step causing the earth to tremble, its massive horns seemingly capable of easily piercing mountains. In short time, more than 50,000 creatures of various forms, exuding fierce auras, aligned like precision instruments, forming a fully functional and layered war beast. They stood silently on the open ground, no commotion. No roars, only countless cold, non-human eyes focused on Duke. Awaiting the sole command, Duke gazed at the dark mass of the regiment before him, rather satisfied. However, maintaining these slave creatures would end up costing quite a sum. Just feeding them would be a considerable expense. Fortunately, wizards had already researched feeds suitable for different slave creatures, very low cost, yet sufficient to sustain their daily combat needs. Normally, the basic cost of maintaining 50,000 slave creatures for a year would be 5 to 6 million. For Duke, this remained within a bearable range. After all, his shares in both the Giant Rock Commerce Association and the Black Sail would soon be paid out, providing a hefty sum enough to cover the expenses of this regiment. As for sourcing these supplies, the Night Owl Commerce Association could address those issues as well. Since they dealt in slave trade, they naturally engaged in these related businesses as well. Then, should you have any subsequent issues, Sir Duke, feel free to contact me anytime, Loki said with a smile. Having just closed a deal, he was in high spirits. Even if this particular transaction involved discounts, there were still substantial profits to be made. Loki had also learned something of Duke's background and the purpose for these slave creatures, recognizing him as a client with great potential and anticipating further collaborations in the future. Steward Loki led the members of the Night Owl Commerce Association back to the floating airship. The massive vessel slowly ascended, eventually turning into a black dot on the horizon and disappearing behind the clouds. The temporary harbor ground was left with only the Duke and his companions, along with the slave creature legion before him, resembling a frozen sea of black. Over 50,000 pairs of cold, inhuman eyes quietly watched him, waiting for the singular command. The Duke had them temporarily stationed here, with 5 level 2 slave creatures overseeing them. The captains of the squads and platoons were each responsible for their own subordinates. Since there were many ordinary people around, he specifically warned them not to intimidate or harm any of the bystanders. These slave creatures bore the slave mark, ensuring they would not disobey the Duke's orders. In fact, they were quite experienced, most of them aware that they could not casually harm humans. Even without their control talisman, they dared not act recklessly. This stemmed from an instinctive fear of the wizards and the constraining power at the core of the slave mark. In the war room of the castle, in front of a giant sand table marked with the geography of Maple Hill County and its surroundings. Everyone, the Duke began straightforwardly, pointing to the borderline on the sand table between Maple Hill County and Silver County. The threat of the insect swarm is imminent. We must immediately construct a deep defensive system. This slave creature legion will be the core of our defense. Although Silver County hadn't fallen yet, its defensive power was unlikely to withstand the swarm spreading from Bism County, so they had to plan ahead. Given that the only detected signs of the insect race were from the direction of Bism County, the border line with Silver County had become the focal point of the defense. The main force will consist of 10,000 rock armor, heavy army, and 5,000 crystal-backed lizards. The Duke's finger traced over the key passes and open terrains along the border. They will rely on the terrain to establish forward positions. The heavy army will withstand the impact, while the crystal lizards provide long-range fire coverage. The goal isn't annihilation, but to delay and deplete the insect race's vanguard units to the maximum extent. Earl Hardy immediately added, "I will dispatch 2,000 soldiers and guards, equipped with heavy crossbows and catapults to assist in the defense of these passes and provide flank cover and engineering support for the slave creature legion." Given the weak combat power of ordinary humans, they could only offer auxiliary support on the front lines. Earl Hardy and his men, familiar with the geography of Maple Hill County, could collaborate with the slave creatures to build defensive works before the insect swarm arrived. In the complex terrain of hills and forest regions, behind the border defense line, the Duke pointed at the sand table. Deploy the shadow-hunting dogs, blade-winged demons, and some spore launchers. They will split into smaller units to carry out continuous harassment and ambushes, eliminating the insect race's reconnaissance units and isolated squads, and disrupting the formation of primary nests, hindering the insect race's development speed. The deployment plan was clear and determined, concentrating all forces at critical points to leverage the terrain, forming an impregnable barrier. Earl Hardy, looking at the sand table, where the heavy forces were concentrated at several passes, said in a grave tone, "In this way, although our defense line is shortened, its thickness and strength will far exceed that of a dispersed deployment. As long as the passes hold, Maple Hill County will remain unscathed." Precisely, the Duke nodded. The logistics supply line must also be realigned around these passes to ensure everything's foolproof. This strategy was dictated by the terrain of Maple Hill County. By holding these key passes, they could sharply reduce the number of insect race entries into Maple Hill County. Even if some bugs slipped in from remote areas, they wouldn't pose a significant threat. The individual strength of these insects wasn't great. Their destructive power came purely from their vast numbers. The flickering candlelight in the war room cast shadows over the sand table, and the Duke's voice echoed within the room. With the deployment set, the cold machine of war began to operate along its predetermined trajectory. The ensuing days, the border line between Maple Hill County and Silver County became a strange land where clamor and deathly silence coexisted. The critical passes, originally just trade routes, had now completely changed in appearance. The rock armor-heavy army, like stone fortresses rising from the depths of the earth, their massive bodies were the best walls. These giant beasts, averaging 2.5 meters in height, had skin with a gray-brown rock-like texture, covered in natural earth-cracked patterns. They stood silently at the forefront of the passes, their sturdy limbs like stone pillars, deeply embedded in the ground. With the collaboration of Earl Hardy's engineers and their own strength, simple yet practical earthworks were rapidly constructed. Trenches were deepened and widened, and thick earthen walls piled up in the rear with gun ports reserved behind them. The crystal-backed lizards lurked within these works behind the rock armor-heavy army, or on the ridges to either side. Their bodies were relatively slender, covered in dense scales shimmering with a faint energy glow. Most eye-catching was their dorsal spines, stretching like a crystal cluster from their spine to the tip of their long tails. At the moment, these crystal spines were slowly pulsating as they breathed, seemingly accumulating energy. With their cold vertical pupils locked onto the open ground ahead, they awaited the command to unleash deadly energy beams. Earl Hardy's soldiers, wearing heavy leather armor, chanted as they secured the bases of crossbows that required multiple people to lift onto the preset positions, while massive catapults were assembled further up the slopes. They gazed at this silent, inhuman army before them, their expressions mixed with awe and unease. The bustling of human soldiers contrasted sharply with the deathly silence of the slave creature legion. Behind the main defense line, across the vast and rugged hills and sparse forests, another force quietly dispersed. The shadow-hunting dogs merged seamlessly into the environment of every corner like true shadows. Their bodies, like leopards, moved silently. Their dark gray fur was nearly impossible to detect in the dim-lighted woods. Moving in small groups, using their extraordinary sense of smell and hearing, they prowled through the shadows of trees and rocks, searching for any vibrations or scents foreign to this territory. In the sky, the blade-winged demons formed a sparse patrol network. They had humanoid torsos with bat-like membranous wings, the edge of their wings gleaming with a metallic coldness, capable of easily slicing through armor. These blade-winged demons soared high, with their sharp compound eyes scanning the earth, occasionally emitting brief and piercing calls to communicate with each other. The Duke conducted daily patrols of these areas, constantly adjusting troop deployments. He stood on a high ground, overlooking the rock armor-heavy army below, embedded like a black anvil at the pass. 3 days had passed, and the basic defense deployment on the border of Maple Hill County was complete, yet the related fortifications were still being refined. During recent days, the Duke had informed Herbert about the situation in Bassam County, but unfortunately, they were also short-handed. The Florence continent had entered a period of outbreak, with large numbers of void insect race appearing in many places. Herbert and his team were stretched thin, continually moving from place to place, eliminating the insect race, without any rest. As long as the level 3 mage is present, once he reaches the location of the nest, he will surely be able to eradicate the insect race there. However, this only applies to the current stage. Once faced with a level 3 nest, even Herbert might not be able to handle it. Luckily, the void insect race on the Florence continent is generally in the early development phase, with no signs yet of level 3 nests being born, still within Herbert's capabilities. A level 3 nest requires vast resources to accumulate, and given the resource situation on the Florence continent, it's difficult for a level 3 nest to emerge. If there were no wizard intervention, a level 3 nest might potentially be born here. But with wizard intervention now, Herbert and his group won't stand by while the void insect race develops. Once a level 3 nest appears, it means it can hatch level 3 void insect race, and ordinary forces cannot withstand this. The Duke received news from various sources indicating that traces of the void insect race have appeared on the 4 continents of the wizard plane. The situation is much better on the other 3 continents, as they have powerful wizard organizations in place. The appearance of the void insect race leads to immediate lightning strikes by local wizard organizations, swiftly wiping out all void insect race, not giving them a chance to develop. For these wizard organizations, handling a level 1 nest or level 2 nest is extremely easy. Since news of the void insect race has spread throughout the wizard plane, all parties have heightened vigilance, constantly monitoring the situation within their territories. As long as these void insect races do not develop, they are not to be feared. Based on information, the situations on the other continents are still under control. The only looming threat now comes from the sea, vast and boundless, covering an area far greater than the 4 continents. No one knows which spot in the sea might have void insect race quietly developing. Though the sea race is strong, they cannot possibly be aware of every situation in the sea. They persistently limit wizard involvement, always cautious of them. Areas previously restricted to wizards by the sea race still aren't open to them now. This leaves wizards powerless to do anything despite knowing these might pose some hidden threats, unless they reignite war with the sea race, which would only give void insect race a chance, resulting in a worse outcome. It's said that negotiations are again underway with the sea race at the Central Islands. Outcomes remain unknown. After understanding the broader situation of the wizard plane, the Duke realized what he needed to do. He just needs to hold out for a little longer, and other continental wizards should soon have the capacity to aid the Florence continent. The situation here has already been reported to the Wizard Council, and they won't ignore here. Yet it's still due to the Florence continent's low standing that a large force hasn't come to resolve the problems here. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Herbert leading a team of 1 level 3 mage, rushing across the continent to extinguish fires everywhere. Upon understanding the Duke's situation, Herbert suggested closely monitoring Bassam County's state. If it's confirmed that a level 2 nest has appeared there, inform Herbert immediately, and after resolving matters there, he will come to handle the level 2 nest. In recent days, the Duke dispatched many blade-winged demons for reconnaissance, but still hasn't located the largest nest in Bassam County. Its whereabouts remain unclear. Based on various feedbacks from the blade-winged demons, the void insect race had already entered Silver County and neighboring territories. Bassam County nearly became a wasteland. Silver County's lord organized defenses but couldn't hold them for even a day before the lines were broken, and void insect race invaded en masse. The Duke hadn't planned to lead slave organisms to support Silver County. His forces are limited, and a long march would stretch the front lines too thin. His small force can only conduct defensive measures. Holding Maple Hill County is the priority. Moreover, holding Maple Hill County can prevent further eastward spread of the insect race, slowing their development. Void insect race's development requires resources and energy, and the Florence continent is impoverished, lacking much in resources. They soon exhausted Bassam County's resources, and to further grow, they could only advance to Silver County. However, Silver County also lacks resources, impeding their growth. This is why the Duke opted against offensive action, instead strengthening defenses at the Maple Hill County border to await opportunities. Sometimes being poor has its advantages. If the Florence continent were resource-rich, the void insect race would develop extremely fast, and the Duke might consider fleeing directly. Recently, many fled from Silver County, seeking refuge, and were accommodated by Earl Hardy. The atmosphere along the border grows heavier by the day. The initial flow of refugees from Silver County brought various chaotic and alarming news. But as time passed, fewer came, eventually nearly ceasing. This implies that the forefront of the insect swarm is likely very close. A faint, sweet yet putrid strange scent begins to permeate the air, a residual smell typical of insect race activity zones. In the distant sky, occasionally a small cluster of bug-like creatures resembling birds sweeps by like clouds, seemingly scouting the area rather than approaching Maple Hill County's defenses. The Duke recognized them immediately as the locust-like insect race from previous encounters. The void insect race's nests evidently possess a certain level of intelligence and self-awareness, responsible for commanding their own forces. Now that the locusts have appeared, it suggests the insect army isn't far off. The Duke stood on a lookout tower at the front, with Vivian by his side. Both gazed towards Silver County, where there should have been fields and village skylines, now shrouded in ominous, faint purple mist. The purple mist was not still, it spread slowly and viscously towards Maple Hill County, like the breathing of some living creature. Beneath the mist, the ground seemed to twitch slightly. It wasn't a vibration, but a more unsettling, continuous rustling sound, like millions of claws scraping the earth simultaneously, from far to near, converging into a low, overwhelming background noise that thudded in the heart of every defender. "They're coming," Vivian said softly, her fingers subconsciously tightening around the rough wooden railing of the lookout tower. Her knuckles turning pale, even though they were mentally prepared when the moment arrived, it was inevitable to feel a bit tense. After all, behind her was her hometown, the place where she had lived all her life, and no one wished for it to fall into the flames of war, much less be destroyed by these void insect race. Duke was also watching ahead. He was relatively calm, having prepared for everything during this time. Countless reflected lights from shells occasionally flickered in the mist, like scales beneath a tide of darkness. The vanguard of the insect swarm was no longer scattered scouting units, but a legion truly formed in scale. The way they moved carried a cold order. Not a chaotic charge, but like the flow of lava devouring everything in their path. Half a day faster than expected. Duke's voice remained calm. With a thought, the slave creature legion below began to move, various slave creatures making their way to designated positions, preparing for battle. Rain had also turned away, heading to the rear to command the soldiers of Maple Hill County to assist in the fight with the slave creatures. Though bows and catapults had limited effect, as long as they could provide a bit more strength, they could hold on a while longer. "They are here," Duke said lowly as he watched the distance. The speed of the insect swarm was fast. In the blink of an eye, it was clearly visible. It was an endless, writhing dark purple carpet composed of countless insect race, sweeping relentlessly towards Maple Hill County. And above that insect sea was a cloud of locusts like a dark storm, dimming the afternoon sun. The faint, strange odor saturating the air had grown so strong it was nauseating, the stench burrowing into the nostrils as if even bones might be corroded. A deafening insect buzz rose, with tens of thousands of swift blade insects and acid spitter insects leading the charge. They surged forward like an unstoppable dark purple flood showing no fear of death. Duke calmly watched as the insect swarm charged with unstoppable momentum. Once the swarm entered firing range, the crystal-backed lizards moved. Clusters of crystals on the backs of thousands of crystal-backed lizards lit up simultaneously, shooting blazing white beams accurately into the swarm. The moment the beams penetrated, the insects exploded, acid splattering, yet more insects trod over the bodies of their kind, surging forward fearlessly. Simultaneously, the strategically placed magic-guided cannons on the border began firing, echoing with loud blasts. There was no need to aim. A single shot could evaporate a vast swath of void insect race. Even so, due to the overwhelming numbers of the void insect race, many insects still broke through the gunfire. Those insects that emerged from the dense rays and cannon fire engaged head-on with the ready rock armor heavy army below. The rock armor heavy army let out muffled roars, and their stone hammers and stone shields interwove to form an indestructible wall. Every swing crushed several swift blade insects into pulp. Their formation was stable as a rock, unyielding to any insect swarm assault. The rock armor heavy army proved very effective against the void insect race, their greatest strength being their defensive capability. The offensive means and intensity of these lower-tier insects were limited, posing little threat to the rock armor heavy army. As earth element creatures, the rock armor heavy army naturally boasted strong defense and powerful strength. They could effortlessly wield stone shields and hammers weighing a ton, each strike carrying massive force that these low-tier insects could not withstand. Moreover, with the firepower above being purposefully adjusted and targeted, the invading insects were quickly cleared, while not a single rock armor heavy army fell. However, this was merely the beginning of the war. In the sky, the purple insect cloud began to descend, as countless locusts dived down like a torrential rain, targeting the more vulnerable crystal-backed lizards. These locusts launched near-suicidal dive attacks, relying on their sharp mandibles and claws to assault, drawing overwhelming firepower, with countless beams focusing on these aerial units. Yet, inevitably, some unfortunate lizards were struck fatally and fell with a wailing cry. The crystal-backed lizards were not very strong in defense, and their numbers were much fewer than the locusts, so some locusts managed to dive through intense fire, making a single slash before being killed rapidly. Though it was just a single slash, if enough accumulated, it could inflict casualties on the crystal-backed lizards. When casualties arose among the crystal-backed lizards and firepower diverted, the pressure on the front line would lessen significantly. More deadly were the floating guards. They hovered above the insect swarm, concentrating ghostly blue energy beams, shooting precisely at the rear positions over the ground-bound swarm. Their targets included not only the crystal-backed lizards, but also all visible life in the rear and intentionally damaging defensive structures. Seeing this, Duke raised his hand, and 5 level 2 slave creatures moved. 3 giant-jawed savage dragons roared as they charged into the swarm. Their massive bodies themselves were like meat grinders. Each tail swipe swept away a multitude of insects. Each bite crushed a swat of swift-blade insects. The armored giant, beast known as Rock Stomper, approached the edge of the battlefield. It lowered its head, its massive horns piercing the earth fiercely. The next moment, it began moving laterally, seemingly slow yet truly fast, each step carving deep furrows in the ground. Any insects attempting to flank from the sides were blocked and crushed by this relentless steel barrier and furrow. Most awe-inspiring was the winged serpent. The winged serpent soared through the foul air above the swarm, writhing skyward. Its 100-meter-long serpentine body was covered in blue-black scales, unfurling under the cloudy sky like a flowing venomous spring, each scale gleaming with a ghostly phosphorescence. The most terrifying was its throat, bulging with a poison sac, rising and falling with its breath, emitting a visible pale purple mist that stained the surrounding air a nauseating gray. The winged serpent coiled to the center of the battlefield, its forked tongue flickering, poison glands contracting violently. In an instant, a several-meter-wide thick indigo poison column shot out, striking precisely into the densest area of the insect swarm. The poison exploded upon contact with the ground, the splattering toxic slurry spreading like a living creature, hissing white smoke rising wherever it passed. The carapaces of the swift-blade insects were corroded with honeycomb-like holes. The mucus sacs of the acid-spitting insects burst open on the spot. Even locusts leaping in the air touched by the toxic mist snagged their wings, flapping and falling to the ground, twitching. More deadly was the spread of the toxic mist. Pale purple airflow, wrapped in tiny poison needles, being blown in the direction from which the insect swarm came. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, a large number of insect races fell in sheets, the scene suddenly like a domino effect. Insecticide, Duke inexplicably thought of this word. The winged serpent let out a sharp scream, its snake-like body suddenly tensed like a bow. Its wings vibrated more urgently, the poison glands swelling visibly to the naked eye, spraying 7 poison columns in succession. Some plunged into the rear gatherings of the insect race, some blocked the lateral encirclement path of the swarm, and more toxic mist permeated the midair of the battlefield, forming a deadly toxic cloud. On the ground, the corpses of insects corroded by the poison were fermenting, releasing a stronger stench, and the advance of the swarm was noticeably sluggish. The winged serpent then had its wings suddenly vibrate. Violently, the gray-green toxic mist seemingly granted life, surging automatically, forming a spiral cyclone with the wind. This cyclone, mixed with toxic slurry, advanced into the heart of the swarm at a visible speed. Wherever it passed, the swarm fell like waves of wheat. This broad-range attack method was particularly effective against the void insect race. These low-level insect races had almost no resistance. With these level 2 slave creatures joining the battlefield, the attacking trend of the swarm was instantly suppressed, and for a time, they could not continue to spread forward. The strength of a level 2 life was still too powerful. These low-level insect races could not rely on numbers to win. Duke saw this scene and knew in his heart that holding on for a period was not a problem. The winged serpent's toxic mist, like pouring a large mass of thick ink into the surging purple tides, quickly cleared a large area. The offensive of the swarm paused, and the suffocating pressure of their advance lightened abruptly. However, this brief victory did not let Duke and the others relax their vigilance. They were keenly aware that the hive mind was cold and efficient, a pure biological machine, serving only to expand the swarm's force. It would never stop attacking due to a single setback. In the following days, the border defense line transformed into a vast grinder of flesh. The attack of the swarm was no longer the wild, chaotic surge of the beginning. The hive mind had clearly adjusted its strategy. The next day, when the east was faintly white, the overwhelming swarm appeared again, but their formation had changed. A new type of insect race never seen before appeared, and it was positioned at the forefront of the swarm. The iron armor beetle race, with heavy chitinous shells covering their bodies, was pushed to the front, like moving fortresses, advancing slowly and steadily, greatly weakening the effects of concentrated shooting by the crystal-backed beam lizards. Rock armor heavy army stone hammers smashing against them were no longer a one-hit shatter, but erupted with a dull thud, requiring multiple attacks to completely destroy. At the same time, the locusts in the sky no longer conducted indiscriminate suicidal attacks, but started group dives, their attacks more planned rather than mindless plunging. Despite the blade-winged demon's effort in intercepting, in the air, a large number of locusts still broke through the defenses, causing considerable casualties with their sharp mouths and claws to the personnel on this side. The rhythm of the battlefield became more brutal. The rock-solid defenses of the rock armor heavy army were shaken for the first time, and they had to rely on each other's bodies and rear fortifications to withstand the wave-like impact of the iron armor beetle race. The crystal-backed beam lizards rays no longer pursued large area damage, but acted like precise surgical knives, burning the relatively weak leg joints of the iron armor beetle race, causing their massive bodies to crash down, becoming obstacles for the subsequent insect races. As night fell, the attacks of the swarm did not stop. They seemed tireless, launching more frequent harassment under the cover of night. Duke also noticed that the toxicity of the winged serpent seemed to have weakened somewhat against the insect race. Although not very obvious, it was noticeable that these void insect races had somewhat increased their resistance to this toxin. This is another characteristic of the void insect race, with a strong adaptability, able to quickly evolve according to the environment. Adapting to it at the fastest speed, Duke realized that this was definitely a terrifying race, and once allowed enough time to develop, the consequences would be endless. He stood atop the watchtower without much emotional fluctuation. The number of slave creatures that could be sensed from the control talisman was decreasing every day, but the determination in his eyes never wavered. The soldiers sent by Earl Hardy, from initial fear to subsequent numbness, had now developed a tragic camaraderie. Fighting side by side with these silent slave creature legions, they braved the bone spurs and occasionally skimmed acid of the insect race, desperately repairing damaged fortifications, dragging heavily injured slave creatures as far back as possible. On the fourth day, the fifth day, the intensity of the swarm's attack began to show wave-like fluctuations, sometimes silent for hours, sometimes launching fierce assaults regardless of the cost. Duke understood this was the hive mind adjusting, probing and depleting their strength and will. It seemed that the resources of the province of Basim were near exhaustion, and Silver County also couldn't hold out for long. The hive mind had to breach here in Maple Hill County. They're weakening, Vivian said softly, pointing to the formation of the swarm in the distance, though there's still a large number. That invincible momentum isn't like it was on the first day anymore. Duke nodded. He could also feel that the individual strength of these insect races seemed to decline somewhat, indicating that the hive mind's energy supply might truly be becoming strained. Because the hive mind itself requires energy and resources to hatch these units. If the energy and resources are insufficient, the number of insect races hatched would also decrease accordingly. For the void insect race's hive mind to maintain the number of insect races likely had reduced the strength of individual insect races they hatched. If these void insect races want to continue to advance eastward, they must cross over Maple Hill County. Just coincidentally, Maple Hill County is the strongest and largest county in the Jade Province, resulting in it being like a nail fixed here. Without removing it, progress cannot continue. Duke estimated, perhaps after some time, These insect races would abandon this place, most likely attempting to detour around Maple Hill County. From the current situation of these void insect race, it seems almost impossible for them to break through Duke and his team's defenses until their power increases significantly. The hive mind is also equipped with a certain level of intelligence and will adjust strategy when it knows something cannot be done. It is not a life form per se, but more like a collective consciousness. This collective consciousness almost has no concept of emotions and won't act on impulses based on emotions. Everything is for the development of the species. Recently, Duke has been communicating with Herbert and closely following the movements of the insect race. Herbert hopes that Duke can find the location of the insect race's hive, as solving the hive would eliminate the potential threat here. Once these insects decide to change direction and move elsewhere, it would be a problem. Other places don't have such strong defenses like Maple Hill County. Once they leave here, they can quickly expand and grow, undoubtedly becoming a big trouble. In the following days, although the insect tide's attacks continued, their intensity and frequency noticeably decreased. They no longer try massive assaults to break through the iron defenses of the rock armor heavy army and level 2 slave creatures, but rather shifted to continuous harassment and tentative attacks, seemingly concealing something or rather, buying time for some deeper action. Standing on the frontier, Duke looked west toward Silver County, his brows furrowed. Blade-winged demons bring back massive amounts of reconnaissance information daily. They've almost scouted the ruins of Silver County and Maple Hill County in detail, but still haven't found any large biological structures or abnormal energy sources matching the hive's characteristics. The brain commanding millions in the insect tide seems invisibly hidden. This is unreasonable, Duke said to Vivian beside him. The hive needs a huge supply of material and energy, and a hive that can hatch so many insect race must be extremely large in physical form, and its energy response should be impossible to hide, unless... A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Unless it's not on the land at all. He swiftly turned and headed towards the temporary operation room behind him, where a more detailed regional map was hanging. Duke's eyes fixed on the vast ocean west of Silver County. Silver County is several hundred kilometers from the sea, a considerable distance in this era. The ocean resources are far richer than the barren land. The sea race and wizards have a gulf, making it a blind spot for supervision. Most importantly, all of our searches inadvertently limited themselves to the land area. The hive mind has no emotions, only absolute rational profit calculations. On land, it might face threats of pinpoint extermination from level 3 mages like Herbert. Diving into the sea, it can not only gain richer resources, but also use the sea race's cover to reduce attacks on the hive from other forces, which is undoubtedly the best solution. Duke had previously fallen into a mindset of only seeking the hive traces on land and kept not finding it. The insect tide initially erupted in Silver County, so he instinctively thought the hive was near Silver County. Now looking over this map again, he shifted attention to the distant coastline. Normally, with such a distance, it shouldn't be in the usual consideration scope. But this is for ordinary people. Florence continent mostly was populated by ordinary people before, only at most having some creatures like magical beasts. These distances used to be very far. But for the void insect race, they can completely reach land through some pathways from the seabed. Thinking of this, Duke got inspired. Moments later, accompanied by the piercing eagle screech, the enormous storm dragon eagle descended from the sky, collecting its wings engulfed in wind and thunder powers, prostrating before Duke, who leaped onto the dragon eagle's broad back. The speed of the blade serpent is actually faster than the storm dragon eagle, much faster indeed, which is a gap hard to cross between level 2 life and level 1 life. A blade serpent needs to hold the frontier, being an important defense force here. Another reason is that blade serpent doesn't actually belong to Duke's direct slave creatures. Communication requires a control talisman as a medium, always lacking the seamless connection with the storm dragon eagle. Head to the coast. Fly low along Silver County's west coastline. The storm dragon eagle spread its wings and soared up, carrying Duke speeding westward. High altitude's fierce winds were blocked by Duke's automatic wind attribute shield formed around him, his eyes scanning rapidly below like an eagle. The land was scarred and battered, Silver County has completely turned into a dead zone, only some low-level insects wandering through the ruins. Soon, the blue coastline appeared at the horizon's edge. The salty sea breeze came face to face, starkly different from the foul smell of the land. Duke ordered the storm dragon eagle to slowly circle along the coastline, while externally releasing spiritual power to meticulously perceive every trace of energy fluctuation below. He was also quickly integrating all previously ignored, scattered information from blade-winged demon in his mind, not missing any trace. Duke's eyes sharply swept over the sea surface. Here the seawater seemed slightly murky. Near the shore, remnants of sea beasts and fish gnawed to the bone could still be seen, traces of insect race activity. He drove the storm dragon eagle to fly a distance into open sea, spiritual power focused to the extreme. Suddenly, in an offshore area, about dozens of kilometers from the coast, he sensed a hint of extremely subtle yet immensely grand life and energy fluctuation. That life fluctuation was serene and slow, like the heartbeat of a deep-sea monster, starkly different from the frenzied insect race individuals on land, carrying an aura of origin, controlling everything. "Got it," Duke muttered to himself, a flash of cold light in his eyes, indeed hidden in the sea. He immediately instructed the storm dragon eagle to ascend, avoiding alerting the enemy prematurely. The depth of the sea at that position is unknown, but the hive's main body must be entrenched somewhere beneath the seabed or within a cave, using complex terrain and seawater to shield itself. This position indeed is extremely concealed, because it's just on the remote corner of Florence continent and also not within the sea race's active range. The sea race rarely operates near Florence continent. As long as this hive doesn't wantonly expand on the seabed, it's hard to attract the sea race's attention. Judging from the Silver County insect tide, this hive mind indeed is smart, choosing to develop and spread on land. It just hadn't expected to encounter obstructing forces like Duke. Now it's likely considering retracting its forces and shifting to expand in the sea. Duke, after riding the storm dragon eagle far from that sea region, did not leave. It was still not completely confirmed whether a mother nest existed there. For now, only traces had been seen, and further investigation was needed. Once the location of the mother nest is confirmed, Wizard Herbert can be contacted to specifically resolve the mother nest here. Herbert is currently very busy, traveling all over the continent. A precise confirmation is necessary before calling him over, otherwise, it would merely waste time. The storm dragon eagle hovered above a cliff several kilometers away from the coastline. Duke lightly leaped off the eagle's back. The air currents naturally supported him, allowing him to land soundlessly, like a feather, on a giant rock perpetually battered by waves and covered with slippery green moss. A salty and chilly sea breeze swept over, carrying the unique, soul-penetrating aura of the deep sea. Below, the dark green seawater surged like a gigantic living creature, as furious waves repeatedly crashed against the rocks, producing a thunderous roar and splattering white foam everywhere. However, this furious scenario, enough to deter ordinary land creatures, felt peculiarly endearing to Duke. He slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The air's dense moisture, combined with the ocean's overwhelming power, seemed to resonate with his breaths and heartbeat. His high-level water element affinity naturally made him love such areas densely filled with water elements. The restless water elements around him became gentle and distinct within his perception, as if they were extensions of his limbs. Duke glanced back at the storm dragon eagle, vigilantly hovering in the sky, directing it to hide and stay on standby by the coast. It was also responsible for vigilance, conveying any message directly to Duke through the slave mark. Then, with a nimble step on the rock's edge, his figure slid silently into the icy seawater like a blurred shadow. He created hardly any splash, and even the sound of entry was perfectly masked by the roar of the waves. The seawater engulfed him instantly, the immense pressure and biting cold assaulting him. Yet to Duke, these seemed non-existent. His skin's surface seemingly formed a thin, invisible membrane automatically, not only insulating most of the water pressure, but also allowing him to meld flawlessly with the surrounding seawater. This was a trait granted during the wizard apprentice phase. Sea race's blessing, enabling him to move in water more smoothly and swiftly. With just a slight movement of his heart thought, the surrounding water currents behaved like the most faithful servants, propelling his body with a speed surpassing any fish and moving toward the depths of the sea like a phantom. He hadn't swum in the ocean for a long time, and at this moment, there was a sense of nostalgia and affection. Now, with all his attributes significantly enhanced, the swimming speed greatly exceeded before, rivaling that of level 1 sea race creatures. The light above quickly dimmed, and the color of the seawater changed from green to deep blue. It was silent around him, the only sounds being the faint noise of water flowing past his ears and the low hum of unknown sea demons from deeper waters. But in this dark domain, fraught with danger to others, Duke felt a sense of control akin to a fish in water. He concealed all his aura, becoming part of the ocean like a water droplet, quietly advancing towards the area of perceived irregular fluctuations. Duke, akin to a shadow merging with the deep sea, moved quietly through the dim seawater. His every move was seamlessly integrated with the water flow due to his high-level water element affinity, making no sound and even minimizing the disturbance of the water. He seemed to become a part of the ocean, ordinary sea. Demons swam past him unnoticed. However, as he approached the area, signs incongruent with this natural tranquility gradually emerged. Initially, there were tiny organic debris suspended in the water, seeming like debris from some biological activity. Subsequently, he saw large sea beast carcasses gnawed to just bones, with the tear marks characteristic of the insect race. The further he advanced, the stronger the strange feeling in the water became. The temperature subtly increased, with an unnatural warmth and a faint, yet undeniable sweet and fishy scent starting to permeate. He became more cautious, retracting his aura to the extreme like a seabed rock, slowly descending along the steep edges of an underwater canyon. Here, light almost entirely vanished, with only faint sources from luminous algae and deep-sea creatures. However, with spiritual power perception and water element feedback, Duke discerned the scenery ahead. It was a massive depression on the side of an underwater mountain range, vastly exceeding the level 1 nest he had seen in the inland forest. At the basin's center, a colossal, heart-pounding dark purple living tissue rhythmically throbbed. It resembled more than just the shape of a heart. It was like an irregular twisted pyramid of flesh and shell. Its surface was covered in thick, bioluminescent armor, large energy conduits coiling like pythons, emanating strong psychic oscillations as they pulsed. Upon seeing this, Duke realized it was very likely a level 2 nest, capable of incubating level 2 insect races. He observed for a while, yet saw no trace of level 2 creatures. Most likely due to insufficient resources, level 2 species had not yet been incubated. Since the mother nest's own advancement requires consuming a tremendous amount of resources, and with the ongoing war expenditure, there likely were no surplus resources for incubating level 2 insect races. While observing from the dark with the eye of darkness, he restrained his aura as much as possible for clandestine observation. It was almost entirely merged with the seawater, unnoticed by the insect races ahead. He needed to grasp as much information about the level 2 nest as possible, remembering every detail he saw. The entire level 2 nest, resembling a burgeoning marine military stronghold, efficient, cold, and brimming with aggressiveness. It no longer merely settled for incubation and defense, but exhibited abilities for actively siphoning energy, constructing more complex troop types, and radiating its power far and wide. He had no intention to linger or explore deeper into the core area. The abyssal-like pressure emanating from the mother nest itself made him acutely aware that getting too close could easily alert it, even with the seawater masking. This mother nest was, in essence, a highly unique level 2 life form. Its naturally emitted aura exerted immense pressure. On Duke, this was a disparity born from the life level, compounded with the void insect race mother nest's special nature, its exhibited aura far exceeding that of ordinary level 2 life. Duke memorized all the information he saw here, then started slowly retreating. He silently withdrew from the area of the ocean infested by the insect race, as if he had never been there. Returning to the shoreline, he wasted no time and immediately contacted Herbert through the wizard's mark to inform him of the intelligence he had gathered. He concisely described the key characteristics he had observed: the pyramid-like twisted structure, the heavy biological armor, energy conduits resembling giant pythons, and so forth. It's indeed a level 2 nest, but it seems this nest has used up too many resources for its promotion. Otherwise your side wouldn't be defending so easily, Herbert said thoughtfully. Through this period of fighting against the void insect race, they gradually realized that every mother nest might have completely different development strategies, not just a simple progression. These void insect races have extremely strong environmental adaptability. Not only do the insects themselves evolve according to the environment, but the mother nest also makes different decisions based on the environment. Even among the mother nests on the Florence continent, there are subtle differences in development strategies. The soldier species they hatch aren't exactly the same. Based on currently known information, Herbert speculated that the mother nest of the void insect race should have a complete bloodline of various insect races and would hatch different insect species as needed to better cope with the complex and changing environment. Duke recalled when he was defending the Maple Hill County border, encountering those iron armor beetle race later on, which he hadn't seen before, but suddenly appeared. It was apparent that the mother nest chose the iron armor beetle race as a soldier type based on actual combat situations. But ultimately they couldn't break through Maple Hill County's defenses. Upon receiving Duke's exact intelligence, Herbert handled the matters on that side with astonishing efficiency and arrived at this coastline. He did not greet excessively after meeting with Duke. He cast a heavy gaze upon the ocean where the void insect race mother nest was located. "Lead the way," Herbert said concisely, his powerful aura ready to be unleashed. Duke nodded, diving into the water like a fish familiar with the currents, guiding Herbert in the right direction. Herbert followed closely behind, forming an invisible force field around him to fend off the seawater, moving swiftly. Though slightly slower than Duke, it wasn't because Herbert couldn't swim faster, but would cause quite a commotion otherwise. Under Duke's guidance, they quickly dove deeper, approaching the concave zone located on the side of the underwater mountain range. The massive, pyramid-like twisted level 2 nest still pulsed slowly in the dark, emitting an unsettling energy fluctuation. This time, Herbert had no intention of hiding his tracks. When he and Duke entered the mother nest sensing range, the cold, massive collective consciousness was instantly alerted. The entire underwater basin seemed to awaken from sleep in an instant, turning into an utter frenzy of slaughter. Countless insect races swarmed out from the mother nest apertures, surrounding biological structures and shadows of dark trenches, with varying forms but the same aura. Beasts draped in heavy bone armor, like moving fortresses, stamped their way through the seabed, forming an unstoppable assault line. Some twisted, pale anemone-like creatures curled their bodies, then released visible, eerie ripples that trembled the surrounding seawater. Moreover, translucent, ghostly jellyfish-like creatures spread out silently, and wherever their dangling tentacles reached, even glowing algae dimmed instantly and died. Following them were more forms unfamiliar to Duke. Predators with long bodies and spear-like sharp bone spikes evolved at their front ends, swinging their strong tails like arrows breaking through the water. Also, there were bloated, living artillery-like units, with engorged sac cavities quickly charging, spewing out energy clusters of dark green, emitting a strong corrosive stench. All of these bizarre, menacing figures, their cold gazes or sensing organs, locked tightly onto Herbert. The amassed, tangible hatred and destructive desire seemed to freeze the surrounding seawater. These insect races weren't seen on land, clearly belonging to new void insect race species, but due to the unique environment of the seabed, had hatched more suitable species adapted to it. This is the void insect race's extreme adaptability. They inherently possess a rich bloodline pool, enabling them to adjust freely. Furthermore, during their expansion and devouring processes, they actually collect new bloodline powers, integrating them into their own bloodline pool, thus giving birth to brand new void insect race species. Duke observed from a distance, with a heavy heart. Such void insect race has an exceedingly high potential, continually invading other planes, devouring a plane's resources and energy, and also absorbing its bloodline power, converting it into their accumulation and sediment. Through this constantly repeating cycle, the void insect race can grow stronger continuously. The mother nest itself fully awakened, layers of biological armor sliding open, revealing numerous spore cannons and energy-focusing organs beneath, flashing with lethal radiance. Facing this frenzy backlash that could obliterate a legion, Herbert's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even glance at the insect race ocean pouring in from all directions. His gaze was entirely fixed on the pulsating core of the mother nest at the basin's center. He nonchalantly uttered a few words, then raised his right hand. Centered around him, the seawater within a kilometer radius was instantly emptied and compressed by an invisible force forming a giant spherical vacuum area. Countless frenzied charging insect races, whether heavy deep-diving armor beasts or invisible ghostly jellyfish, upon entering this vacuum area, exploded instantly due to the terrifying pressure imbalance inside and out, turning into cloudy blood mist and shell fragments. The mother nest's spore shells and psychic beams, upon entering this absolute vacuum, got stuck like in a mire. Their speed dropped, energy structures became highly unstable, disintegrating and detonating before getting close to Herbert. The next moment, Herbert's clenched right hand suddenly opened. A pure white light beam, refined to the extreme and seemingly containing the principles of star life and death, burst forth from his palm. This beam ignored all the barriers in between. Whether it was the frenzied insect races or the mother nest's hastily erected biological energy shield, and directly hit the mother nest's core. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. There was no deafening explosion, just an extreme light expanding silently and steadily from the chrysalis core. Wherever the light passed, everything, whether it be the insectoid, biological structures, or the massive living tissue of the chrysalis, disintegrated and vaporized in an instant, as if they never existed. When the light faded, the area where the chrysalis once stood was now replaced by an incredibly smooth, massive hemispherical crater. The rock and seabed substrate at the edge of the crater looked like glass, showing signs of being instantly melted by high temperatures and then rapidly cooled. The massive level 2 chrysalis, along with countless defensive forces and insectoid guards around it, had completely vanished without a trace. As the devastating pure white light gradually dispersed, the area where the chrysalis originally was had been overtaken by the seamless, immense hemispherical crater. The rock and seabed substrate at the crater's edges appeared glassy, gleaming unnaturally, from being instantly melted by high heat and quickly cooled down. However, unlike the utterly obliterated chrysalis and countless insectoid guards reduced to nothingness, at the very bottom of that giant crater there pulsed a deep violet light, as if it was the condensation of all life and malice. Duke also noticed this thing. He knew what it was. It was a heart of the insect race about the size of a house, formed by highly concentrated life energy and psychic power. Covered in natural vein-like patterns resembling blood vessels and nerve bundles, emitting a breathtaking energy wave. This was the essence of the entire void insect race chrysalis, containing the vast life source power it had plundered, and its value was immeasurable. Herbert hovered at the edge of the crater, his gaze calmly sweeping over the still pulsating core, then turned towards Duke in the distance. "Duke," he communicated directly via spiritual power. With an uncharacteristic hint of gentleness, "You personally financed and assembled a slave biological battle group to resist the insect tide, and timely discovered and accurately located this level 2 chrysalis. According to the custom among wizards, the spoils rightfully belong to those who contributed and discovered. This level 2 chrysalis core, containing immense life energy, might be of help to you. It's yours." Herbert's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable tone. He clearly regarded this as a form of compensation and acknowledgement of Duke's previous significant contributions and efforts. Level 3 mage personally allocating such a precious spoil to a level 1 mage was, in itself, a great affirmation. Normally, Herbert should have taken a portion. That would be more in line with the rules, possibly even a significant portion. Because even though Duke discovered this, Herbert expended more power to ultimately eliminate the chrysalis, so he deserved more. But Herbert did not take any of it, instead giving it all to Duke. This was indeed a form of compensation for Duke, but it was not from Black Sail or the Wizard Council, solely from Herbert himself. Currently, neither Black Sail nor the Wizard Council had much energy to spare for the affairs of Florence. Continent and Duke's efforts would likely not receive much compensation. From the higher perspective, those like Herbert truly contributed the most effort, while Duke merely maintained one Maple Hill County. But Duke did not do this for reward or compensation. He merely wanted to defend such a small place as Maple Hill County. Herbert knew that the higher-ups would probably not give Duke much reward or compensation, but he also knew Duke had indeed put in a lot, which is why he made such a decision. The core of the level 2 chrysalis was indeed extremely precious, containing vast life energy, a treasure even for level 3 mages. Duke was startled in his heart, looking at the enticing yet dangerous dark violet core at the pit's bottom. He immediately understood Herbert's intention without any pretentious declines. On the path of the mage, resources were crucial, especially those of this magnitude, rare and invaluable. He solemnly responded, "Thank you, Lord Herbert." Herbert nodded slightly, saying no more, only gesturing for Duke to go collect the heart of the insect race. Duke, knowing the value of this item, immediately dove down to prepare to retrieve the massive heart of the insect race. Herbert clearly had exquisite control over power, able to leave behind the heart of the insect race while attacking the void insect race on a large scale. However, just as Duke was about to touch the core, a sudden change occurred. A deep, resonating trumpet sound, as if from the throat of a deep-sea beast, came vibrating through the water. Soon after, from the shadow of a seabed canyon to the side, the water flowed violently, and a group of figures rushed over. There were about a dozen of them, led by a tall male of the sea race, wielding a trident made of coral material. He had skin that shimmered with a light blue gloss, visible gill slits behind his ears, and wore ornate armor woven from the leather of some deep-sea creature and luminous pearls, his eyes sharp and wary. The warriors behind him all had formidable auras, clearly elite among the sea race. "Stop!" The leading sea race commander shouted in a common language with a strange rhythm. His voice unusually clear in the water. All in the ocean belongs to the sea race. This alien demon's remnants should also be handled by us. Mage, stand down immediately. The trident in his hand pointed directly at Duke, accompanied by his will and strong water pressure, attempting to prevent Duke from collecting the core. The sea race member was clearly a formidable level 2 life. Duke paused, feeling the formidable pressure, his brow furrowed, but he did not retreat immediately, instead casting his gaze upward towards Herbert. Herbert's figure appeared silently in front of Duke, easily dissolving the pressure emitted by the sea race commander. He maintained his calm demeanor, but the vast, abyssal aura of a level 3 mage naturally spread, causing the once stirring sea water to come to a standstill. The group of sea race warriors suddenly found their breath. Constricted, clear apprehension written across their faces. Claimed to govern all. Herbert's spiritual power information carried a soul-piercing force as he looked at the sea. Race commander, if I recall correctly, according to the peace treaty, this part of the open sea beyond 100 nautical miles from Florence continent is resource poor and not within your sea race's claimed domain. Your elders themselves once declared this area worthless. So seeing an alien entity you can't handle being eliminated, you intend to pick up the remains and overturn the agreement you made. Herbert's words were clear and straightforward, directly pointing out the peace treaty once signed between the wizards and the sea race. The face of the sea race general changed, and a slight commotion arose among the warriors behind him. What Herbert said was indeed true. The seas surrounding the Florence continent have always been considered abandoned land by the sea race, with scarce resources, not worth deploying heavy troops to govern. Their visit this time was more due to sensing the abnormal energy of the previous mother nest, and the earth-shaking commotion when Herbert acted just now, coming to investigate. Upon seeing the precious heart of the insect race, they instinctively wanted to rely on their sea race identity to claim it. Exposed by Herbert regarding the treaty's contents, and being locked in by the unfathomable level 3 mage aura, the sea race general's momentum weakened a bit. Yet he still forced himself to say, even so, this thing was born in the ocean, is related to the ocean. It should naturally be handled by us who better understand the ocean. It should be handled by those who cleared it. Herbert directly interrupted him, his tone still calm but carrying an undeniable decision. I personally destroyed this mother nest, and it was my colleague who discovered and pinpointed it. In duty, reason, and agreement, its ownership has nothing to do with you. If you insist on violating the agreement and stirring up disputes, I don't mind reporting this matter to the Wizard Council and having a good discussion with your sea race royal family. It's just that I wonder if your royal family is willing to face diplomatic inquiries for this thing they once disregarded. Although the sea race has powerful forces, they once subtly held pressure over the wizards. But after thousands of years of development, wizards are not what they used to be, possessing numerous subplanes with formidable strength. Now the sea race has no confidence to wage war against the wizards again. In fact, the sea race royal family is quite aware that the wizards now are no longer something they can shake. It's just that the wizards' focus is now on the endless plane, and they don't want to stir unrest in this plane, which wouldn't benefit their development, thus being able to remain in peace with the sea race. But if the sea race wants to initiate conflicts, the wizards naturally will not hold back, an outcome unwanted and unbearable for the sea race. Herbert's words were like a heavy hammer, striking at the heart of every sea race member. They did not doubt that if it came to blows, the level 3 mage present absolutely had the ability to leave them all there. Once it escalated to a diplomatic level, indeed they held no justification, and the royal family definitely would not bear the pressure from the Wizard Council for such a trivial matter and limited resources. The face of the sea race general changed unpredictably. Eventually, he took a deep breath, letting seawater quickly pass through his gills and slowly put down the trident pointing at Duke. He gave Herbert a deep look, glanced again at the still pulsating heart of the insect race, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." After saying this, he did not linger, leading his subordinates with a full heart of unwillingness and apprehension, swiftly disappearing into the dark sea. Actually, they felt great pressure because Herbert had locked them with his aura, not constraining at all. The sea race had a feeling that Herbert would strike and take them down the next moment. With Herbert's strength and status as a level 3 mage, even if he did take them down, it would probably end without any consequence. The sea race royal family would not likely start a big conflict with the wizards for such a small matter, at most. The Black Sail or the Wizard Council would give some symbolic compensation and end it. Because similar minor frictions happen occasionally, there have been precedents long ago. This group of sea race nearly fled the place, quickly disappearing without a trace. Duke did not delay any longer, quickly stepped forward, and carefully put the pulsating heart of the insect race, filled with enormous life energy, into the space ring. With the core in hand, the strong energy fluctuations were isolated, and the sea finally returned to complete calm. The roar of seawater flooding into the giant pit became the only background sound at the moment. Herbert did not linger further, simply told Duke to leave, then took the lead to ascend toward the sea surface, Duke closely following. Breaking out of the sea, they breathed the slightly salty air again. The afternoon sun was somewhat dazzling. Herbert floated in the air above the sea. Speaking quickly, the trouble here is temporarily resolved. But other places in the Florence continent need cleaning. I must hurry to the next place. Signs of new mother nest activity seem to have appeared there. Thank you, Lord Herbert, you take care. Duke responded seriously. Herbert nodded slightly, and then the space around him blurred, as if he blended into the light, disappearing instantly. After sending Herbert off, Duke did not delay either, summoned the Storm Dragon Eagle, took to the air, quickly heading toward Maple Hill County. When he flew over the border between Maple Hill County and Silver County on the Storm Dragon Eagle, he immediately noticed a scene entirely different from when he left. The insect swarms, which once surged like the tide impacting the defenses, had completely fallen into chaos. Having lost the unified dispatch and commands from the mother nest consciousness, these void insect race seemed like their souls were extracted, leaving only their most basic biological instincts. They no longer formed effective attack formations, nor did they engage in purposeful coordinated combat. The previously fearless charge, wave after wave, had turned into aimless wandering and mutual collisions. Some insect race still instinctively moving forward, but were easily crushed by the vigilant rock armor heavy army. Meanwhile, some began to spin in place or frantically gnaw on the corpses of their kin. Even worse, different species of insect race started fighting each other for food. The locusts in the sky became disordered, no longer diving to attack the crystal back ray lizards, but flying around like headless flies, some even crashing into each other and falling to the ground. In front of the entire border defense, the oppressive feeling of suffocation vanished and was replaced by a primitive and savage chaos. The slave creature legion found it much easier to handle. Rock armor heavy army only needed to hold the line, with the crystal back ray lizards and blade-winged demons efficiently clearing those unorganized, fighting individually insect races like target shooting and hunting. Indeed, Duke understood in his heart. The destruction of the mother nest was a fatal blow to the insect race reliant on collective consciousness. These remaining insect races were no longer a threat. Cleaning them was just a matter of time. This was also the deadly weakness of the void insect race. Once the mother nest was destroyed, these void insect races posed almost no threat. At least for lower-level insect races. If it were insect races with higher life levels, they might possess relatively strong self-action ability. The Duke landed at the command post on the defense line, conveying the news that the nest had been destroyed by Wizard Herbert to Earl Hardy, Vivian, and others. Upon hearing the news, everyone finally relaxed their tense nerves, showing expressions of relief. Although they knew that other threats might still lurk on the Florence continent or even the entire Wizard Plain, at least in the Battle of Maple Hill County, they had achieved a stage victory. They were just ordinary members of the Wizard Plain and did not have much capability to do more. What the Duke and the others could do was merely to protect this piece of home. The destruction of the nest significantly reduced the pressure on the border, but the Duke did not rest at ease. The scattered insect race, lacking unified command and spread across Silver County and surrounding territories, might not pose a major threat, but if left unchecked, they would still pose a continual threat to civilian safety and territorial security, even potentially forming new, small-scale nests in some corners. The void insect race always seized the opportunity to build nests so that even if the main nest was destroyed, the species could continue to develop. Those nest embryos were like sparks, keeping their hope of continuation alive. Once a nest embryo remained undiscovered, the void insect race could revive from the ashes. Based on known information, the will of these nest embryos is a collective consciousness with previous memories. According to limited research, the will of the void insect race's nest can see everything seen, touched, or smelled by each insect race. The nest's will is equivalent to being able to see everything all insect race sees, as long as they hatch from that nest. This is another characteristic of the void insect race, information sharing. This also explains why a nest can command so many insect race simultaneously, as each insect race serves as the eyes and ears of the nest, which acts as the brain for each insect race. Each time a new nest embryo appears, it inherits all the memory information from the previous nest, acting as a clone. However, unlike a clone, it is indeed a new nest, only inheriting all the information of the previous nest. These nests are also connected, communicating and passing information among each other. However, there seems to be some distance limitation, unable to conduct remote command like a nest commanding insect race. The exact communication distance of a nest is still unknown and requires further research. What is confirmed is that distance and the level of the nest are directly related. The higher the level of the nest, the more it can transmit information over long distances to nests in other locations. If a receiving nest level is not high enough, it likely cannot transmit information back. When Herbert was purging that level 2 nest underwater, that level 2 nest likely transmitted a broad range of information before it died, informing all nests within its communicable range. This is something Herbert is very aware of. He cannot prevent the nest from sending this information, at least until obtaining a thorough understanding of the void insect race. It's unknown how to intercept such transmissions between nests. Herbert specifically reminded the Duke to complete the cleansing work attentively, as the nest development strategy of the void insect race is very strong. Upon receiving the information from the underwater nest, they would inevitably alter their development strategy, likely shifting from rampant expansion to discrete, concealed development. This development speed would be much slower, but safer, also more conducive to the growth of the species on this plane. We must seize this opportunity to completely cleanse, the Duke stated in the war room, his finger sweeping across the regions of Silver County and surrounding territories on the map. Our Legion will take proactive actions, plowing through and rooting out these hidden threats. Orders were swiftly issued through the control talisman, prompting the already prepared slave creature legion into action, like efficient killing machines stepping beyond the defense lines of Maple Hill County. This time, it was not about holding the fort, but about attacking. The battle group swept across the devastated Silver County like a comb, operating by squads, with the rock armor heavy army as the main force, marching with heavy steps, crushing any sporadic resistances that dared to stand in the way. The shadow-hunting dog and blade-winged demon were tasked with scouring mountain forests and caves, finding and eliminating hidden insect races. Various slave creatures spread like a tide, orderly conducting the cleansing operation. Without the nest's consciousness, these insect races were completely scattered and powerless against the well-organized and commanded slave creature legion, making the sweeping actions progress exceptionally rapidly. As the slave creature corps advanced toward other Adjacent territories. The Duke also arranged to clearly communicate his actions to the still-shaken lords. This was not a negotiation, but a notice. The lords, who were previously distraught over sporadic insect races appearing in their territories, responded in surprisingly uniform agreement upon receiving the Duke's firmly worded notice. They might have felt a bit upset about their territorial sovereignty being ignored or full of fear toward this powerful, inhuman legion, but more so felt relief and gratitude at having survived a disaster. We will follow Duke Wizard's arrangements wholeheartedly. We will fully cooperate. Master, thank you for your hard work. We entrust the remaining insect races in our territories to you. Flattering, submissive, even slightly ingratiating responses quickly came from each lord's manor. Not only did they not dare to obstruct, they proactively dispatched familiar guides and officials in charge of coordination and opened limited supply points, hoping that this mighty legion would promptly eliminate the threats within their territories. Thus, in this corner of the southwest Florence continent, a peculiar scene unfolded. Led by the Duke himself or under his commanders, the slave creature legion roamed freely through territories traditionally belonging to different nobles. Wherever they went, the lords cooperated respectfully, and the populace watched from a distance with fear tinged with a glimmer of hope as the silent, mighty army drove out and destroyed the rampant insect race monsters from their homes. This sweeping purge lasted for several weeks. Millions of scattered insect races were completely eradicated, and numerous nest embryos which could harbor new threats were nipped in the bud. The Duke's name, following the footsteps of the slave creature corps, was indelibly imprinted into the hearts of every survivor on this land, with a blend of awe and gratitude. Over the past few weeks, the Duke has traversed nearly every province of the Vera Kingdom. His name has already spread to every corner of the kingdom, and even surrounding kingdoms have heard of him. In Jade Province, Maple Hill County has undoubtedly become the leading territory, with no one daring to challenge its might. Of the 50,000 slave creatures originally purchased, over 35,000 remain, a considerable loss. Yet even with these 35,000 slave creatures, it was enough to sweep through 10 or 100 Vera kingdoms. If the Duke wished, the king of Vera Kingdom would have to hand over the throne willingly. However, such secular thrones mean nothing to him. After witnessing a broader world, few would covet such worldly thrones. With the nest destroyed, the insect swarm was eradicated. As the Duke's slave creature legion swept across the entire Vera Kingdom with crushing force, eliminating the lingering threats, the face of Maple Hill County and its surrounding areas underwent earth-shattering changes within just a few weeks. The fear and despair that once permeated the air have now been replaced by a sense of post-disaster relief and unprecedented security. This sense of security comes precisely from the once feared and silent slave creature legion. Initially, when the people saw the 2.5-meter-tall rock armor heavy army, or the crystal-backed, cold-eyed laser lizards, they would instinctively hold their breath and stay far away. But soon, they discovered that these terrifying war beasts displayed an astonishing docility and usefulness during peacetime. The Duke was clearly not someone to let resources go idle. Once there was confirmation that no large-scale threats remained, he immediately reorganized those over 35,000 slave creatures. Aside from retaining the necessary combat-ready forces, most of the slave creatures were employed in the restoration and construction of Maple Hill County and even the surrounding friendly territories. The rock armor heavy army became the best builders and road makers, possessing immense strength, tirelessness, and the ability to easily move boulders weighing several tons to reinforce riverbanks, build reservoirs, and lay wide, solid roads. Their heavy steps could even compact foundations directly, achieving efficiency far surpassing any human engineering team. The blade-winged demons formed an efficient aerial transport and messenger network, capable of carrying heavy loads swiftly across the territory. Other slave creatures of various shapes and functions also showcased their abilities, with some responsible for digging canals, others for leveling the land, and some even secreting special adhesives to reinforce earth walls. These powerful and free laborers were transforming the face of Maple Hill County at an unprecedented speed. Roads were widened and fortified, water conservancy facilities were improved, new public structures rose from the ground, and villages once destroyed by the insect race or bandit threats were rebuilt at an astonishing pace. In this process, the attitude of the people was quietly shifting. Fear was gradually being replaced by curiosity, evolving into a mixed emotion of dependence and pride. Children would excitedly gesture from afar at the rock armor-heavy army moving boulders, no longer reduced to tears by fright. Farmers would gaze gratefully at the irrigation canals dug by the slave creatures, assuring themselves of this year's harvest. Merchants rejoiced at the convenience brought by the smooth, broad roads. Look, it's the Duke's rock guards. With them around, nothing bad dares to come. Thanks to these big guys, the road to the mines was completed so quickly. Similar sentiments began to spread in taverns, markets, and the fields. This legion was no longer merely a symbol of war, but also a living emblem of Maple Hill County's strength, prosperity, and security. With such a formidable force that could both repel invaders and benefit the territory, the people of Maple Hill County were filled with unprecedented cohesion and a sense of pride. This change also radiated to surrounding territories. Those lords and people who had received help from the Duke's Legion in clearing the insect race, and perhaps even some construction aid with his consent, held more complex views toward Maple Hill County. There were feelings of awe, gratitude, and an indescribable yearning. The Duke, with his past life experiences, naturally understood the importance of infrastructure construction. Since the surrounding insect threats were mostly eradicated, and patrols were arranged throughout the Vera Kingdom to detect any signs immediately, most of the military was idle. The Duke thus allocated these slave creatures to participate in the construction of these territories, making a contribution to ordinary people. Slave creatures would not complain, and besides, doing such work was much easier than fighting, at least ensuring survival. After arranging these tasks, the Duke finally had time to focus on himself. He was living at Habs Manor outside of Fenkyu City, which had now become the main base of the Slave Creature Legion. Inside his room, with many slave creatures on guard outside, he entered the Light God Court. The Light God Court had developed rapidly during this time, expanding over 1,000 square kilometers, becoming almost like a primordial forest with dense vegetation and towering trees. This was due to the combined effects of the World Tree Seed and the Spring of Life, significantly accelerating the growth of vegetation here. Occasionally, roars of beasts could be heard from these primordial forests, the sounds of newly born creatures. The entire Light God Court continued to grow, centered around the Spring of Life, where the World Tree Seed was located, with animals instinctively wary of approaching this area. The Duke then brought out the heart of the insect race, which was the size of a room and contained an enormous amount of life energy. Additionally, there were 4 smaller hearts of the insect race, about the size of a fist, obtained from level 1 nests during recent purges. Although the level 2 nest and level 1 nest differ by only 1 level, the size difference of their hearts of the insect race is quite apparent. The Duke considered how to feed this life energy to the World Tree Seed to awaken it from its dormant state. Despite the massive amount of life energy within these hearts of the insect race, he was not entirely confident in awakening the World Tree Seed. He could only give it a try. As a force capable of evolving a plane from a small plane to a high plane or even a top-tier plane, the World Tree, even in seed form, requires an immense amount of energy and resources to cultivate. This is an extremely costly endeavor, something that regular wizard organizations cannot afford, let alone an individual. The Duke was not anxious. Even urgency would not help with this matter. He could only proceed slowly. Within the Light God Court, Duke hovered in mid-air. In front of him was the heart of the insect race of a level 2 nest, massive as a small house. Its entire body was dark purple, its surface covered with veins throbbing like living creatures. The immense life energy contained within it rose and fell like tides, emitting an unsettling pulsation. Beside it, there were 4 fist-sized level 1 nest cores, also glowing but much weaker. Duke's gaze was focused on the center of the pale green spring of life below. In the depths of the spring, the World Tree Seed still floated quietly, radiating an ancient and vast aura, but remaining in a deep sleep state. The World Tree Seed requires an infusion of vast amounts of energy and resources. The pure, rich life energy within the heart of the insect race is an excellent supplement. Utilizing the life energy within the heart of the insect race is also straightforward, requiring almost no processing, just direct guidance. Duke wondered if feeding it this way would pose any issues, as no related information could be found. In all the information Duke could access, there was nothing like on the cultivation of the world tree. It's likely no one in the entire wizard plane has ever done anything similar. Duke could only explore on his own, being a bit cautious. He tried extracting a wisp of purple life energy from the heart of the insect race, then carefully guided it to slowly approach the world tree seed. This strand of life energy carried a strong void insect race aura, and it was unclear what impact it might have. Before this wisp of dark purple energy really touched the seed, the intricate lines on the seed's surface spontaneously lit up with an almost imperceptible soft white light. The insect race life energy, with chaotic and aggressive undertones, was instantly purified upon meeting this white light, like snow meeting sunlight, its violent impurities being washed clean away, leaving only the most pure primordial life source, which was absorbed effortlessly by the seed. The process was silent and efficient, natural and seamless. A hint of understanding and delight flashed in Duke's eyes. It seems I was overthinking. What is the world tree? It is one of the symbols of the source of life, an ultimate representation of order and creation. These alien energies derived from plunder and destruction cannot compare on any level. Their chaotic attributes are naturally cleansed and returned to their original state in the presence of the world tree's primordial order, leaving only the purest life force as nourishment. Realizing this, he hesitated no longer. Duke directly manipulated the enormous level 2 heart of the insect race, slowly moving it above the spring of life. As the heart of the insect race approached the water, the world tree seed reacted once again. Duke could feel the seed instinctively developed a longing for the heart of the insect race, as if a starving person suddenly saw a feast. This wasn't the awakening of the world tree seed, but an instinctual craving to devour resources and energy. Not holding back, Duke moved the heart of the insect race closer, and the world tree seed naturally generated an attractive force, absorbing the energy from the heart of the insect race. He also actively guided the energy from the heart of the insect race to feed the world tree seed. The pale green light of the spring of life suddenly brightened like a layer of pure flame, enveloping the dark purple heart of the insect race. In Duke's perception, the chaotic life energy within the heart of the insect race, turbulent as a tsunami, was drawn out by this powerful attraction, poured into that layer of light. With every cleansing surge, the dark purple violent energy was instantly purified, shedding all alien characteristics, transforming into a crystalline, vibrant, pure life source power, absorbed by the seed. The level 2 heart of the insect race visibly shrank, its color dimming. The 4 level 1 cores beside it were the first to turn to dust, their energy completely drained. With the influx of massive pure life energy, the world tree seed didn't just tremble slightly. It began to emit a stable and powerful throb, like a real heart beating. The lines on the seed's surface grew brighter and more complex, as if countless secrets of life flowed and revived within. An aura far more ancient and vast than before began to slowly awaken from inside the seed, permeating the entire light god court. Duke could clearly feel the life within the seed, dormant for who knows how many ages, being vigorously activated by this vast nourishment. At this rate, it might not take long for this divine object, symbolizing infinite possibilities, to truly awaken in his hands. Under Duke's focused gaze, the level 2 heart of the insect race, like snow under the blazing sun, melted and shrank visibly. The turbulent and chaotic life torrent within was forcefully extracted by the world tree seed suction, poured into the pure pale green light of the spring of life. The house-sized level 2 heart of the insect race finally disintegrated entirely with a slight, seemingly relieved hum. The last trace of energy was drained completely, leaving behind only a faint, about to dissipate alien aura, soon purified by the dense aura of the spring of life. When the last bit of energy was absorbed by the seed, a deep and powerful throb, like the heartbeat from ancient times, suddenly resounded from the depths of the spring of life. This sound was not carried through the air, but seemed to reverberate directly within Duke's soul, causing even the entire light god court to gently tremble. In fact, it wasn't a physical tremor, but every living being here could feel it. In the distant forests and mountains, all birds, beasts, insects, and fishes froze, instinctively not daring to move. The entire light god court seemed to be frozen momentarily, returning to normal after a pause. At the center of the spring, the world tree seed was no longer dormant. It emitted a warm, continuous green glow, no longer the occasional flickers from before, but a stable breath like pulsing. The intricate patterns on the seed's surface were now fully illuminated, like living mystical runes, interweaving and flowing, embodying an indescribable life aura. Vitality, 100 times more potent than before, burst forth from the seed's interior. This vitality was ancient, vast, filled with the aura of creation and order, no longer restrained, but spreading outward like a tide, enfolding the entire divine court space. Duke could clearly feel, centering on the spring of life. All the vegetation in the court seemed to receive a supreme blessing, growing wildly, becoming more lush, brimming with spirit. In the light god court, some newly sprouted buds broke through the soil. Originally ordinary tree branches began to condense drops of dew containing faint energy, and even the energy flowing in the air became more active and pure. The seed itself had also changed. Its volume seemed to swell slightly, its shell becoming more crystal clear, as if carved from the finest jade. Inside, a halo circulated faintly, as if something was gestating, waiting for the moment to break through the shell. Duke realized that this world tree seed had finally awakened. After eons of silence, having absorbed enough vast life energy as a catalyst, the dormant seed had finally been awakened, like a giant waking from slumber, opening its bleary eyes. It began to breathe actively, slowly connecting more deeply with the entire light god court, inhaling and exhaling energy, stabilizing its own existence. Yet it had only just revived. To make it sprout would still require an immense amount of energy, which seemed distant at the moment. However, even so, the revival of the world tree seed brought significant benefits to the light god court. The stability of the divine court space was greatly enhanced. The range had not immediately expanded, but the texture of this space became more substantial, and the concentration and quality of life energy ascended a tier. As the master of the light god court, Duke could clearly feel a closer connection to this space, and harnessing its power became more effortless. He looked at the world tree seed before him, seemingly breathing slowly, and a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could a slave contract be signed with the world tree seed? Duke did not know why this thought occurred to him, but once it appeared, it grew wildly like weeds, impossible to retract. Usually a slave contract requires a slave to sign with their own blood, while the master needs only a trace of spiritual power on the contract. But actually, there are many signing methods for slave contracts, for in the endless plane, there are many races without any blood. In such cases, their own aura, spiritual power fluctuations, etc., can complete the contract signing. The signing of a slave contract has a spiritual power limitation. The slave's strength cannot excessively surpass the master's otherwise. The master's spiritual power cannot bear it. Everyone can possess only a limited number of slaves, so usually, slave creatures are chosen carefully, and the control talisman of the slave creature legion is another form of control. Essentially, these slave creatures do not belong to any one person. Anyone with the talisman can command them. Certainly, the world tree is an extremely high-status being. Ordinarily, people have no qualification to claim it as their slave creature. Duke felt that no such existence should exist with the wizard plane. No one has been able to achieve this. But this only applied to the fully grown world tree. The one before him was merely a world tree seed. Although of extremely high status, its essence was still just a very weak seed. Duke's spiritual power should be sufficient to bear it. Of course, this would require further testing to know, and simply trying a slave contract at random would reveal the answer. However, the difficulty in this lay in how to have the world tree seed sign the contract with its own aura. The world tree seed had only just revived. Its internal consciousness was still in a chaotic and hazy state. Virtually unable to communicate, let alone willingly sign a contract, Duke thought of another method, utilizing the special nature of the light god court. The light god court itself was also a rudimentary plane. It just needed enough time to develop into a true plane. And as the owner of the light god court, he had control over everything, akin to an embodiment of rules. Duke took a deep breath, resonating his spiritual power with the whole light god court. He was the master here, his will was everything. He could completely guide the world tree seed using the power of the light god court. The world tree seed, it was as if the will of a plane was communicating with it. There was a natural affinity, and the probability of successful guidance was higher. Duke mobilized the power of the court, especially the more concentrated, purified life energy due to the seed's revival, to gently envelop a slave contract. At the same time, he hid his trace of spiritual power within the vast flood of life energy, making it extremely subtle. Then, like the most patient guide, he manipulated the stream containing the quartz aura and the seed's energy, gently, repetitively washing over and soaking into the world tree seed. He simulated the natural rhythm of the quartz operation, ensuring the seed felt comfortable and at ease, as if all of this was part of the quartz's natural growth. During this process, he inconspicuously moved the contract, enveloped in life energy and almost integrated into the quartz environment, next to the seed. The runes on the contract, under the nourishment of the quartz power and life energy, emitted a gentle attraction that resonated with the surrounding environment. Then the most crucial step came. Duke carefully guided a wave of life emitted unconsciously by the world tree seed. Not its core will or aura, but more like the ripple created while it breathed, like holding the unconscious waving hand of a sleeping baby, gently pressing it down onto the contract's slave signing area. Simultaneously, he quickly imprinted his hidden master's spiritual power from the energy flow onto the master's position. The entire process was like flowing clouds and water, using the environmental power of the whole light god court as cover and assistance, completing the slave contract, signing almost by proxy before the seed could form a clear refusal or acceptance consciousness. At the moment the contract was established, the world tree seed instinctively sensed something unusual. The emerald light suddenly surged, and a bewildered intent wave spread out, carrying a hint of confusion. It seemed unaware of what had occurred, only feeling an additional invisible, peculiar connection between itself and this divine court space, along with the space's master. This connection was not malicious, and even carried a legitimacy acknowledged by the court itself, but it was indeed a form of constraint. The light on the seed's surface flickered, displaying the chaos and incomprehension of its nascent consciousness. Duke closed his eyes, sensing the state of the world tree seed through the already formed slave mark. Through the state of the slave mark, he could confirm that the slave contract had been successfully signed. Duke can now establish some simple communication with the recently awakened world tree seed. But since the seed's consciousness is still in a hazy state, there is not much response. However, due to the constraints of the slave contract, he can indeed command the world tree seed to do anything within its capabilities. For example, emitting more life energy aura to accelerate the development of the light god court, and so on. Currently, the world tree seed can achieve very limited tasks, and Duke only tried to verify this aspect before refraining from disturbing the seed further. It is only when the world tree seed truly matures that it can fully perform its role. This has brought great pressure on Duke, as he too must continue to grow. Otherwise, if the world tree's growth rate surpasses his own, his spiritual power cannot support such a powerful slave creature. It would result in backlash. The growth of the world tree requires an extremely long time. Without external resource input, the time required for its growth is measured in tens of thousands of years. Duke's lifespan is rendered insignificant before the world tree. Normally, it would be countless years before the world tree naturally grows to the sprouting stage. Looking at his current lifespan limit, he certainly won't live to see that time. Unless, similar to today, resources are actively infused into the world tree to accelerate its growth. Therefore, Duke doesn't actually need to worry about the world tree growing too fast. Any resources would surely be prioritized for himself, with surplus going to the world tree, rendering the world tree's growth speed controllable without surpassing his own. After successfully signing the slave contract with the world tree seed, Duke spent some time observing the seed's condition, confirming no issues before moving to the room aside. This is his residence within the light god court. It serves both as a home and as a laboratory. Now, with rare leisure time, he has the opportunity to attend to his own affairs. Duke took out a fiery red longbow from the space ring. The bow had no string. This item came from the Devourer plane, a small item he acquired on that battlefield earlier. The longbow is rather special. It's a demonized item. Demonized items are unique products of the Devourer plane. The energy within an awakened after death may coalesce into various demonized armor. If an awakened's abilities are in the form of weapons like blades or swords, their essence is energy items, which disappear once cancelled. Whereas, demonized armors that coalesce upon the awakened's death do not disappear and even inherit. The ability characteristics of the awakened while alive, possibly stronger. This longbow's characteristics are simple. Once activated, it can shoot energy arrows of fire attribute, water attribute, and wind attribute, though the strength of the arrows is not high. Wizards can also use such demonized items, merely establish connection through spiritual power, and input their magic power into it. Holding this fiery red longbow, Duke moved his thoughts, causing a fiery red energy arrow to appear on it. Controlled by his spiritual power, the fiery red arrow flew out, hitting the distant experiment target. The data on the experiment target showed the strength of the attack was 7 degrees. Duke moved his thoughts again, transforming the fiery red longbow into a teal-green color, and moments later a teal-green arrow shot out, faster in speed, hitting the experiment target. This was a wind attribute arrow, with a strength a little over 6 degrees. The water attribute arrow followed similarly, transforming the longbow to sea blue. The longbow itself doesn't have much strength, with attack strength akin to that of a typical wizard apprentice. Initially, Duke did not intend to use this item for combat purposes, but planned to study this. Demonized armor. The Devourer plane and Wizard plane are entirely different planes with drastically different power systems. This demonized armor is completely outside the wizard civilization system, seemingly unrelated to wizards. Yet wizards never lack the spirit of exploration and research, possessing strong interest in such other plane products. Duke believes that although this demonized armor is an other plane product, it could be possible to understand and learn something using wizard methods. His study does not stop at simple usage, instead placing the longbow capable of converting 3 attributes on the experiment table, employing multiple means and experimental instruments for observation, starting a deep analysis of its internal structure and energy operational principles. This process is not easy. The energy circuits of demonized armor are entirely different from the familiar wizard system, more like a natural formation of a highly intricate energy crystal network based on some kind of life mark. Carefully using spiritual power to probe inside the longbow, Duke avoided those active energy nodes, tracing back its most fundamental composition. These circuits are not artificially carved, but resemble countless tiny energy particles containing the fire, water, and wind elements' characteristics, under a peculiar imprint effect originating from the awaken's life essence, arranged, combined, entwined together according to some extremely stable and coherent rule. These energy particles do not remain static, but flow slowly, breathe, forming a perfect, self-circulating micro-ecosystem. This isn't manufactured, it's grown. Duke murmured, his eyes gleaming with insight. Like a shell secreting calcium carbonate forming a pearl, or certain crystals growing spontaneously under specific conditions. This awaken's life mark is the seed. At the moment of his death, the energy cultivated throughout his lifetime and soul fragments, under some unknown rule, grew into this energy crystallized form of manifested armor. He focused on the junction of different attribute energy regions, where the energy of fire and water doesn't confront violently nor merely separate, but through an extremely complex intertwined structure mediated by wind element achieves balance. This structure isn't a rigid boundary, but a dynamic membrane allowing energy-limited transformation and flow under specific rules. The solidification and coexistence of energy. Duke grasped the essence. It solidifies the originally intangible, flowing energy into stable material form through a highly ordered internal structure. Furthermore, this structure allows different attributes, even opposing attributes of energy, to achieve a subtle, dynamic balance and symbiosis at the microscopic level. Due to his rich experience during spiritual power crystallization, he quickly understood the operational rules within the nature of demonized armor. Duke observed the complete process of how this longbow transformed from a chaotic, fluid energy form into a final demonized armor through the magic power within it. In fact, every step of the process is within it, retaining traces. The wizard's magic can achieve a similar effect, manifesting energy into a physical entity. But the key is, simply manifesting energy into a physical entity doesn't carry any other special effects. For example, this longbow, perhaps an excellent wizard apprentice could study it for a while and potentially condense it. However, if it involves the energy arrows and the conversion of different attributes of energy, then that's beyond a typical wizard apprentice's capabilities. Nearly every demonized armor possesses various peculiar abilities, and these abilities are not decided by the awakened, but are predetermined at the time they awaken these abilities. In other words, they cannot choose what ability they awaken to, only accept it. While researching this longbow, Duke noticed that its internal structure seemed to be arranged by following some sort of rules, achieving such an effect. This discovery made Duke realize that merely researching a demonized armor might only reveal its surface-level energy solidification principles, making it difficult to touch the true core that endows it with ability. To verify his hypothesis, he needed more samples for comparison. He retrieved another demonized armor obtained on the plain battlefield of the Devourer plane from his space ring. It's a small, bone-white shield, cold to the touch, with natural markings resembling a tortoise shell on its surface. Just like when he researched the longbow, Duke immersed his spiritual power into it, carefully analyzing its internal structure. Sure enough, the energy structure inside this shield also exhibited a highly orderly, woven, materialized characteristic, similar to the longbow. As he compared the energy node arrangements and the weaving patterns of energy threads of the two, the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly, a lightning flashed across Duke's mind, instantly connecting with some knowledge he'd learned before. This isn't a simple energy solidification. This is a ritual, a solidification ritual that occurs in the instant of an awaken's death. Using their life, soul, and all energy as a sacrifice to spontaneously realize an entity imprinted with some rules. After discovering this, Duke seemed to understand something. Rituals come in many forms and have a range of different processes and effects, and the demonized armors of the awakened are a unique type of ritual. This ritual begins the moment they awaken, resulting in the ability they awaken to. And when they die, this ritual might produce a demonized armor, turning into these objects. And the special abilities manifested by these objects are actually the effects of the ritual. Upon thinking of this, Duke suddenly thought, could I also try this ritual to see what I might create? He himself is not an awakened, but after roughly understanding the principles behind the awakened, he might attain a similar effect, perhaps even create a demonized armor for himself. Duke immediately began reverse engineering the internal ritual array of the demonized armors he possessed. A delicate and massive project, akin to deciphering ancient codes, deciphering the energy nodes and threads representing ritual language, understanding how they convey various concepts through specific structures. Time flew by swiftly in concentrated research. Duke immersed himself in the microscopic world of energy, tirelessly comparing, analyzing, and extrapolating. He sketched countless complex, dizzying schematics of energy structures, attempting to uncover common grammar and vocabulary within them. Gradually, he stumbled upon some pathways. He discovered that these structures indeed adhere to a certain strict internal logic. Based on these preliminary understandings, Duke decided to conduct a small-scale practice. Instead of ambitiously attempting to create multi-attribute conversion or powerful defensive equipment, he chose a simple goal: reproducing a single, stable light effect. This is equivalent to starting with the letters and words of ritual language. Clearing a space on the lab bench, using his pure magic power as ink, and his highly focused spiritual power as a carving pen, he began slowly sketching, constructing a small foundational structure representing a stable energy field revealed from the bone shield, attempting to channel light characteristics. This process required exceedingly fine control over magic power, and the spirit must perfectly synchronize with the routes of the ritual, imbuing it with definition. On the first try, the structure collapsed into chaotic light dots the moment it formed. On the second try, the structure barely formed, but the light flickered inconsistently before extinguishing soon after. By the 10th try, the structure stabilized for a few seconds, emitting a mild but continuous halo before slowly dissipating. Far from discouraged, Duke's eyes shone brightly. He succeeded, albeit temporarily. He indeed imitated the ritual and created a temporary structure with simple functionality from pure energy solidification. This proved his direction was correct. The essence of the demonized armor is a specific ritual that efficiently solidifies rule power. This is a latent rule, existing within the endless plane. And although Duke is now far from reaching the level of power to touch the rules, knowing very little, he can utilize the rule's existence to wield its power. In the following month, Duke remained focused on this research, spending most of the time on it aside from occasionally checking on the situation in Maple Hill County, achieving some results as well. Through this period of study, Duke roughly deciphered the entire process of the Awakens ritual. He discovered that each person should only be able to perform the awakened ritual once. It's a basic rule inscribed within the ritual. It's unclear who created the rules related to the awakened, but there's a great chance they have some connection with the devourer plane. This ritual predetermines that no one knows what ability they will gain from performing the ritual, nor can they change or choose it. Recalling the data related to the devourer plane, Duke found that indeed no awakened with exactly identical abilities exists. At most, two awakened abilities might be similar, but absolutely never exactly the same. Performing the awakened ritual is like personally selecting an ability tailored for you from a massive treasury of awakened abilities. And upon death, an awaken's ability might return to this treasury. And if it condenses into a demonized armor, it likely won't return anymore. These are just Duke's speculations. The secrets of the devourer plane cannot be discerned merely through a few pieces of demonized armor. Through his research, he also discovered that this ritual has restrictions and seems to identify the aura of the one performing it. Duke has completely extracted the ritual onto parchment, displaying a bizarre demon goat horn pattern. Just looking at it gives one a feeling of unease. According to the study of rituals, once it is extracted, it can be used. But Duke attempted several times without success and felt a resistance, as if his aura did not meet the ritual's requirements. Most likely, only the natives of the devourer plane can use this ritual. Beings from other planes cannot perform it. This was expected, as this ritual is the most basic extraordinary system of the devourer plane, thus it naturally won't easily benefit lives from other planes. The awakened abilities differ from the curse magic system of the oracle plane. If the awakened abilities truly exist in a kind of treasury, their number is not infinite. Using one would deplete it, unless an awakened one dies and the ability returns. However, this treasury of abilities should have some replenishing or renewing mechanism. Otherwise, the abilities would gradually decrease. Yet the devourer plane's growth into a middle plane indicates there are still unknown mechanisms at play. Unable to use this ritual for now, Duke did not casually give up. He began designing a completely new, extremely single-purposed magic, combining the aura characteristics extracted from the demonized armor of the devourer plane and his own understanding of the essence of energy. This magic does not seek to harm or defend. Its only function is to cloak the mental waves Duke emits when trying to activate the ritual with a perfect aura identical to that of a devourer plane native. The magic is actually not complicated, as the wizard civilization has long had similar spells. Duke only needed to study the previous magic and make some adjustments based on the devourer plane's actual aura. He conducted countless calculations, simulations, and fine-tunings. Duke had to find the most precise frequency and characteristic code among countless aura fluctuations and design a spell structure that could sustain this disguise with minimal energy consumption and maximum stability. It only took Duke a few days to successfully simulate the devourer plane's aura magic. At the moment the magic is formed, it creates an extremely thin, nearly imperceptible energy membrane around the caster. This membrane twists the natural attributes of Duke's magic power and spiritual power, so that the aura he emits closely matches the fundamental fluctuations of the devourer plane. After completing this, Duke once again picked up the parchment carrying the ritual. The aura wave surrounding Duke was already entirely different, feeling almost identical to that of a devourer plane native. With the ritual in hand, Duke infused his spiritual power into it. The pattern on the parchment began to emit a purple glow, and the demon goat horn pattern seemed to come alive, with the lines twisting and emitting an ancient and supreme aura. Under the perfect disguise of the magic, the ritual no longer rejected him, but recognized him as a qualifying individual and began to operate officially. Duke could clearly feel his spiritual power being greedily absorbed by the parchment in his hand, while the disguised devourer plane native aura also resonated deeply with the ritual. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a void space, filled with purple mist, where countless chaotic and insane whispers echoed at his ears. Countless blurred and twisted images flashed before his eyes. The shapes of these images varied, reminiscent of the shadows of some weapons. Duke realized these distorted, rapidly flowing images represented various awakened abilities. This process was full of unpredictability. He couldn't actively select one particular image. It seemed that it wasn't him choosing these abilities, but the abilities choosing him. This aligned with the information Duke previously learned, that the awakened cannot choose their abilities. Everything is random. Duke maintained his composure, calmly observing this treasury of awakened abilities. He did not try to actively capture a powerful spotlight, but instead allowed his own spiritual traits, that rationality, order from the wizard, and his innate talents to radiate like a beacon. More importantly, Duke subtly released a portion of the light divine status aura. Since the abilities were selecting him, he needed to demonstrate his value. The most valuable asset Duke now possessed was not wealth like magic stones, but his 6 high-grade elemental affinity talents and the light divine status. These are competitive assets anywhere on the endless plane. No one knew how much time passed, maybe a blink, maybe an eternity. Midst the countless chaotic lights, a seemingly plain yet uniquely auraed light point was drawn by the auras he emitted and slowly approached him. The moment Duke's spiritual power touched this light point, an ancient, solemn bell sound rippled out, resonating not through the ears but directly in the depths of the soul. The purple light on the parchment in his hand burst forth instantly and then quickly faded, all anomalies disappearing entirely. The parchment itself seemed to be exhausted of all its power, becoming dim and lifeless, the demon goat horn pattern reverting to a dormant state. In Duke's perception, everything had changed. In the depths of his spiritual power sea, a distinct connection appeared. Following this connection, he saw an ancient floating bell suspended in the void. This bell displayed a dark bronze hue with its surface carved with countless intricate and mysterious patterns, which weren't static but slowly flowing. The bell was not large, yet it conveyed a heavy and stable aura, as if it could suppress time and space. There were 12 scale marks on the bell resembling time, and a black pointer inside was rotating rapidly and ceaselessly, with each scale end point bearing an image. Duke found it somewhat faint to view these 12 scales, unable to clearly see the specific imagery at their ends. Since this was in his spiritual power sea, it's naturally not a matter of visible clarity, but rather a lack of sufficient spiritual power to directly perceive what those 12-point images looked like. The pointer continued to spin ceaselessly, showing no signs of pausing. Is this my awakened ability? Duke thought, feeling the connection with the bell. It was a remarkably peculiar sensation. Unlike the connection with magic models, more akin to a bodily instinct, this bell was a part of him. Duke could now understand what it feels like to be awakened, akin to having an instinct like breathing. This bell was part of his instincts, belonging to his innate ability. The abilities of the awakened come in many forms. Generally, if there is a physical manifestation like the bell, it possesses a special ability. Among the awakened, some directly unleash energy attacks, while others transform into shapes similar to their true bloodline forms. Duke's bell clearly belonged to a special type of awakened ability. He immersed his mind, and after establishing a connection with the bell, he quickly learned its name, Destiny Bell. The name Destiny Bell was somewhat similar to the West Coast wizard organization Doomsday Bell, except that the meaning of the preceding words was different. The capability of the Destiny Bell is that each time air is activated, the pointer will stop at one of the 12 scales, revealing the ability corresponding to that scale. The pointer's position is random, and Duke cannot control it. But the rule of the Destiny Bell is that the position where the scale stays each time is the most suitable ability for the current situation. This is the choice of the Destiny Bell. Among these 12 scales, each scale represents a certain ability effect. But even Duke himself did not know exactly what they were. Not only did he not know what abilities each scale represented, but he couldn't even try them. The Destiny Bell quietly hovered in the depths of Duke's consciousness, ancient and mysterious in appearance. With the 12 scales on the clock face vague and indistinct, as if shrouded in a mist that obscures their true meanings. The slender pointer was in a perpetual state of rotation, uncertain when it would stop, seemingly waiting for a certain opportunity to arrive. Duke's mind stirred as he attempted to activate this newly acquired ability. In an instant, he felt a part of his spiritual power and magic power being drawn away, establishing a more substantial connection with the ancient bell in the depths of his consciousness. A deep vibration, perceptible only to Duke, came from the void. Immediately thereafter, an entity of about half a person's height, an ancient bell, quietly appeared in the open space in front of him. Its entire body was a dull bronze color, as if it had endured the test of countless years, with mysterious and indistinct patterns engraved upon its surface, appearing even more enigmatic under the light of reality. On the clock face, 12 dim scales were evenly distributed, and the slender pointer spun continuously, just as Duke saw in his mind. This was the tangible manifestation of the Destiny Bell. Duke could clearly feel the close connection between himself and this physical bell, as if it were an extension of his limbs and instinctual existence. However, when he tried to drive it further to trigger any of the potential abilities of the 12 scales, he felt an invisible, resilient barrier. His intentions were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to penetrate that membrane to move the pointer or ignite any of the scales. The Destiny Bell stood there quietly, emanating an ancient and desolate aura, yet refusing to reveal any power. A stream of related information naturally flowed into Duke's mind. Destiny has not yet woven, the opportunity has not yet arrived. Duke understood that this ability was not a conventional means that could be used at any time or place. Only when he was in certain special situations could he truly mobilize the Destiny Bell's capabilities. Besides that, he also learned from the information automatically flowing into his mind that some powers, represented by the scales, were extremely powerful, and with his current strength, he was completely unable to mobilize them. This could lead to a situation where, even if the time comes to use a certain scale of the Destiny Bell, he might not be able to truly exert the power of the Destiny Bell due to insufficient personal strength. Once again, Duke felt that although such things were wonderful, he needed to be qualified to use them. Otherwise, he could only look on. If he lacked sufficient strength to match these things, he would ultimately be unable to truly own them. In the ordinary state, he could only summon the Destiny Bell, as he was doing now. Unable to actively use any of its mysterious effects, he still did not know what the 12 scales ultimately represented as 12 possibilities. For a wizard accustomed to incorporating all power into precise control, this feeling of being out of control was naturally uncomfortable, but it also piqued his curiosity about the Destiny Bell. Duke reached out and touched the cool surface of the bell, the sensation very real. He willed the impotent Destiny Bell back, and the empty of the bell instantly dissipated, leaving only the shadow of the bell in the depths of his mind. Duke could feel the strength and mystery of the Destiny Bell. This thing was clearly not an ordinary creation and likely involved higher-level forces. It inexplicably reminded him of the astrologer Luke he had met, who gave him a very special feeling when he showed his astrology. Now, Duke once again felt a similar sensation from the Destiny Bell, as if it were the same aura. Could the Destiny Bell be related to astrology? Or is it that the forces involved are similar? Duke pondered. He thought for a while but came to no conclusion. With the knowledge currently at his disposal, these questions could not be resolved. As a level 1 mage, he was still too weak, unable even to glimpse a corner of this world, and could only continue to refine his skills, seeking to reach a higher realm as soon as possible. After Duke concluded his research on the Destiny Bell, he left the Light God Court, as this matter wasn't something he could figure out quickly. Upon leaving the Light God Court, he once again appeared in the room at Hab's Manor, where he checked the wizard's mark and found a message from Herbert. According to Herbert's message, the void insect race on the Florence continent had been mostly cleared out, with only a few scattered void insect individuals still active. They were conducting detailed searches and cleaning efforts to ensure no larval nests remained, while also considering how to construct an effective monitoring system. For a backward and impoverished continent like Florence, Herbert and the others wouldn't stay stationed there indefinitely, so establishing a reliable monitoring system was more effective. This way, even if the void insect race resurged, wizards could know immediately and come to nip it in the bud. The void insect race is indeed a powerful insect race, but before developing fully, they are also quite weak. The best way to deal with the void insect race is to eradicate them before they have a chance to grow. The Florence continent is so vast that with their limited manpower, it's definitely impossible to completely clear it out. Duke even believes that it may not be possible to completely eradicate the void insect race for a long time to come. Perhaps the void insect race will become a common type of demon here, as attempting to fully eradicate them is exceedingly difficult. However, as long as the void insect race has not developed to a certain scale, the damage they can cause is limited. Duke estimates that the Black Sails will likely be tasked with a long-term mission to periodically station themselves on the Florence continent. Currently, with the 4 continents of the Wizard Plain and the Central Islands region combined, the trend of the void insect race's development has been basically suppressed. Especially in the Central Islands region, it has almost become a prohibited zone for the void insect race. Not only is there no sign of any void insect race, but even the race itself fears the area greatly, not daring to approach, let alone build nests in the surrounding regions. This is because it is the seat of the level 6 mage, level 7 arcane master Albert, and the void insect race likely encountered a power that terrifies them, leading to this situation. Yet, although the void insect race has not developed in these areas, the hidden dangers they bring still linger and are escalating. The largest area on the entire wizard plane is the ocean, an expansive and boundless ocean that provides an excellent environment for the void insect race to hide and develop. Especially after encountering strong resistance on various continents, the mother nests in different places quickly realized they should develop in the sea and not on land. The void insect race relies on their extremely rich bloodline treasure vault that allows them to hatch insect race members adapted to most regions of the endless plane. Several level 3 nests have already been encountered. In the ocean, the rapid appearance of these nests is a testament to how smoothly they are developing. The Wizard Council naturally wants to swiftly eradicate these void insect races, but they face significant resistance from the sea race. The sea race is extremely resistant to wizards entering the sea, especially their core sea area. Some sea race members even believe that the void insect race was created by wizards just as an excuse to enter the sea race's territory. They harbor inherent hatred, prejudice, and fear towards wizards, making it difficult for the Wizard Council's purge operations to venture into the sea. The sea race has limited manpower and capacity, and in fact, they can't oversee all sea areas, leading to many regions where void insect races are recklessly developing and expanding their scale. In reality, the sea race is under tremendous pressure. For whenever a level 3 nest appears, countless sea race warriors end up staining the seas with blood. A level 3 nest can infinitely hatch level 3 insect race members as long as there are enough resources. No one dares underestimate such power, and it is certainly not easy to deal with. Sea race currently refuses wizard assistance, thinking wizards have ulterior motives, yet they are overwhelmed in dealing with the continuously emerging void insect races. Continuing like this, not only will the sea race get bogged down, but it will also provide an excellent growth space for the void insect race, planting a huge hidden danger for the entire wizard plane. Central Islands region. This place does not present a bustling and noisy scene. Instead, it exudes a sense of order, tranquility, and unfathomable power. The ambient light from the floating city suspended in the sky casts a gentle glow, and countless towers, like silent giants, stand among the star-studded islands. The most magnificent one, as if bridging heaven and sea, is the seat of the Wizard Council and Albert's residence, the Six-Ring Tower. This floating city is called Sky City, the most renowned city in the entire wizard plane. At the top of the tower, in a spacious and simple quiet chamber, Albert stands in front of a large crystal window, gazing out at the seemingly calm and boundless sea. He wears a gray linen robe, and his silhouette seems somewhat thin, yet he is the anchor of stability for the entire Central Islands and even the entire wizard plane. Behind him, several figures stand silently. Their auras are like a deep sea, raging flames, or shadowy specters, and each is a heavyweight whose mere presence could shake a realm. Yet at this moment, behind this old man, they withheld all their sharpness, like the most respectful students. The situation in the sea is worse than we anticipated. Albert's voice is calm, with no discernible joy or anger, but it makes the expressions of the people behind him grow more serious. Several newly discovered sites have been confirmed to be Level 3 nests. The sea race, they are struggling, suffering significant losses. A witch dressed in a deep blue robe with her hair in a high bun spoke softly, her voice echoing like waves. Lord, the sea race still maintains a strong stance, refusing our intervention, should we? Albert slowly turned around, his clear eyes sweeping over the group. He gently waved his hand to interrupt her words. Barriers and suspicion are not built in a day. Forceful intervention will only backfire and may even spark another war, which is not beneficial for the entire plane. He looked at a warlock whose aura was as stable as a mountain. In my name, formally notify the sea race royal family. Inform them that I wish to have a face-to-face talk with their royal family about working together to address the threat of the void insect race. The order was communicated succinctly, without rousing speeches or harsh threats. The invitation for the meeting reached the hands of the Sea Race royal family. Days later, upon receiving the Sea Race royal family's agreement to the meeting, Albert brought no entourage, arriving like a simple elderly friend, one step out of the six-ring tower, and his figure blended with the air. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of miles away, at the entrance of the magnificent royal court, located in the deepest part of the ocean and shrouded by a vast energy shield. Albert stood there quietly like an ordinary old man, waiting for the host's reception. When the Sea Race guards, alongside their nervousness and slight curiosity, led this plainly dressed human elder along the colorful underwater corridors to the royal assembly hall built from huge white corals, every Sea Race member who saw him struggled to associate this kindly elder with the legendary strongest entity of the plane. He walked slowly, his gaze peacefully admiring the distinctly sea-bottom scenery along the way, as if he truly was just an elder visiting. It was not until he entered the solemnly tense hall, until the Sea Emperor and all the elders and ministers focused their gaze on him, that he slightly nodded and revealed a gentle smile. Albert's gentle gaze swept across the room, finally resting on the Sea Emperor on the throne. Without any pleasantries, he went straight to the point, his voice steady and clear. The void insect race is the enemy of us all. They devour, evolve, expand with no end. He raised his hand, not using any extravagant magic, just simply invoking the surrounding water elements. Immediately, the sea water in the center of the hall coalesced into a clear image, depicting a trench ravaged by the insect race, with a massive nest, surging insect tide, and ocean behemoths reduced to bones. Each detail was shocking. If I recall correctly, this was once Elder Land's hunting ground. Albert's voice carried a barely noticeable heaviness. Now, only dead silence remains. How many such places are there still in the ocean? How many more will be added in the future? A veteran of the Sea Race couldn't help but retort, we have our own strength to clear. Time then. Albert interrupted calmly, his gaze still gentle, yet seemingly able to pierce the heart. To clear a level 3 nest, how many elite warriors must the Sea Race sacrifice? How long will it take? And while you're clearing this one, how fast are other places, even new nests, growing? He paused, his tone still peaceful, yet every word was heavy. The ocean is vast, but the insect race's greed knows no bounds. We are racing against time, against a plague that might devour the entire plane. The Sea Emperor remained silent, his fingers tightly gripping the armrest of the throne. What Albert demonstrated was not power, but a cold, harsh, and pressing reality. We are not seeking entry into the Sea Race's sacred grounds nor coveting ocean treasures. Albert continued, his words concise and straightforward. We simply propose that in publicly confirmed areas severely eroded by the insect race, and specific disaster areas permitted by the nobles, the Wizard Council be allowed to dispatch personnel to collaborate with Sea Race warriors in pinpoint clearing of nests. The Sea Race can supervise the entire combat process. The objective is singular, to eliminate the void insect race at minimal cost and maximum speed. He looked at the Sea Emperor, his gaze sincere. This is not a victory for the wizards, nor a compromise for the Sea Race. It is survival for the still blue waters, for the generations that can still swim freely. The hall fell into an even deeper silence. Albert did not promise any benefits. He simply stated the consequences and proposed a pragmatic, limited, but highly workable cooperation plan. He did not attempt to persuade everyone, only handed the choice, along with the weighty responsibility, back to the rulers of the Sea Race. After a while, the Sea Emperor slowly raised his head, the struggle in his eyes gradually replaced by a heavy decision. He looked around at the silent elders, seeing similar changes in their eyes. He stood up, his gaze becoming sharp. The Sea Race agrees to establish a temporary alliance with the Wizard Council. Effective immediately, we will open the confirmed level 3 nest sea areas and surrounding public waters, allowing joint extermination teams approved by both parties to enter. Specific details will be meticulously drafted by both parties together. He stared intently at Albert. I hope this truly is for the ocean's future. The Sea Emperor's eyes were filled with apprehension towards Albert, for he knew better than anyone how formidable this seemingly frail old man before him was. Albert nodded slightly, his face still wearing that gentle expression, yet there was a newfound solemnity in his eyes. Time will prove everything for our shared world. The Duke was in the study of Habs Manor, reading some books, when he suddenly sensed some activity from the Black Sail badge, indicating that there might be some news from Black Sail. The messages sent directly via the Black Sail badge are generally notifications. If it were an individual matter, it would usually be through the wizard's mark. The Duke then probed the Black Sail badge with his spiritual power and quickly learned the content of the message. The message first announced the significant news that the Wizard Council had reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with the Sea Race Royal family, followed by a detailed explanation of the cooperation content. The Wizard Council would organize elite forces to form a joint extermination team with the Sea Race warriors, entering the Sea Race's open regions and disaster areas to carry out targeted elimination of the identified void insect race nests, especially the highly threatening level 3 nests. The latter part of the notification was a recruitment order for internal members of Black Sail. In view of the special and complex nature of marine combat environments and the formidable threat of the void insect race nests, we are currently recruiting volunteer participants from among the formal wizards and higher-level members. This mission is high risk, and since it is a task directly issued by the Wizard Council, contribution rewards will increase by 50%, and there will be priority access to certain Sea Race exclusive resources for exchange. All participants must possess strong underwater combat or adaptation abilities and accept unified command and dispatch. The notification ended with the registration method and initial qualification review criteria. After reading the message, the Duke unconsciously began tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. He was not surprised by the cooperation with the Sea Race. The void insect race had already shown their enormous threat, and the Wizard Council could not stand by idly. For the Sea Race, the void insect race is an immediate and massive threat, and they do not possess sufficient capabilities on their own to solve the void insect race. To completely solve the void insect race, the power of wizards is ultimately needed. If the Sea Race insisted on not allowing the wizards to intervene, it could directly lead to a significant decline in the Sea Race's power, completely losing the ability to rule the ocean. By that time, whatever the wizards wanted to do, the Sea Race would have no chance to resist. Wizards are already becoming increasingly powerful, and if it came to a head-on confrontation, the Sea Race would be undoubtedly defeated. However, the wizards are currently considering issues from the perspective of the entire plane, unwilling to let internal strife lead to a decline in the plane's overall strength. This time, the notification from the Wizard Council reached all major wizard forces throughout the wizard plane, where a major wizard organization is identified as having a level 4 mage. Some ancient wizard clans also received the notification, participation entirely depending on their personal willingness. The situation is the same with Black Sail. For the wizards of Black Sail, this is a temporary emergency task and not a compulsory one. This task, like previous plane wars, allows individuals to keep any spoils obtained during war. If obtained by multiple people working together, the spoils will be distributed according to contribution. The void insect race itself is considered a resource. Whether it be the most significant heart of the insect race or the most ordinary insect corpse, they are all useful resources. The key lies in how to utilize them. Wizards have always been the most adept at exploiting various resources. In their eyes, very few things are truly worthless. The void insect race exists in large numbers, and thoroughly researching the insect corpse can provide magic potion materials, casting materials, and more. The presence of the mother nest further elevates the value of the void insect race. If you can transform a mother nest into a slave creature, it's akin to having an infinite potential war machine. The only issue is that the mother nest cannot be moved, which is inconvenient during cross-plane combat. Even the void insect race themselves develop by constructing mother nests in other planes. They cannot directly transplant a mature mother nest into another plane, but can only spread mother nest seeds to gradually grow it from a prototype. If the wizard plane utilizes the void insect race as slave creatures, it must first hatch batches of insects through the mother nest and then transport them individually to the plane battlefield. This significantly reduces efficiency because the strength of the void insect race lies in the mother nest. The close connection between insects and the mother nest is most crucial. Without the mother nest, the insects are like beings without a brain. Even if humans command them, it's never as effective as the mother nest. This isn't to say human command is inferior to the mother nest, but the mother nest can perceive the information perspective of each insect individual, allowing precise command of each insect's actions. Moreover, such communication is extremely rapid. The mother nest can directly communicate with insect individuals within a certain distance with great convenience. A void insect race with a mother nest is considered complete, and its effectiveness is maximized. Thus, wizards are already researching how to transport a complete, cultivated mother nest to the plain battlefield directly. After contemplating for a while, Duke decided to enroll in this task. For him, there's still some necessity. The heart of the insect race contains abundant life energy, which is the perfect nourishment for the world tree seed. Vivian also received news from the Thorn Holy Tower, but doesn't plan to participate. Her focus remains in Maple Hill County, where she needs to nurture Earl Hardy's health first. Moreover, this mission is not suitable for everyone. It requires a certain underwater combat ability and adaptability. For wizards, merely moving in the water is simple, but long-term underwater activities and combat are not achievable by everyone. The marine environment differs, imposing restrictions and weakening effects on many magics. Duke can cast the fireball technique underwater, but its strength is significantly reduced. This task will most likely involve wizards adept at water magic or who have means to move smoothly underwater. After deciding to join the mission, Duke also started making preparations. He regrets his slave creature legion is ineffective. Underwater. Previously purchased slave creature legions were meant for land and air combat, not considering underwater scenarios. Some slave creatures can be selected for underwater combat, but their combat efficacy is lacking. Duke doesn't plan to forcibly bring these slave creatures with him. They were bought with magic stones, and dying without purpose would be a loss. Every property must be calculated carefully without waste. Among the 5 slave creatures, only the winged serpent has good water combat ability. The other 4 are bulky. They are formidable on land but clumsy in water. Whether it's the giant-jawed ferocious dragon or the rock stomper, they are absolute rulers of the land, akin to large meat grinders in battle. But once underwater, their advantages wane too much. Unsuitable for this mission. The winged serpent is well suited for marine activities, with excellent speed and tactics that work well in water. Duke plans to take the winged serpent with him and temporarily leave the storm dragon eagle on the Florence continent. The Storm Dragon Eagle also has underwater combat capabilities, but is only a level 1 peak life, providing limited combat strength, far less than the Winged Serpent. Days later, Duke's application was formally approved by Black Sail, with assembly location and time provided. Without much delay, Duke entrusted the Maple Hill County Slave Creature Legion to Vivian and Earl Hardy before riding alone on the Winged Serpent, heading in the designated direction. The destination wasn't the continent, but a mysterious sea region beyond Florence continent's coastline. Guided by coordinates, the winged serpent flew over the vast sea for about half a day until the outline of an island finally appeared on the horizon. As the distance closed, the island's view became clearer. Though not large, the island has a peculiar terrain, with a modest peak in the center surrounded by relatively gentle beaches and rocky areas. At this moment, the originally perhaps desolate island was completely transformed. The first thing that catches the eye is 3 Black Sail-style floating airships hovering above the island. They're not in a sailing state, but are stationary-like. Aerial fortresses at different heights, the protective runes on the sides subtly flashing. Evidently in alert mode. Further away, there are some floating sky vehicles from other wizard organizations or uniquely styled private airships, anchored in designated airspaces following guidance. Along the island's shore, the original beach and shallow water areas have been temporarily reinforced and modified, paved with faintly glowing metal plates forming a functional yet simple dock. Some specially designed submarines with streamlined shapes and water adaptability runes docked there, staff marked with Black Sail skull insignia busily checking them. Also, some large golems on the dock handled various cargo unloading tasks. Guiding by air beacons, Duke piloted the winged serpent to land on a specially cleared landing platform on the island's side. The winged serpent's back isn't as spacious as the Storm Dragon Eagle, and its slippery skin makes it difficult for ordinary people to stand steady, offering a less comfortable riding experience than the Storm Dragon Eagle. Upon landing, a salty sea breeze greeted Duke immediately. Almost simultaneously, a graceful figure approached quickly. a young woman in a fitted black apprentice robe, with a delicate black sail skull badge on her chest indicating her identity. She seems about 16 or 17 years old, with an attractive appearance and bright eyes carrying appropriate respect and curiosity. Although the wide robe partially concealed her figure, her graceful curves were still discernible as she walked. She approached Duke, slightly bowing in greeting, her voice crisp and melodious. "Master, welcome to the Green Grass Island Combat Center. I am Apprentice Lily, responsible for providing guidance services to you." As she spoke, she raised her head, her gaze quickly sweeping over Duke's young yet composed face, and the enormously sized, fierce yet docile winged serpent coiled behind him, a barely noticeable brightness flashing in her eyes. To become an official wizard at such a young age and possess such a powerful slave creature is quite extraordinary within the Black Sail. "Please present your Black Sail badge, Master." Lena maintained a respectful posture, handing over an identity-verifying witchcraft artifact with both hands. Duke calmly displayed his Black Sail badge, lightly brushing it over the witchcraft artifact. A light flashed, and verification was successful. Lily's smile grew even brighter. She stepped aside to lead the way, her movements inadvertently allowing the sea breeze to blow her robe tightly against her body, outlining her slender waist and full chest. Her voice grew gentler. "Master Duke, your information has been confirmed. Please follow me. I will arrange your temporary residence and explain the layout and precautions of the base." She guided Duke toward the residential area, meticulously introducing the facilities along the way, speaking at a brisk pace. Occasionally, she would tilt her head to glance at Duke, her eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and tentative probing. "Over there is the command hall. Missions are all received. There, on the left is the supply point, with many items suitable for underwater combat. On the right is the tactical discussion area, where many masters exchange insights." As she continued the introduction, while passing a secluded forest path, she seemed to trip over a protruding tree root, letting out a low cry of surprise as her body involuntarily tilted toward Duke. Duke paused in his steps, yet his stance was as steady as a rock. A gentle, invisible breeze emerged, softly supporting Lena. "Be careful." Duke's voice remained calm, revealing no emotion. Lily steadied herself, a suitable blush rising on her face, showing some shyness and gratitude. Thank you, Master. I was too careless." She subtly glanced at Duke, only to find his gaze had already moved past her, focusing on a team of slave creatures assembling in the distance. It seemed that the small accident just now and her intentional demeanor didn't ripple his heart at all. Lily couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated, yet dared not make any excessive moves. She gathered her thoughts, becoming more professional and cautious, honestly leading Duke to his temporary residence. "Master, this is your room. All basic data is on the table inside. If anything's needed, feel free to contact me." Her final sentence was slightly lower, still carrying a trace of lingering expectation. Duke merely nodded slightly, pushing the door open and walking in without any extra remarks. Lily looked at the closed door, biting her lip slightly. To an apprentice like her, latching onto a powerful official wizard was undoubtedly a shortcut. But such opportunities weren't so readily available. Ordinary wizard apprentices rarely have chances to contact official wizards, and the probability of being noticed is even lower. Even if noticed, it might just be a brief fling before being discarded. Such occurrences are common. The opportunity to continuously follow an official wizard is rare, requiring a stroke of good luck. Lily took on this assignment specifically to seek such an opportunity, aware her background was ordinary and her aptitude was also average. Her sole advantage was being young and beautiful, with a decent figure, and she wished to leverage her advantages to secure some resources. However, dealing with an official wizard isn't easy. They possess various personalities with countless types of people. One misstep and she might fall into their grasp, leaving no escape for a wizard apprentice like Lily. Thus she acted extremely cautiously. Her previous attempt was because Duke appeared very young, lacking the decadent aura found in many official wizards, prompting her to try. Usually, older official wizards often have some character issues, making interactions extremely dangerous. The best would be young wizards like Duke, who seem normal, plus Duke himself is young and handsome, making him an excellent target to follow. Unfortunately, Duke showed little interest in the previous attempt, and Lily planned to see if another chance might arise later. Inside the room, Duke glanced at the simple setting, then picked up a stack of parchment from the table and began perusing the data. The brief incident just now didn't weigh on his mind. In a wizard organization like Black Sail, similar occurrences are not uncommon. Duke's attention swiftly shifted to the parchment stack, which contained a wealth of information, including detailed maps of the sea regions surrounding Green Grass Island, approximate locations of several Level 3 nests marked as high threats, analysis on known insect race, underwater military unit traits, specific signal methods for contacting the sea race, fundamental rules for joint operations, and emergency retreat plans, among others. The vast and professional information demonstrated Black Sail's considerable preliminary preparations for this endeavor. Much of the data also came from the Wizard Council, disseminated to all wizard organizations, with these details being openly transparent. The strong environmental adaptability of the void insect race was distinctly outlined in the data, revealing many species Duke had never seen before. For example, the stealth-spiked shark, a common void insect race combat unit, featuring a streamlined body covered in deep blue, near black light-absorbing scale armor, a sharply conical head, and a powerful crescent-shaped fin on its tail. The sides of its body have several pairs of retractable, bony pectoral fins used for high-speed direction changing. Its scales effectively absorb most energy vibrations, making it nearly undetectable in water movement while swimming. This creature's swimming speed is extremely fast, with substantial destructive power, contributing significantly to the high casualties among ordinary sea race warriors. There's also an armored giant crab, resembling a huge crab, possessing 6 pairs of legs ensuring stability on rugged ocean floors. A pair of extraordinarily large, heavy chitinous pincers, with its back rising like mountain ranges. Covered with openable biological projectile ports, the pincers have terrifying clamping force, easily crushing the bodies of ordinary Level 1 creatures. The dorsal ports can launch high-density bone spikes, or corrosive biological slime bombs, acting as a fortified underwater stronghold. The development of the void insect race in the sea is extremely smooth, at least much faster than that of the void insect race on the mainland, with many extremely excellent species already appearing. The stealth sting shark and the heavy armored crab are just some of the common species, while the plasma jellyfish, split fin hunter, and other difficult races are also present. For example, the plasma jellyfish has a translucent umbrella-shaped body, with its interior flickering with unstable ghostly blue electric light. Its tentacles are extremely long, resembling a floating forest of seaweed, extending up to several hundred meters. The plasma jellyfish is generally a Level 2 life form, possessing extremely powerful large-scale destructive capability. It can shoot a high-pressure plasma ball that explodes violently in a designated area, causing widespread seawater electrolysis and creating a brief but deadly arc zone. The split fin hunter has a humanoid slender torso, but its limbs are sharp bony blades. Sharp bony plates extend from its back and joints, resembling broken ship sails, capable of high-frequency vibration in water. Through high-frequency vibrations, they effectively cut through the resistance of seawater, making their attack speed far surpass that of ordinary underwater creatures and able to saw through solid armor. Duke memorized all this information in his mind, then looked around the simple room. It had all the basic necessities, though it looked somewhat crude. There's no room for demanding much when out on a mission. Black Sail received the notification from the Wizard Council temporarily, and only then came to prepare on the island allocated to Black Sail. Several wizard forces on the west coast are in this sea area, each having an island as their operational center. The operational center primarily handles the receipt and distribution of tasks, intelligence investigation and analysis. Materials distribution and replenishment are also conducted here. Duke needs to stay here on standby, awaiting the next phase of task allocation. This mission is not to be undertaken alone, unless one is a formidable Level 2 wizard or Level 3 wizard. As ordinary Level 1 wizards cannot handle a nest alone. The void insect race nests in the sea generally develop faster than those on land. They are usually Level 2 nests when encountered. Level 1 nests are typically more low-key and rarely discovered. Duke received a message to head to a hall on the island and prepare for this mission. It's called a hall, but it's actually just a larger tent, with the protection of a witch array, which offers defensive capabilities not comparable to an ordinary tent. With the protection of the witch array, there's no immediate need to rely on the building's own strength for defense enhancement. High-strength building materials are costly and time-consuming to build, whereas witch arrays are usually pre-configured and ready-made, allowing for convenient and quick setup. When Duke arrived, 13 Black Sail wizards were already gathered there, all part of the same batch participating in this operation. The leader was a level 3 wizard named Lauren, belonging to the 2nd Legion of Wizards. As Duke entered, he caught the eye of many present, but most just glanced and then looked away. A level 1 crystallized mage wasn't particularly noteworthy here, as there were 5 level 2 wizards present, with the rest mostly being level 1 wizards. Duke immediately spotted a familiar face, someone he hadn't seen in a long time: Simon. During his time as a wizard apprentice, Duke interacted frequently with Simon, and they had even taken part in the wizard apprentice assessments together twice. Simon had helped Duke quite a bit at that time by providing valuable information. In return, during the subsequent 2 wizard apprentice assessments, Duke offered a lot of assistance to Simon's group, and their relationship remained strong. However, after Duke advanced to official wizard status, their interactions became less frequent and opportunities to connect dwindled. Simon had now also become an official wizard, though only a level 1 gaseous wizard. But having crossed the most challenging hurdle, it was still an impressive achievement. It seemed Simon hadn't been advanced for long, possibly just in the past few months since becoming an official wizard. In terms of speed, it was naturally not as fast as Duke, who had already reached level 1 crystallized mage status and was on the way to level 2 mage status, creating a substantial gap between them. Yet this was the typical advancement speed for ordinary wizards, and Simon was considered one of the more outstanding ones among them. Duke's advancement speed was indeed exceptional, far exceeding that of most ordinary wizards. Even Vivian, despite having a very fast advancement rate, did not have the advantage of a level 3 wizard as a tutor, removing any concerns over resource availability. One merely needed to progress steadily in their practice, and resources would be provided when necessary, eliminating the need to worry about how to acquire them. Without the skill tree, Duke would not have been able to quickly earn enough magic stones to support his own practice. Duke, long time no see. Simon was delighted to see Duke and greeted him warmly. He had recently accepted the task to come here, and it was an unexpected joy to find Duke here. Simon had heard about Duke's achievements, knowing he had participated in multiple plane wars and even become a level 1 arcanist. In the former circle of wizard apprentices, Duke had undoubtedly been one of the top figures, and many had heard of his exploits. Duke, however, tended to be reclusive and rarely engaged in social activities, so many people had never met him and didn't know what he looked like. Simon, being more active in this regard, often participated in social events and had multiple channels of information. Some had asked Simon to invite Duke, but as a fellow wizard apprentice, Simon didn't want to disturb Duke and so always declined these requests. Simon, long time no see. Oh, you're also participating in this mission. Duke was somewhat surprised, as it had indeed been a while since he last saw Simon. Seeing Simon successfully advance to official wizard status, Duke felt genuinely happy for him. How are Anley and Abel? Duke looked around but didn't see the two of them. Simon had always been closest to those two, consistently working together on various tasks. The absence of these two made Duke worry slightly, wondering if they had encountered any accidents. Simon seemed to understand Duke's concerns and smiled. They are fine. Anley just advanced to official wizard status last month and wanted to join me here. But I considered her recent advancement and not yet solidified skills, so I advised her to stay with Black Sail for some focused refinement. As for Abel, he's still striving for advancement. He's still some way from becoming an official wizard and might need a bit more effort. Simon spoke of these two with a smile, indicating their strong and enduring friendship. Which legion have you joined? Duke asked. Simon replied, the 7th Legion. Duke nodded. The 7th Legion is quite good. At least the treatment for ordinary wizards is reasonable, and the requirements are not too strict. Since we're all part of this mission, let's act together from now on, Duke thought for a moment and said. Acting together with Simon would also allow Duke to look after him within his capabilities. The void insect race is not easy to deal with, and there will undoubtedly be considerable risk. Simon was merely a level 1 gaseous mage, extremely weak in such an operation, and could easily perish if not careful. Simon instantly understood Duke's intention and nodded gratefully, okay. He didn't say much. The two were already very familiar with each other, so many things didn't need to be spoken. Not everyone is so kind-hearted to care for. Newcomers. Just a glance at the others present reveals that they are mostly standing in corners by themselves, uninterested in mingling. Lauren looks about 40, with a stern face and eyes sharp as a hawk. He wore a deep blue robe with water drop-shaped runes slowly flowing at its hem. Without extra words, his gaze swept across the room. Confirming everyone was present, he said in a deep voice, "I'm Lauren, commander of this operation. Now, let's move out." The order was concise and powerful, and everyone followed Lauren out of the hall in a line, reaching the simple dock at the island's edge. Facing the deep ocean, the wizards each used their methods, ready for long-distance underwater journeying. These wizards differed in their techniques. Some summoned ice crystal armor exuding chill, which was not only excellent for defense, but also rapidly cooled the surrounding sea water, forming a buffer zone. Others rode pre-prepared magic creatures shaped like dolphins that provided propulsion and partial protection. Still, others activated spells fixed on their robes, creating spiral water flow propellers around them. Simon and a few level 1 mages used a more universal method, underwater breathing bubbles. They wrapped their heads in bubbles that slowly consumed. Magic power, supplying air while overcoming some seawater resistance to move. The slow pace of magic power consumption from the underwater breathing bubble posed no pressure or burden for level 1 mages, being simple to use. Duke, without much flamboyant preparation, simply stepped onto the sea, standing on the water. Suddenly, the sea beneath him surged violently, and a massive blue-black shadow rapidly rose. The next moment, an enormous winged snake, 100 meters long with bizarre card-like wings on its back and a ghastly head, broke through the water, creating huge waves. Its cold vertical pupils swept over the crowd at the dock, causing some level 1 mages to shiver, but then it gently lowered its ghastly head, extending its slender neck beneath Duke's feet. Duke leapt lightly and sat casually on a relatively flat spot behind the winged snake's head. The cold gleam of its blue-black scales under dim light contrasted with Duke's calm figure, creating a dramatically impactful scene. The scene drew some extra glances at Duke from others, as it was a level 2 slave creature with mighty presence not easily possessed by anyone. Many speculated about Duke's origins since ordinary wizards don't have enough magic stones to acquire such a level of slave creature. Moreover, the spiritual power of a typical level 1 mage can't sustain a level 2 slave creature, indicating Duke's considerable skill. What they didn't realize was that Duke hadn't signed a slave contract with the winged snake, but was using a control talisman. Control talismans are generally used by the slave creature legion, and this winged snake was merely one drawn from Duke's slave creature core. If they knew Duke owned a slayer creature core, they'd be even more astonished. Simon was especially mouth-opened. Knowing Duke was strong, but not expected him to be strong enough to possess a level 2 slave creature. "You should come too. Sitting on this will be much easier," Duke said to Simon. Simon didn't hesitate. Such an opportunity was rare, and it was his first time being so close to a level 2 slave creature. He also found a spot on the winged snake's 100-meter-long body to sit, the only challenge being to maintain his balance without getting thrown off. Due to the winged snake's very smooth skin, without the adhesion of magic, it's easy to slip off. Once ready, with Lauren leading the way into the sea, everyone else quickly submerged. Descending felt like entering another world. Sunlight was swiftly swallowed, and the surroundings plunged into deep blue darkness. Only the magical light emitted by the wizards illuminated limited areas like scattered starlight. Immense water pressure surged from all directions, but was effectively resisted by each person's defensive measures. Occasionally, he was disturbed by glowing deep-sea creatures, creating eerie swirls. Lauren knew the route extremely well, leading the group down a steep sea mountain's cliff. Signs of insect race activities began to appear, gnawed giant kelp forests, floating organic fragments, and that faintly sweet and rancid scent unique to the insect race. After some diving, a glow loomed in the distance ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a camp built on a gentle sea mountain summit. The camp was small in scale, but crafted ingeniously. The entire structure was shielded by a massive, translucent light blue energy shield with rotating water stream patterns on the surface, showing both defensive and stealth capabilities. Inside the camp, structures composed of massive, sleek white corals and luminous shells were visible, entirely different from those on land, full of fluid curves. Sea race warriors in armors, wielding coral tridents or unique bone weapons, patrolled there. They had human-like upper bodies and fish-like lower bodies covered in scales, vigilantly scanning the dark deep sea outside the shield. This was one of the sea encampments of the joint operation, known as the Blade Ridge Camp. Lauren led the group to approach the shield, extracting a sea conch-shaped token emitting specific energy waves. The shield sensed the token and silently opened an entrance. Everyone entered in sequence, instantly feeling their bodies lighten, returning to an air environment, albeit with the air heavily laced with salty and seaweed scents. Inside, there was no seawater. For wizards, this was a more suitable environment, specially prepared for them, since the sea race could survive both on land and underwater. The camp here is the same as elsewhere, built jointly by wizards and the sea race. Not everyone is like Duke, who can directly absorb oxygen in the water. The methods adopted are somewhat cumbersome and not so convenient. To allow wizards to rest well in the camp while underwater, the camp environment is specifically designed to be water-free so that wizards can move and rest more easily. A tall sea race general with distinct gill slits behind his ears and a fierce aura approached them. He spoke to Lauren in accented common speech. "Wizard Lauren, you have arrived. I am Fao, the sea race commander of Blade Ridge Camp." His gaze swept over Duke and the others, scrutinizing, yet without obvious hostility, more of an evaluation of the collaborators' strength. "Commander Fao," Lauren nodded in greeting. "What is the situation?" "The situation is more complex than expected. The level 3 nest, in the roaring abyss, is merely the biggest threat." Fao pointed with his sturdy fingers to the dozens of red dots on the sand table. Around it, like satellites orbiting. There are also 10 level 2 nests and at least 40 level 1 nests. The roaring abyss is the area where a nearby level 3 nest is located. Centered around this level 3 nest, there are dozens of level 1 and level 2 nests spread around. These nests are not independent but are connected as a whole. This showcases another new behavioral pattern exhibited by the void insect race underwater. Unlike on land, where nests are generally far apart due to human or other demon activities, affecting their cooperation and connections. Such areas impact the collaboration and communication between the nests. The distribution of void insect race nests on land appears more scattered and generally located in desolate, remote places. But there is no such issue underwater. The ocean floor is too vast. This provides ample development space for the void insect race, forming a distribution pattern entirely different from that on land. The void insect race underwater has now mostly developed in the mode of the roaring abyss. Centered around a high-level nest, numerous low-level nests surround it, forming a whole. They act entirely in unison, with low-level nests obeying the high-level nest, consolidating the power of these nests together. This means that even if just a level 1 nest is attacked, they will mobilize troop strength comparable to a level 3 nest for defense. Commander Fao's words made the atmosphere in the entire temporary command post freeze, with those dense red dots on the sand table feeling like tangible pressure, weighing heavily on every wizard's heart. They form a massive, highly coordinated nest network. Fao's voice was more solemn than ever. Low-level nests supply nutrients and basic units to the core level 3 nest, which acts like a super brain and arsenal, responsible for hatching advanced units and radiating its will across the network. He pointed to the faint lines connecting the main red points on the sand table. "We detected that once any peripheral nest is attacked, the entire network will be alerted. Attackers will face not only the defense force of that level 1 or level 2 nest, but will also immediately encounter exceptionally powerful reinforcements from other nests within the network, especially those dispatched by the level 3 nest." This means, Lauren stated gravely, voicing what everyone was thinking, we can't break them one by one as we could on land. Gradually weakening them, any attempt to clear out a peripheral nest could escalate into a full-scale confrontation with the entire nest cluster. "Exactly," Fao affirmed. "They have exploited the advantage of ocean space to the fullest. In our sea race's traditional combat thinking, dealing with such powerful sea beasts or hostile tribes entrenched in an area usually involves gradually eroding their peripheral territories. But the void insect race, they've completely nullified the feasibility of such tactics with this network structure. Previous small-scale probing attacks have incurred heavy losses because of this. The wizards present exchanged glances, their expressions turning exceedingly serious. Originally thought to be a challenging but straightforward target elimination mission, now they found themselves facing a complex, tightly interconnected behemoth of symbiosis. They form a massive, highly coordinated nest network. Fao's voice carried unprecedented gravity. Any attack from a single direction will provoke a frenzied counterattack from the entire network. We've tried concentrated elite raids before, but even if we manage a temporary breakthrough, we end up surrounded by an endless sea of insects, ultimately forced to retreat. Lauren stared at the sand table, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Moments later, he spoke in a deep voice, making a decision. Since breaking through a single point is troublesome, we'll advance on multiple fronts, making them unable to care for both ends. The sea race, due to a lack of manpower, couldn't leverage their strength to directly besiege the nest clusters before. For the sea race, the void insect race nests needing attention are everywhere, leaving them stretched thin. With limited manpower available to be allocated to any specific area. The severe shortage of manpower is one of the reasons they haven't been able to completely resolve the void insect race, letting them develop increasingly rapidly instead. Currently, it's uncertain how many places in the seas are home to such nest clusters. The only consolation is that so far, no level 4 nest has appeared, which would be even more troublesome. In the endless plain, regardless of the location, level 4 is a chasm before all life forms, not easily crossed. Even the void insect race probably requires vast amounts of resources to possibly produce a level 4 nest. This mode of invasion by the void insect race is extremely troublesome for many planes, as most planes, even with a certain amount of extraordinary power, lack the wizard plane's ability for comprehensive coordination. The wizard plane possesses extreme sensitivity to other plane invasions, facilitated by the wizard's mark, making communication and message delivery very convenient. The wizard's mark, an apparently inconspicuous secondary spell, often plays a crucial role. Because of this spell's existence, wizards have been able to react quickly to this void insect race invasion, promptly clearing out as yet undeveloped void insect race on the various continents. If it were on other planes with extraordinary power, even if the void insect race appeared somewhere, it would likely be dealt with only in that location. Most planes do not have the means to communicate. Across the entire plane, information in each area is relatively closed off. When the void insect race invades such a plane, after appearing somewhere, the local natives only consider it a local problem, unaware it's an issue affecting the entire plane. Moreover, after a problem arises there, they cannot transmit messages to other corners of the world, at most just spreading the news to some surrounding areas. This leads to the result that in the initial stages of the void insect race's invasion, the nests appear in various parts of the plane, but these places have almost no means of communication with each other, making it difficult for them to unite against the void insect race. It often takes waiting until the void insect race develops to a certain scale and invades extensively across the plane for the beings on the plane to realize the insect race threat. But by then, the void insect race is already quite powerful, and even if they can be repelled, it comes at a heavy cost. Once the void insect race devours enough resources, they can leave, as they inherently exist like nomads, roaming the endless plain in search of suitable pastures. After they leave, what is left is often a ravaged plain. Sometimes, the entire plain may become a wasteland because of it. The wizard plane's response this time was incredibly swift, and the void insect race on the continent is essentially unable to gain momentum. Eradicating them is just a matter of time. In the immediate future, there might still be small-scale insect appearances, but they won't pose much of a threat anymore. As for the sea race, due to issues of capability and manpower, ultimately had to cooperate with the wizards. In fact, they hoped the wizards could help, but they also feared the wizards, not wanting them to enter the sea domain. Albert personally went to negotiate with the Sea Emperor, essentially providing the sea race with an honorable way out. It appears as if the wizards are requesting cooperation from the sea race, but in reality, wizards are helping them. The Wizard Council endeavored tirelessly to tackle the void insect race in the sea, mobilizing a large number of slave creatures suited for underwater combat. At just Blade Ridge Camp, 2 slave creature legions were allocated here, with 1 legion consisting of 500,000 slave creatures. At this moment, Lauren also began to outline the subsequent combat plans on the sand table. The 2 slave creature legions, allocated by the Council and adapted to deep-sea environments, have arrived at the designated sea area. Based on this, we will launch feigned attacks on the insect network's outer defense line from 4 main directions to distract their forces. He indicated 4 specifically marked nodes on the sand table, which were located on the outer perimeter of the nest network, acting like support points for the whole network. A real target remains destroying the core level. 3 nest. To achieve this, we must first tear open a large enough breach. His finger heavily pointed at one of the support points. This is the bone spike straight, the closest perimeter support point to the level 3 nest in the southeast direction, a critical shield. Our main force will concentrate here. The east route led by me, bringing along the main force of the slave creature legion. We'll attack the bone spike straight head-on, drawing the attention of the main forces of the insect race. Other directions will also be allocated a certain proportion of slave creature forces. The strategy set, a grand war picture involving multi-line operations and virtual real combinations unfolded, utilizing the slave creature legion as expendables and distraction forces. They had 1 million-strong slave creature legion, ample troops to surround and assault the nest group from all sides. Although the insect race from the void insect race side might number in the millions, the difference in power levels means that numbers alone can't make up for it. 1 million organized slave creatures are sufficient to wipe out this nest group. Duke was assigned to the west side of the nest group to carry out cleaning tasks, mainly to deal with a level 1 nest and a level 2 nest. There were 200,000 slave creatures here. He was responsible for leading a detachment of slave creatures, which meant 50,000 slave creatures. This was quite unusual here, as typically a detachment is led by a level 2 mage. Thus, level 1 crystallized mage leading a detachment surprised many. After the vast operation plan was settled at Blade Ridge Camp, the entire camp operated like a tightly wound war machine, running efficiently and with a murderous air. At the command of Wizard Lauren, wizards scattered throughout the camp, along with the 1 million varied yet equally vicious slave creatures of the Legion, began moving towards their respective designated assault areas like rivers to the sea. Duke rode a winged serpent, positioned at the forefront of the Western Army. Behind him was an imposing force of 50,000 deep-sea slave creatures, all species from other planes that had never been seen before. The entire Legion's movement stirred dark currents, turning the surrounding seawater turbid. The silent, murderous atmosphere was more heart-stopping than any shout. They didn't choose the shortest straight-line distance. Instead, guided by the sea race, they followed a relatively concealed route, using seabed mountains and deep trenches as cover. The light became increasingly dim along the way until they were almost entirely enveloped in perpetual darkness, with only the faint phosphorescence emanating from the slave creatures themselves, the glow of magic, and the light from the tail of the luminescent arrowfish serving as beacons on the Nether River, illuminating the small path ahead. The pressure continued to build, enough to crush ordinary creatures, but for these specialized slave creatures and powerful wizards, it was still within bearable limits. After a long and oppressive dive, the sea race guide ahead issued a warning. Be aware, we are about to reach the roaring abyss outer zone. Everyone be cautious and suppress energy fluctuations. The order quickly spread, the Legion's advance slowed, and all unnecessary lighting organs and magical glows of the slave creatures were deliberately extinguished or dimmed to a minimum. The formation fell into a state of extreme silence, with only the faint sound of water flowing over bodies and fin wings. After advancing for about a quarter of an hour and passing through a massive natural gateway like seafloor ridge, the scene ahead suddenly changed, leaving every wizard arriving here for the first time deeply shocked. This seemed like an end-time scorched earth beneath the sea. The first sensation was the overwhelmingly dense, bizarre air in the seawater, a mix of rot, sweetness, and some sharp acid tang nauseating to the core. The temperature of the seawater also noticeably increased with an unnatural warmth. Looking out, what should have been a seabed brimming with coral, seaweed, and various glowing creatures was now only an endless expanse of dark purple biological substrate, like some living, ugly carpet covering everything. On this substrate, countless pulsating insect race hatching chambers and spore cannon towers stood, along with various grotesque insect race bioarchitecture, resembling a twisted forest. At the horizon, the Earth suddenly collapsed, forming a gigantic chasm unimaginably large, as if leading directly to hell. This was the ultimate target of this mission, the location of the Level 3 nest. Even separated by such a distance, one could still sense the palpable pressure emanating from the void insect race within the depths of the chasm, and a low, chaotic psychic noise, as if composed of the wails of billions, constantly bombarding everyone's consciousness. At the edge of the chasm, countless thick vein-like energy conduits writhed and stretched in all directions, connecting to those secondary nests on the periphery, forming a vast and evil life network. What made the scalp tingle even more was in the skies above this region completely transformed by the insect race. A dense swarm of insect race patrols was shuttling back and forth like storm clouds. The lurking sting shark group was like a ghost fleet, while split-fin hunters shimmered with the cold light of their blades among the reefs. Giant plasma jellyfish floated slowly like death fortresses. This was the nest the insect race had established in this marine area, a nest cluster that had developed in a short time. The prelude to war was slowly unfolding at the edge of this extreme dark and oppressive hell of the deep sea. Duke and over a dozen other wizards arrived at the west side of the nest cluster according to the set plan, keeping a sufficient distance to avoid alarming the enemy. Simon was naturally there with him, worried as he looked at the scene in front of him. This was his first participation in such a large-scale task, yet he had not been to the plain battlefield, witnessing for the first time the spectacle of such a massive slave creature legion on the move. All units silently entered their designated attack positions, like hunters lurking in the dark, with only the faint sound of water flowing. Duke and the other wizards floated behind the west side of the nest cluster, peering through the dim waters at the twisted area covered by the insect race fungus mat in the distance. As this oppressive silence reached its peak, Duke's black sail badge stirred, and a clear, cold command came through. "Attack all lines, commence." The command issued, the war machine rumbled to life. "Attack." Duke instantly relayed the command through the control talisman to his 50,000 slave creatures. In an instant, it was as if a thunderbolt had been cast into the otherwise calm deep sea. The slave creature legion no longer hid, their frenzied aura surging into the sky. Over 10,000 giant clawed creatures clad in heavy bone armor, resembling moving fortresses, formed an unstoppable steel wall, bravely launching a frontal assault on the outer fungal mat of the insect race. The heavy footsteps trampled upon the fungal mat, emitting constant squelching sounds. The response of the insect race was likewise swift to an extreme, almost instantly upon the slave creatures, revealing hostility. The dark purple fungal mat seemed alive, countless lurking sting sharks like purple arrows unleashed from the fungal mat holes and twisted reef shadows, dashing against the line of iron clam guards. The muffled impact and cracking of shells sounded like popcorn. Simultaneously, those spore cannon towers, like disgusting tumors on the fungal mat, contracted sharply before spewing forth a dense rain of acidic spores and bone spurs. These attacks tore through the seawater with a piercing wail, covering the entire forward area of the slave creature legion, turning the seawater a murky green and stark white. To the rear of the army, thousands of bizarre, semi-transparent, unstable energy-glowing phantom water cannons fired simultaneously. Their umbrella-shaped bodies contracted violently, and the next moment, countless concentrated high-pressure energy water arrows fired like blue tempests, accurately targeting those spore cannon towers and dense purple shadows. The water arrows sliced through the seawater with a whooshing sound, continuously exploding towers into blobs of viscous liquid, while some purple shadows pierced by the water arrows struggled as they sank into the seabed. There were also thousands of shadow-scale hunters, covered in dark scales shaped like leopards, their limbs evolved with webbed structures, moving like real shadows, utilizing the chaos created by the giant clawed creatures and the turbid zones, silently maneuvering to the flanks. Their speed was incredibly fast, pouncing like ghosts toward the insect race bioarchitecture, their sharp claws and fangs shimmering with cold light, frenziedly tearing at fragile flesh walls, attempting to dismantle them from within. However, the defense system of the insect race was also very tight. From the depths of the fungal mat, several enormous, azure electric light flickering umbrella-shaped discharge entities slowly rose, their long tentacles dancing like deadly ribbons. One of them suddenly contracted its umbrella-shaped body, and an unstable, terror-broadcasting energy fluctuation plasma ball was ejected, tracing a dazzling trajectory directly toward the densest area of the shadow-scale hunters. The plasma ball exploded, not with a blast, but a deep energy thud. Instantaneously, at the center of the explosion point, a large spherical electric field jumping with countless deadly arcs suddenly formed. The seawater was instantly electrolyzed, producing a pungent smell and mass bubbles. Hundreds of shadow-scale hunters at the core of the electric field didn't even have time to cry before turning to charred remains in the glaring electric light. Even the hunters at the edges were hit by arcs, twitching and losing their fighting ability. This was the plasma jellyfish, a level 2 combat unit of the insect race, possessing high-intensity, wide-ranging strike capability. In fact, there was no level 2 nest in this area. Even the closest level 2 nest was up ahead. Normally, attacking a level 1 nest wouldn't encounter such things, but this was a nest cluster. These nests had mutual collaboration capabilities. A few plasma jellyfish emerged, instantly posing a huge threat to the slave creature legion, stalling their advance momentum. Seeing this, Duke naturally wouldn't allow it, for if this continued, if the plasma jellyfish launched a few more rounds of bombardment, ordinary slave creatures would surely be wiped out. With a thought, a command was conveyed through the control talisman. In an instant, the originally relatively calm and dark depths behind him sprang forth a terrifying aura that made souls shiver. The seawater seemed to become viscous and icy. Even the distant insect race screeches appeared to pause for a moment. Immediately following, massive shadow like something crawling directly out of an abyssal nightmare slowly floated up. From the depths of darkness, it possessed a body resembling a giant whale, but the skin was not smooth. Instead, it was covered in layer upon layer of heavy bone like obsidian plates, with faint dark red energy currents flowing between the gaps. The head bore no evident eyes, just a constantly rotating vortex maw composed of countless tiny bone spines, exuding an aura of consuming everything. Most striking were the 12 immensely thick tentacles extending from its sides. These tentacles were not soft flesh, but were connected by segments of dark bones. With sharp bone spurs growing at the joints, the ends were like enormous blooming metal bone claws, sparkling with ominous red energy cores. This monster was allocated to the Western battlefield as a level 3 slave creature, the Abyss Dominator. It was an extremely rare and terrifying predator, born within certain high magic abyssal trenches from unknown planes. The Abyss Dominator was used to maintain control over the Western battlefield, as having this level 3 slave creature present could ensure the battlefield situation followed the expected trajectory. Upon receiving instructions from Duke, the vortex maw of the Abyss Dominator suddenly accelerated in rotation, emitting a low, soul-piercing hum. Without even a discernible movement, its massive body appeared at the forefront of the battlefield with a speed disproportionate to its size, halting before a void jellyfish preparing to launch a plasma ball. The void jellyfish seemed to sense a deadly threat, its bluish electric glow flickering madly as it tried to redirect the plasma ball toward this unexpected guest. But it was already too late. One of the Abyss Dominator's tentacles sprang forth, as if transcending space, its metal bone claw opening instantly to accurately seize the jellyfish's massive umbrella-shaped body. The claw closed, embedding knife-sharp joints deeply into its gel-like body. Dark red energy erupted from the core, instantly forming a twisted energy suppression field that coiled around it like chains. The erratic flashing electric light on the jellyfish's surface dimmed and became chaotic, and the plasma ball, losing energy control, exploded inside its body, making a muffled sound and rendering its body a patchwork of gaping wounds. This was only the beginning. Other tentacles lashed out like deadly whips simultaneously towards other discharged creatures, their claw tips either grasping, slapping, or directly releasing powerful mental shockwaves. One void jellyfish struck by the claw shattered instantly. Another hit in the core by the mental shockwave had its internal structure completely destroyed, going limp like a kite with its string cut. One tried to release an arc field for protection, but the dark, red energy suppression field acted like its nemesis, easily neutralizing and devouring the escaping arcs. In almost the blink of an eye, those umbrella-like discharge creatures that caused significant trouble for the Legion were easily dismantled and crushed before the suddenly appearing level 3 slave creature, the Abyss Dominator, as if mere fragile toys. Its massive body floated at the center of the battlefield, 12 bone-clawed tentacles gently swaying, its vortex maw emitting a low hum, radiating an aura of unmatched dominance. Around it, whether stealthy needle sharks or split-finned hunters, instinctively halted for a moment, feeling fear from their life level. With the threat from the discharged creatures eliminated, the pressure on the slave creature legion was greatly reduced. The Abyss Dominator did not stop. Its vortex maw turned towards the depths of the insect race's defenses, and several tentacles stabbed beneath the fungal carpet, as if sensing something. The next moment, its massive body began moving forward, through which passage, whether spore cannon towers or small insect races, were either crushed by its casually swinging tentacles or shredded by its terrifying bone claws. It was like an unstoppable deep-sea siege beast, forcibly carving open a path through the dense defenses of the insect race, leading straight to several level 1 nest ahead. Duke, riding the winged serpent, followed closely behind the path carved by the Abyss Dominator, sharply locking his gaze on those pulsating nest cores. Despite being only level 1 nests, the level 1 insect race heart inside was still extremely valuable. This entity held a massive amount of life energy, perfectly suited as nourishment for the world tree. Even if not for personal use, selling it would fetch a hefty price, as such things were currently available but not on the market, not attainable through ordinary channels. Duke had the winged serpent, a level 2 creature, as a guard, so he could follow the Abyss Dominator deep into the battlefield. But other wizards lacked such capacity, having first to consider their survival before seeking loot. Simon did not follow, instead collecting useful materials from the corpses of dead void insect races at the rear. Through combat with the void insect race till now, wizards generally knew which void insect race units and parts were valuable. Simon and these wizards seized the opportunity to gather these materials, subsequently selling them for magic stones. They did not need to fight over them, as the void insect race was so numerous that no one could collect them all alone. Of course, they were not solely focused on collecting materials, each leading a team of slave creatures, but were not responsible for the main attack on the front lines. Instead, they each led squads to methodically advance through different areas, tasked with sweeping up residuals in the aftermath and cleaning up work following the main advance. The Abyss Dominator resembled an apocalyptic beast, the deep advancing unstoppably along its own blood-soaked path. Its target unmistakable, those level 1 nests, like giant flesh tumors parasitizing the seabed rock, pulsating crazily. The first level 1 nest appeared to sense impending doom, with insect race units pouring out from its nest attempting to use sheer numbers to impede this terrifying presence. However, all this was futile in the face of absolute power. The Abyss Dominator did not even utilize its terrifying tentacle bone claws. Instead, the vortex maw at its head sped up its rotation, emitting a low, eerie hum. The next moment, the seawater in the vast area ahead seemed to be bestowed with life, turning viscous and heavy, forming an invisible supergravity pressure field. The charging insect race units, as if crashed into an invisible wall, had their speed abruptly reduced, movements becoming exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, their hardened shells and internal structures, under that terrifyingly multiplied pressure, began to emit creaking sounds of unbearable weight, then fragmented as though crushed by an invisible giant hand, exploding violently into clumps of muddy blood mist and shell fragments. After clearing out the minions, an arm-like appendage from the Abyss Dominator shot out, as if traversing space, with the bony claw at the end precisely piercing the core area of the level 1 nest. A dark red energy suppression field erupted instantly, shattering the biological armor layer on the nest's surface like a fragile eggshell, revealing the violently beating heart of the insect race inside, emitting a rich life energy. And the bony claw closed, carefully extracting the level 1 insect race heart, about the size of a pumpkin, dark red throughout, and covered in energy veins, intact. Instead of devouring or destroying this precious heart, it manipulated the appendage and delivered it steadily to where Duke was riding on the back of a winged serpent. Duke waved his hand, and the insect race heart was brought before him, floating in the seawater. This insect race heart, although level 1 was larger than the level 1 insect race heart seen before, it seems that even among level 1 nests, there are differences between them. The better developed the nest, the larger its heart of the insect race. This level 1 nest was among the cluster, evidently developed more smoothly. After examining it, Duke placed the insect race heart into his space ring. This is also the advantage of leading a warband. It allows him to openly utilize slave creatures to pocket these spoils. As for why Duke, a level 1 mage, was put in charge of a warband, it was likely because of his level 1 Black Sail honorary accolade. The presence of this accolade not only afforded him higher clearance in the Black Sail treasure vault, but also gave him the privileges of a deputy commander on the plain battlefield. Since obtaining this honorary accolade, Duke had not truly experienced the privileges it conferred on the plain battlefield. When he initially learned he was assigned to lead a warband, he was surprised and astonished, before recalling it was because of the level 1 Black Sail honorary accolade. This operation was originally under the purview of Black Sail's wizards, and although Duke's strength had not reached level 2, the honorary accolade allowed him a higher priority. However, few other wizards knew about this, and many did not recognize Duke. Simon, on the other hand, was somewhat aware. He had been following Duke's matters and knew he had received a level 1 Black Sail honorary accolade. Therefore, when he connected the dots, he wasn't surprised at Duke leading a warband. It's worth noting that many level 2 mages hadn't yet reached the rank of deputy commander, making Duke's rank considerably higher than others. After the Abyss Dominator dealt with one level 1 nest, it swiftly turned to the second and third. The process was the same, demolishing their defenses with overwhelming power and accurately extracting the core. Its massive figure and terrifying efficiency became the most striking focus on the battlefield. In a short time, 3 level 1 insect race hearts, teeming with vast life energy, were successively extracted and presented to Duke. Duke calmly stowed them away, but internally he was quite satisfied. These few level 1 insect race hearts would accelerate the growth of the world tree seed considerably. Meanwhile, in other areas, Simon and other wizards commanded their respective squads of slave creatures, steadily clearing out the remnants of the insect race that the main core had defeated, collecting valuable insect materials. The advancement on the western battlefield was remarkably smooth due to the Abyss Dominator's terrifying efficiency. On this front, there were no level 3 insect races present yet. Compared to the western battlefield, the pressure from other directions was greater, with most of the Nest Cluster's forces concentrated on defense in these areas. East of the Nest Cluster, Bone Spike Strait. This was the true crucible of flesh and blood, the core battlefield that would determine the outcome of this campaign. Overseen personally by level 3 Mage Lauren, more than 200,000 slave creatures adapted to deep-sea environments were deployed into this narrow and treacherous choke point of Bone Spike Strait. Their task was simple yet brutal: launch a frontal assault at any cost, to attract and pin down the Nest Cluster's most powerful defensive forces. The battle had entered its most brutal phase from the very start. The towering cliffs on both sides of the strait had been entirely covered by the biological structures of the insect race. Countless spore cannon towers, resembling huge eye stalks, and unknown biological spires concentrating energy, unleashed deadly fire. Acid poured like rain, corroding the heavy shells of the slave creatures, while dense bone spikes tore through the seawater with a piercing whistle, and broad energy beams lashed out, vaporizing entire rows of charging slave creatures in an instant. The seawater was no longer blue, transforming into a thick purple-black broth mixed with broken shells, insect mucus, and energy residue. The remains of slave creatures and insect units piled up like mountains, nearly blocking the entrance to the strait. Lauren floated slightly higher at the back of the battle line, his deep blue robe remaining still in the seawater. He watched the entire battlefield with an expressionless face. His gaze was like the most precise instrument, continually sweeping over every minor fluctuation along the battle line. Group of massive lava turtles, towering like mountains with dark red lava-like patterns flowing across their carapaces, roared deeply as they advanced with ground-shaking steps under the heavy barrage. The lava patterns on their carapaces suddenly flared up, emitting incredible heat, evaporating much of the incoming acid and even smashing bone spikes with collisions. The lava turtles opened their giant mouths, spewing out fiery lava fireballs that could persist briefly in seawater, bombarding the insect structures on the cliffs and causing a series of explosions. This creature originally inhabited volcanic and lava-filled plains, seemingly unsuited for the seabed environment. However, the lava turtles proved to be exceedingly adept at living and fighting underwater, a discovery made only after wizards captured and exploited them as slave creatures. At that moment, a shriek, neither fish nor beast, akin to the wails of countless crushed souls mixed with disturbing spirit noise, erupted from the depths of the strait. Subsequently, 3 enormous, twisted shadows that defied normal biological structure tore through the darkness and descended upon the battlefield. These were 3 grotesque, bizarre level 3 insect races, the first resembling a forcibly cobbled together mass of decaying sea serpent heads. It possessed 5 necks like rotting tentacles, each topped with a head that had no eyes, only a circular maw brimming with sharp teeth. These heads relentlessly twist and howl, spraying out dark purple pus filled with intense spirit pollution. Any slave creature touched by the pus instantly falls into madness, beginning to indiscriminately attack everything around. The second level 3 insect race resembles a moving, perforated mountain of flesh. It doesn't have defined limbs, but moves using countless writhing pseudopods at the base of the flesh mountain. Its huge body is covered in various sized holes, from which tentacles with suction cups shoot out like lightning, capturing slave creatures from afar, dragging them back into the holes to crush and digest. More frighteningly, some of the holes continually hatch explosive, corruptive flying wasps, which crash into the slave creature legion like swarms. The third form is the most bizarre. It resembles a large mass of continuously flowing, transforming translucent protoplasm, enveloping countless ghastly white bones and flickering insect race cores within. It can casually alter its shape, transforming sometimes into a devouring net that covers a large area, engulfing and dissolving many slave creatures into its body, and sometimes condensing into a giant rotating bony drill that pierces the sturdiest defensive lines at terrifying speeds. The energy absorption field radiating from its core can also weaken the magic effects cast by nearby wizards and slave creatures. These 3 twisted monsters, completely beyond ordinary imagination and emitting terrifying waves of level 3 life, joined the battle, bringing instant catastrophic destruction. Besides these 3 level 3 life forms, 3 other level 3 insect races appeared elsewhere, scattered around different locations. Evidently, even a level 3 nest isn't easy to hatch level 3 life from. It requires a vast amount of resources to hatch a single level 3 insect race. However, this is merely because the level 3 nest hasn't had enough time to hatch. Given more time, it could produce more level 3 insect races, even forming a level 3 insect race army. Compared to other races, the void insect race's hatching method is extremely abnormal. For other races, achieving a level 3 life level requires immense effort, sufficient resources, and good fortune to reach this level. No matter the plane, level 3 life form is an extremely precious resource and vital for the entire plane's existence. But the void insect race is entirely different, as long as the nest level reaches level 3 and resources are sufficient. It can hatch level 3 insect race units. Even though this level 3 nest has only been developing for a few months, it has already hatched 6 level 3 life forms. Such speed is highly formidable anywhere in the endless plane. After the appearance of the 3 level 3 insect races, the battlefield at Bone Spike Strait saw the slave creatures immediately suffer massive casualties. Faced with this sudden lethal threat, Lauren, the level 3 mage sitting at the rear, showed no emotion, merely passed down an order. Instantly, 8 terrifying airs, like the awakening of the abyss itself, erupted from the dark waters behind Lauren. The combined pressure even caused the surging insect tide at the front to halt. 8 massive figures, all emitting destructive waves, emerged as if gods of ancient myth, tearing through the seawater. Leading the charge was a giant abyssal blight moray with a huge spiral mouthpart, rushing towards the rotten multi-headed sea snake with a boundless hunger to devour. Following closely were another 7 level 3 slave creatures, all exuding extremely formidable airs. They did not emit meaningless roars, but moved with cold efficiency and absolute obedience. The 8 level 3 slave creatures, akin to a perfectly coordinated killing ensemble, locked onto their targets and attack zones the moment they appeared. All 8 slave creatures are but the forces on the east side of the battlefield. Age homeland warfare naturally holds an absolute force advantage. This force advantage refers not to quantity, but to strength. Black Sail itself did not deploy many slave creatures. They were directly allocated by the Wizard Council, responsible merely for acting on their behalf. Under this absolute high-end force pressure, the battle situation instantly reversed. The 8 level 3 slave creatures, like 8 efficient killing machines, under Lauren's coordination and assistance, crushed the level 3 twisted monsters that the insect race placed high hope upon, and their surrounding defensive systems with overwhelming force. The turbulent flow stirred by their massive bodies made the entire bone spike straight seemed to tremble violently. Several of them directly confronted those 3 twisted level 3 insect races, while the rest, like searing blades, sliced into the depths of the insect race's densely packed defensive lines. The terrifying aura emitted by those 3 twisted monsters quickly fell into a passive predicament. Their defeat wasn't a lengthy battle of attrition, but a swift, efficient, and nearly ruthlessly overwhelming crush. Meanwhile, the other level 3 slave creatures incited genuine devastation within the insect race's defensive line. Wherever they passed, groups of spore cannon towers fell silent and collapsed. Dense insect race formations were plowed into streaks of bloodied vacuums, and the meticulously constructed defense systems crumbled like paper under these 8 absolute forces. Propelled by this destructive torrent, the eastern slave creature, Legion, roared thunderously like a broken dam, launching an overwhelming charge at the originally impregnable insect race defense line. The 8 level 3 slave creatures, like an unstoppable destructive flood, rampaged through the eastern battlefield, causing the insect race's finely crafted defense to crumble visibly. However, just as the outcome seemed decided, an even deeper and crazier transformation was happening across the entire nest community. The icy will from the depths of the level 3 nest, after bearing tremendous losses and pressure, did not collapse or retreat, but instead emitted a hysterical resolve. It no longer tried to maintain the integrity of the lines nor worried about individual survival, but rather, in a near self-destructive manner, recklessly mobilized the remaining power of the entire community. The hatch chambers scattered around, even those attacked by slave creatures from other directions, spasmed with frenzied movements. The hatching speed escalated far beyond limits, hastily maturing countless insect race units. Even with incomplete shells and uncoagulated acid, they burst out howling from the chambers. These units no longer formed formations, nor emphasized tactical coordination, but transformed into a pure wave of destruction composed of countless crazed individuals, assaulting the 8 level 3 slave creatures and their supporting slave creature, Legion, from all directions. Many of these insect race units disintegrated shortly after charging out due to over-accelerated maturation. Yet they used their lives to fill every inch of seawater. They attempted to slow down and wear out the 8 unmatched giants with the most pure number and sacrifice of life, even if only to delay for a moment and consume a sliver of power. Meanwhile, the vast energy of the level 1 and level 2 nests yet to be destroyed began to violently and uncontrollably fluctuate and converge. It seemed as if they were forcibly extracted of all energy by the level 3 nest, resembling ignited energy sources. One after another, silent yet soul-stirring explosions resonated across the insect race's front lines, not being physical blasts, but sacrificial detonations of the nest cores. Each nest's self-destruction released a storm of energy mixed with desperation, madness, and destructive intent, like an invisible tsunami sweeping across the battlefield. The level 3 nest used the self-destruction of these nests as a means of attack, its diffused energy waves being extremely powerful, causing massive loss to the surrounding slave creatures. This attack was indiscriminate, and the raging energy also devoured surrounding insect race units. The will of the level 3 nest was decisive, unwilling to be easily breached, opting for a mutual destruction counterattack. Lauren naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If the void insect race nests continued self-destructing like this, even this level 3 nest might self-destruct in the end. By then, it would not just be a significant threat, but also result in gaining nothing from this operation, ending in futility. Even though they came to complete the Wizard Council's task, gaining some benefits during the mission would naturally be better, as no one wants to return empty-handed. Moreover, leaving such a vast amount of resources to be destroyed in the nest's self-destruction, anyone would find it hard to bear. Faced with this almost insane, desperate counterattack of the nest cluster at the cost of self-destruction, a flash of icy sharpness finally crossed Lauren's ever-unfazed face. He would never allow such vast and precious resources, especially the core level 3 nest, to turn to nothing before his eyes without value. Meaningless waste, he murmured. Yet his voice seemed to carry some peculiar power that penetrated the chaotic battlefield. Just as another level 1 nest core was about to sacrificially detonate, with the destructive energy fluctuation already at its peak, Lauren acted. Didn't attack the nest about to self-destruct, nor did he attempt to withstand the impending energy storm, which would only aggravate the energy's chaos and uncontrollability. Lauren raised his hands, his fingers moving as if plucking invisible strings, sketching quickly in the void. Moments later, countless extremely fine, flickering azure energy runes appeared. These azure runes, as if alive, instantly crossed space, accurately imprinting on the core of the level 1 nest about to explode, as well as the violently fluctuating energy field around it. The previously extremely violent destructive energy, ready to fully release the next moment, seemed to have been forcibly calmed by an invisible giant hand. The azure runes formed a complex and precise three-dimensional network, functioning as a temporary, ultra-strong energy constraint and redirection matrix, forcibly confining the energy capable of leveling a sea region within the nest core and forcibly reversing its explosive flow, beginning a slow, stable return and calm. This process was not static, as the nest core still trembled violently, its internally forcibly constrained and redirected energy emitting an unwilling buzz, with its biological tissues on the surface continuously breaking apart, but it did not explode in the end. Lauren's actions did not cease, constantly manifesting azure runes before him, which then flew to the nearby other nests about to detonate, applying the same technique. One by one, azure energy constraint matrices lit up on those pulsating nest cores, forcibly halting their self-destructive processes. For a moment, multiple level 1 and level 2 nests, which should have turned into grand fireworks, stood frozen as if a pause button had been pressed. Their internally confined destructive energy emitting unstable light, but unable to release, could only roll and roar futilely within their cores. As Lauren suppressed the self-destructive processes of multiple level 1 and level 2 nests, a far more terrifying and profound omen of destruction than any previous wave rang out like a final death knell from the deepest part of the bone spike strait, where the level 3 nest was located. The entire level 3 nest, a massive presence akin to a giant dark heart, suddenly lit up with dazzling, blinding white light in its numerous thick energy veins on the surface. An annihilating energy capable of evaporating a radius of several miles of sea and distorting space itself was madly converging and compressing at unprecedented speed in its core. The nest's consciousness of the level 3 nest, upon realizing that defeat was certain, and even the suicidal attacks of its subordinate nests was stifled, finally made the ultimate choice: to transform itself into the ultimate bomb and perish with all intruders. The scale of this energy was too vast, its nature far beyond those of the lower-level nests. Lauren seemed to have anticipated this moment long ago, his gaze sharp as a lighthouse piercing the abyss, without any hesitation, gathering his spiritual power and magic power like rivers flowing into the sea. He spread his arms as if embracing the entire ocean. At the same time, a series of spiritual power messages containing strange power also transmitted from the spiritual power waves emitted by Lauren. The flow of energy shall cease before its birth. The will of destruction shall be silent at the moment of burst. Time and space shall stand still here, all things shall freeze here. Great decree, all things to quiescence. This series of messages appeared long, but once included in spiritual power, the perception felt as if it happened in an instant. A force of absolute stillness, beyond ordinary energy and material planes, centered around Lauren, expanded like an infinitely expanding transparent field, instantly enveloping the entire rift area where the level 3 nest was located. The originally frenzied, converging and compressing annihilating energy inside the nest core, about to reach its critical point, its raging process appeared to have an absolute pause button pressed. The blinding white light solidified in its rushing state, no longer increasing nor decreasing, as if it became a freeze-framed catastrophic painting. The energy blood vessels on the nest's surface that had lit up, their glow also stagnated in place, no longer flickering. Even the massive throbbing of the nest itself fell into complete stasis. At this moment, the massive and twisted level 3 nest, like a terrifying insect sealed in amber, maintained its final, most frenzied posture, yet unable to release even a trace of its destruction. With Lauren having halted the self-destruction process of the level 3 nest, the outcome of this deep-sea battle was no longer in doubt. Deprived of the unified command of the nest consciousness, and due to some energy backlash caused by the core being confined, the remaining insect race troops plunged into utter chaos. Now they could only act on instinct, beginning mindless attacks on nearby slave creatures, with no organized coordination, almost fighting individually. The void insect race had already been no match for the slave creature legion, and now in chaos they were even less of a threat. The situation became one-sided in an instant. Eliminate all remaining units, leave none. Lauren's command was transmitted throughout the entire slave creature legion via the control talisman. This operation was solely to purge the nest cluster here, with no need to capture void insect race, thus they could be entirely eradicated. So far, the number of void insect race was still too great, with no necessity to intentionally leave any behind. With clear instructions, the slave creature legion, especially the 8 level 3 slave creatures, let out furious roars that resounded through the abyss. They no longer needed to conserve strength for unexpected situations, but instead unleashed all their ferocity and destructive urge. These commanderless remnants of the insect race, the situation had become a unilateral, efficient, and brutal purge. Lauren never focused his attention on those miscellaneous soldiers from beginning to end. He confirmed the surrounding threats had been basically cleared, while the destruction energy of the nest core, which was confined, continued to struggle violently against the constraints of his magic, trying to break free. The level 3 nest should not be underestimated, as it was only temporarily confined. Given enough time, it would eventually break through this layer of confinement. It was imperative to act to completely resolve this level 3 nest before it broke free. Lauren hovered directly in front of the massive nest, slowly raising his right hand. This time, what he gathered at his fingertips was not the binding dark blue runes, but a transcendent silver-white brilliance that seemed capable of slicing through light and space. This brilliance was not dazzling, yet it emitted an invincible and terrifying aura. Attracting the attention of all surrounding level 3 slave creatures, Lauren made a feigned downward slashing motion towards the solidified, mountain-like giant nest core. The silver brilliance in his hand did not shoot out, but accompanied his action. A slender and silent spatial rift traversed the void, appearing right at the core center. This fissure seemed inherently present there, only revealed by Lauren's will at that moment. Where the fissure passed, the nest's exceptionally resilient bio-armor, capable of withstanding the bombardment of level 3 slave creatures, thick active tissues, and forcibly solidified terrifying energy within. Everything was smoothly split in two, like a hot knife through butter. No explosion, no resistance, only a rule-based, absolute separation. The cross-section of the bisected nest was smooth as a mirror, where even the fixed energy flows and complex biological structures inside could be seen clearly. The mass of compression destruction energy was ultimately lost its last support and balance due to the thorough separation of the core structure. Yet its outbreak tendency was forcibly annihilated and dissipated under the joint effect of the power of decree and the spatial rift, finally turning into a chaotic energy breeze that swept by. In the most core, the area where energy was originally the most violent, a massive heart, the size of a house, entirely dark golden, covered with naturally formed complex patterns seemingly containing the truths of life and destruction, continued to beat slowly and powerfully, exposed in the seawater. This is the heart of the insect race of the level 3 nest. Not much larger than that of a level 2 nest, but its color and texture were entirely different. Even from a great distance, one can clearly feel the vast life energy it contained. The life energy waves it emitted were as substantial as tides, vast and pure, far surpassing any previous level 1 or 2 cores, causing all present beings to be moved. Lauren reached out with a virtual beckon. The gigantic dark golden heart of the insect race floated steadily in front of him. He took out a large crystal box etched with countless reinforcement and sealing runes, carefully storing this invaluable loot inside. Sealing layer by layer, blocking out the alluring yet dangerous vast pulsations. This heart of the insect race of level 3 was the most valuable thing in the entire nest cluster. The value of the heart of the insect race at level 3 is incalculable, likely beyond the point where it can simply be purchased with magic stones. On the other side, the west side of the nest cluster, Duke stood on a winged serpent at the rear of the battlefield, observing the situation over there from afar. He had detected the danger at the first nest self. Destruction, withdrawing from the center of the battlefield immediately. The heart of the insect race is indeed precious, but it must be attainable with one's life intact. Duke certainly did not want to be pulled into the water by a sudden self-explosion of the nest while taking the heart of the insect race. Since a level 3 insect from the void insect race arrived here later on the west battlefield, the Abyss Dominator's focus had to remain on dealing with this level 3 insect, unable to spare the attention for him to pick the heart of the insect race. However, after that initial period, Duke had acquired a whole 6 level 1 hearts of the insect race in his hands. Oh, this trip wasn't a loss. Unfortunately, the time came for the nest's self-destruction afterward, leaving him to watch helplessly as level 1 and level 2 nests detonated by themselves. Duke also commanded his subordinate slave creatures to evacuate this battlefield as he retreated, trying to minimize some losses. The slave creatures that hadn't managed to retreat in time suffered heavy casualties, with each nest explosion releasing extremely potent energy waves enough to easily obliterate ordinary slave creatures. Lauren's actions were quite swift, yet so many nests still self-detonated. This was another trait of the newly discovered nest cluster. In the face of crisis, they would sacrifice some lower-level nests to manage the crisis. This was something not encountered before when dealing with single nests, likely because a single nest self-destructing would mean total destruction, generally not opting for this approach. But in a nest cluster area, the sacrifice of some nests was bearable. As long as the nest cluster could survive, it would mean survival for the entire race. The development strategy of the mother hive and the various responses in times of crisis at their core aim solely to increase the possibility of sustaining the swarm. Essentially, there is no difference from the singular mother hive encountered before. Within the mother hive cluster, level 1 and level 2 nests are just expendable entities, akin to those individual units of the insect race. The energy storm triggered by the self-destruction of the mother hives gradually subsides, and the western battlefield is engulfed in silence and desolation. The originally dark purple mycelium area has become riddled with massive pits and scorched marks, the scars left by the mother hive's self-destruction. The sea is mingled with the strong burnt smell, the stench of insect race bodily fluids, and the pungent remnant of energy. Duke maneuvers the winged serpent, slowly returning to the core of the battlefield from a relatively safe area, his gaze calmly sweeping over the scene of wreckage. His slave creature legion suffered significant losses, especially those units that failed to retreat in time at the onset of the self-destruction, almost annihilated by the violent energy shock. Rough estimates show that the 50,000 legion now has only about 35,000 left, with many bearing injuries. This loss is similar to the one from Maple Hill County, but the durations of the battles in the two places are significantly different. The battle at Maple Hill County lasted over a month, whereas this one was less than an hour. What a pity! Duke sighed inwardly, not just for the lost slave creatures, but for the hearts of the insect race that were completely obliterated and unclaimed in the self-destruction. Especially the cores of several level 2 nests, whose value would far exceed several level 1 cores if acquired. But all the level 2 nests on the western battlefield self-destructed, leaving Duke no options but to watch helplessly as those level 2 nests turned into a mass of surging energy spreading to the surroundings. The western battlefield is the farthest place from Lauren, so by the time he intervened to curb the mother hive's self-destruction, it was already a bit too late here. All units, disperse in squads and execute battlefield cleanup. Duke issued new orders through the control talisman. He had already received the message from Lauren that the war was basically over, and all that remained was the final battlefield cleanup. The remaining 35,000 slave creatures began to move, starting the cleanup of the western battlefield. The huge, powerful pincered creatures are responsible for moving away the massive wreckage of insect race and their own kind, clearing a path and categorizing and piling up the valuable and relatively intact insect race carapaces, special organs, and so forth. Though these materials are not as precious as the hearts of the insect race, they are still good resources that can be used for creating alchemy creations or as research samples. Some slave creatures roamed through the ruins and debris, seeking fellow slave creatures that might have survived but lost their ability to move, bringing them to the rear for preliminary treatment by slave creatures with simple healing abilities or alchemy creations equipped with healing functions. Every slave creature is a valuable asset. Any loss that can be recovered, however slight, is worthwhile. A few energy-sensitive slave creatures were dispatched to the core areas of each mother hive's self-destruction, monitoring for any unstable energy residues or harmful radiation, attempting to perform localized purifications to ensure area safety. Other small, agile slave creature units combed through the battlefield like a fine-toothed comb, collecting sparse, yet still valuable insect race materials like sharp limb blades, sacs containing special acid, and relatively intact compound eyes. Duke himself wasn't idle either, maneuvering the winged serpent in a slow circle above the battlefield, his spiritual power casting like a fine net, meticulously scanning the ruins below. His primary focus was on the sites of the self-destructed mother hives. Although the hearts of the insect race were most likely completely destroyed in the explosions, there was still the possibility of finding exceptionally lucky shards that for some reason were not fully detonated. Even a thumb-sized piece of heart of the insect race containing pure life energy is far more valuable than ordinary materials. Simon and the other wizards were also performing similar cleanup and search tasks in their respective areas. Simon had a hint of lingering fear on his face, but more than that, the relief of completing a mission. He commanded his slave creature squad to carefully collect those marked as valuable insect race remains. This is the part everyone loves the most, with little danger remaining and a chance to pillage various materials extensively. Especially for wizards like Simon with no background or talent, who rely almost solely on themselves, these materials were extremely important. For Duke, these materials are somewhat trivial, not amounting to much when converted into magic stones. However, for others, even tens or hundreds of thousands of magic stones represent a fortune, capable of purchasing many resources needed for cultivation. Duke's real goal was to search for potential heart of the insect race shards, as they would be much more useful. Duke's spiritual power was like the most precise detection net, repeatedly scanning over the chaotic, scorched pits left by the mother hive's self-destruction. Most areas indeed had nothing left but the desolation after the violent energy sweep, but he did not give up. When he reached the edge of a massive crater left by a level 2 nest self-destruction, his spiritual power caught a few extremely faint yet exceptionally pure life energy reactions. He immediately maneuvered the winged serpent to land at the pit's edge amidst the fragments of twisted biological material and scorched remains. After careful searching, he successfully found 3 nearly fist-sized heart of the insect race shards, colored dark red and crystalline, with fine cracks on their surfaces. These shards felt warm to the touch, with what seemed like liquid energy circulating slowly inside, although tiny energy light spots constantly dissipated from their surface, indicating the structure was quite unstable and the energy was continuously leaking. Although far from a complete heart of the insect race, the life energy contained within was still quite substantial, which is beneficial for the world tree seed that requires nutrients and is still an invaluable resource. Duke collected these 3 shards and continued to search elsewhere. Conducted a more meticulous search in the areas where the level 2 nests were located, using his spiritual power as a sieve to thoroughly inspect the mother hives and surrounding areas, leaving no stone unturned. Unfortunately, aside from the initial 3 heart of the insect race shards, he found no other fragments. A few hours later, the cleanup of the entire western battlefield was basically complete. Losses were tallied, valuable materials were packaged and organized, and the injured slave creatures had also undergone preliminary treatment. Soon after, the formal command from Wizard Lauren was sent down. All units retreat to Blade Ridge Camp to rest. Duke wasted no time and immediately organized his forces. The 35,000 slave creatures, having just experienced the baptism of fire, were weary and scarred, but maintained strict formation, following Duke and the winged serpent back to the camp. The atmosphere on the return journey was completely different. The initial tension and killing aura were replaced by a somber and weary feeling of having narrowly survived a disaster. The water was still filled with a faint scent of blood and residual energy, and remnants of the insect race or slave creatures that had yet to be cleaned up could still be seen floating along the way. When the Blade Ridge Camp, shrouded by a pale blue energy shield, finally appeared in view, many wizards, including Simon, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The relatively safe and stable environment of the camp was particularly precious at this moment. The deep-sea environment was uncomfortable for wizards. Even if some magic could alleviate physical pressure, the psychological oppression lingered. Humans ultimately aren't suited for living under the sea. The environment is too oppressive for them. If just staying briefly, it wouldn't be too noticeable, but for living and fighting over a period, most people could feel the psychological pressure. The existence of the camp provided a psychological ease. Upon entering through the camp's entrance, breathing in relatively fresh air, feeling the ground beneath their feet, a sense of calm settled over him. The camp was bustling, with other units that retreated earlier also resting and resupplying. The medical area was filled with injured slave creatures, and the logistics staff were moving incessantly. Slave creatures lying here were at least level 1 life. Those who hadn't reached level 1 were generally left to their own devices, or had to seek assistance from other slave creatures for treatment. Duke went to the task office first, reporting the results and casualties of the western battlefield, and handed over part of the loot as required, mainly conventional insect race materials. Items like the heart of the insect race and fragments didn't need to be submitted. After completing these official duties, Duke finally returned to his residence in Blade Ridge Camp to rest. Until the next command arrives, there would be time for rest. Duke's accommodations in the Blade Ridge Camp were incomparable to those of ordinary wizards, whose resting areas were temporarily erected shacks. However, his personal residence wasn't such a simple, unified shack, but an independent, semi-enclosed courtyard located in a relatively secluded central command area of the camp. The entrance was an arched porch, naturally formed by the massive, dazzling growth of red living coral. Deep-sea pearls emitting soft white light were embedded among the coral branches, serving both as illumination and offering a mild soothing effect. 2 sea race guards, clad in heavy armor and holding coral tridents, stood at the door. They were assigned to Duke for vigilance and communication. The sea race guards clearly recognized Duke and opened the courtyard door for him. "I need to rest for a few hours. Please don't disturb me unless it's something very important," Duke specifically instructed. The 2 sea race guards nodded, acknowledging his request. Upon stepping into the courtyard, what came into view wasn't hard stone but a soft, elastic, velvet-like luminescent moss carpet. It was very comfortable to step on and emitted a faint blue glow, providing basic lighting. The top of the courtyard wasn't enclosed, but was covered by a flowing, water curtain-like thin film that simulated sunlight shimmering on the sea surface, preventing the space from feeling completely closed and oppressive. The main structure of the courtyard consisted of a main hall and a side silent room, with the main hall being the most spacious. The walls weren't monotonous rock, but were covered with a slowly writhing biostructure that changed subtle colors and complex patterns. This wasn't a creation of the insect race, but a symbiotic tapestry cultivated by the sea race, which automatically regulated indoor humidity, purified air, and emitted an extremely faint seaweed aroma beneficial for spiritual power recovery. The hall was furnished with tables and chairs polished from the complete giant clamshells, smooth and warm. On one side was a constant temperature soaking pool, constructed using the principle of seabed hot springs. The pool water contained faint minerals and gentle life energy, effectively alleviating fatigue and healing hidden injuries. On seeing the interior arrangement of the courtyard, Duke was somewhat stunned. It was hard to imagine this was a temporarily constructed camp. The disparity between this courtyard and the huts where Simon and others lived was enormous, making it seem more like a vacation spot than a battlefield. It seemed that the sea race highly valued those with some status among the wizards, not paying as much attention to ordinary wizards. Despite Duke's strength not being sufficient to enjoy such a treatment, the existence of the Black Sail Honor Medal elevated his status. Duke then took a bath in the constant temperature soaking pool, had a good rest, and alleviated much of his mental fatigue, feeling considerably lighter. After resting, he entered the Light God Court. Duke arrived beside the Spring of Life and took out the 6 level 1 insect race hearts and 3 pieces of level 2 insect race heart fragments he had acquired. Life energy within these fragments was continually dissipating and had to be used soon. Otherwise, the life energy would fully disperse and be wasted. Small piece of level 2 insect race heart fragment contained life energy equivalent to 1 level 1 insect race heart. Upon taking out the hearts, Duke felt the world tree seed conveying its instinctive craving for high purity life energy. Without hesitation, he immediately placed the 3 fragments into the spring of life. Once the fragments touched the water, the bright green light of the world tree seed shone, creating a joyful and eager suction like precipitation after a drought, greedily and efficiently absorbing the pure energy. Although the total wasn't as much as a complete level 2 insect race heart, its quality still had a special nourishing effect on the world tree seed, seemingly making the patterns on its surface clearer and more vivid. After the 3 pieces were fully absorbed, Duke continued to feed the 6 insect race hearts one by one to the world tree seed. The world tree seed seemed like it had been hungry for a long time, greedily devouring the abundant life energy within the insect race hearts. Through the slave mark, Duke could clearly sense the active will coming from within the seed. After the world tree seed awakened, its internal consciousness has remained in a rather blank state, unable to express any complex ideas. However, when Duke fed at the heart of the insect race, he could still clearly feel the world tree seed's consciousness being highly active, conveying an emotion of joy. All 6 hearts of the insect race were fed to the world tree seed, yet there were still no signs of sprouting. It was evident that this amount of life energy was still too little for it, not enough to reach the stage of sprouting. In fact, the life energy contained in a level 1 heart of the insect race is already quite immense, not to mention a total of 6 pieces. It can only be said that the world tree seed indeed is a major consumer of energy. Ordinary resources simply cannot satisfy its needs. After Duke fed all 6 hearts of the insect race to the world tree seed, he checked on the state of the spring of life. It seemed even better than before. The original liquid in the crystal base did not seem to diminish, but instead appeared to have increased slightly. This was also the effect of the world tree seed, creating a mutually promoting effect with the spring of life. Since the awakening of the seed, the development speed of the light god court has been astonishing. The most direct change is in the area of the divine court space, which expanded significantly again, from over 1,000 square kilometers to almost 2,000 square kilometers. Moreover, this expansion is not a mere increase in space. The entire texture of the space became more substantial and stable. The concentration of life energy flowing through the air increased several times over. In areas where life energy is particularly rich, this energy is no longer an ethereal mist, but has nearly condensed into a light green, faintly glowing fog, bringing comfort to the mind and body as if the soul is being cleansed with every breath. Especially near the spring of life, the energy's concentration reached an extreme. The light of the spring water turned into a substantial emerald green pillar piercing the heavens of the divine court, within which countless tiny life runes seemed to flicker in and out of existence. All the vegetation underwent a frenzy of growth and mutation. The towering ancient trees became even more robust, with natural patterns containing the philosophy of life emerging on their bark, and branches beginning to bear enticingly fragrant, weakly energized emerald fruits. The grass and shrubs on the ground evolved into shapes if carved from jasper, with leaves plump and exuding the sheen of life. More unprecedented strange flowers and grasses broke through the soil, their petals as transparent as crystal, stamens pulsating with tiny light spots, emitting various, equally exhilarating fragrances. The newly born animals in the forest also underwent significant changes. Their physiques appeared more balanced and elegant, their fur or scale armor became more radiant. More importantly, their eyes lost some of their ignorance, gaining more intelligence. Some small deer-like creatures dared to curiously approach Duke, rather than panic and flee as before. The fledgling bird's call seemed to carry a simple melody. They instinctively circled the outer area of the spring of life, absorbing the escaping energy, but still dared not approach the core of the spring, maintaining an innate reverence for the area where the spring of life resided. As the core of the entire divine court, the scale of the spring of life also expanded several times, its water becoming clearer, its emitted emerald green light carrying a hint of divine gold, and the world tree seed floating deep within the spring eye also underwent some changes. Its volume slightly expanded, becoming a circle larger than before, entirely like the finest emerald, crystal clear, with the speed of the inner halo's rotation accelerating, as if life in liquid form was surging within. The mysterious patterns on the surface of the seed completely illuminated, becoming more complex and profound, vaguely forming a miniaturized, ever-evolving life map. Duke could clearly feel that the once dim consciousness inside the seed became more solid and active after absorbing the massive life energy from the 6 hearts of the insect race. What it conveyed was no longer just simple joy, but a complex emotion intertwined with satisfaction and desire, as if an infant rapidly growing with an insatiable need for nutrition. It absorbed energy at a faster pace, becoming ever more closely connected to the entire light god court, as if it had become the true pulsating heart of this space. Duke carefully observed all this, even taking out parchment to meticulously record these details for future reference. However, he would not take these materials out to prevent any leakage, keeping everything stored in the courtyard within the light god court. This documentation was extremely precious, for no one else in the wizard plane had likely cultivated a world tree, making it a unique and invaluable record. Duke did not linger long here, leaving the light god court after completing these observations and records, returning to his residence. Since it was located in the camp, disappearing for too long might draw some attention. It was better to be cautious. Even though someone might notice his disappearance and reappearance, they wouldn't ask too many questions, as some methods for a level 1 crystallized mage were quite normal and generally would not provoke any inquiry. Back in his courtyard room, everything was as usual. Incredibly quiet. The 2 sea race guards at the door stood tall, waiting for orders at any time. Before receiving new orders, they were to stay at the seabed temporarily, until receiving directives for task completion from above. At present, wars with the void insect race had commenced across various aquatic regions of the wizard plane, unlikely to conclude soon. Duke was unclear whether his mission would end once the void insect race around this sea area was resolved, or if he would need to proceed to other places afterward. For him, participating in such actions more frequently was naturally better, allowing him to acquire hearts of the insect race and accelerate the growth progress of the world tree seed. It was foreseeable that the upcoming period would likely be spent battling in the sea, with Duke planning to make some preparations. During his time at the seabed, he also had some thoughts. In this vast and unfamiliar deep-sea battlefield, the importance of information sometimes surpassed that of pure force. A thought in his mind gradually became clearer. Perhaps the ocean itself could provide some information. The ocean is not lifeless. Currents are its lifeblood, flowing incessantly from one sea region to another. During their long journey, these waters witness countless events: the migration of the insect race, patrols of the sea race, residual vibrations after energy bursts, even inadvertent biological pheromones or spirit imprints left behind. If one could decipher these imperceptible traces of information carried by the water flow, it would be akin to having countless invisible eyes and ears in the deep sea. Based on this concept, Duke began working on a brand new magic, temporarily naming it the water flow shadow. The core principle of this magic is not to spy on real-time events happening afar, but to trace and interpret the faint imprints of various energies, substances, and information recorded by a specific body of water over a certain period. To achieve this, the caster must have a sufficiently high water element affinity talent. Otherwise, it would be difficult to perceive these imperceptible bits of information hidden in the sea. This requirement presents a high barrier for other wizards. Those whose water element affinity is insufficient have virtually no hope of using this magic. Perhaps some wizards in the past had similar ideas, but the natural barriers directly thwarted the possibility of implementing those ideas. If Duke could truly realize this idea, even if he successfully constructed the magic model, not everyone would be able to use it. Even if he shared this magic model with others, other wizards could only learn from it. Even if they successfully constructed the magic model themselves, they still would not be able to use it properly. Many spells are like this, with various requirements acting as barriers to their use. Duke then went to the meditation chamber in the courtyard, a room crafted specifically for wizard meditation. The chamber was extremely tranquil, with walls made of thick, soundproof coral rock and floors paved with obsidian, which aids in energy convergence. At the center of the room was a slightly sunken meditation pit, filled with tranquil sea sand collected from the deep sea's frigid zones. The most striking feature was the meditation chamber ceiling, inlaid with a gigantic, uncarved natural blue crystal, within which a small cluster of eternally flickering cold flames was sealed. It not only provided stable, gentle light, but also emitted energy waves that effectively assisted meditation by screening out external distractions. Duke sat cross-legged on the tranquil sea sand, his spiritual power highly focused, meticulously honing his perception of the surrounding seawater. He did not perceive the resistance, temperature, or pressure of the seawater, but focused on capturing the billions to one anomalies, distinct from the seawater's molecular structure. These so-called anomalies might be a wisp of extremely faint pheromones from the insect race, a trace of free energy particles left after an energy burst, or a faint spiritual wave imprint on the verge of dissipating. Ordinary wizards could not possibly perceive these things. It's like a faint odor in the air that those with less acute senses cannot detect. But this does not mean these odors do not exist. It's just that most people cannot smell them. The same goes for seawater. It's not as clear and pure as it seems, but is filled with various impurities. These impurities are so minute, their traces almost undetectable, that without sufficient water element affinity, one cannot perceive them. After initially being able to capture the noise within seawater, Duke began to conceive the general structure of the magic model. This model is extremely complex. It needs to function like an exceedingly precise multi-layered filter and decoder. The first layer needs to eliminate the overwhelmingly prevalent, meaningless background noise in seawater. The second layer, according to the caster's intent, screens out specific types of imprints. The third and most crucial layer performs reverse deduction and scenario reconstruction of the filtered chaotic weak imprints, attempting to interpret the vague outlines of the events they represent. Once his concept was complete, Duke took out a specially crafted magic parchment and used his spiritual power as a pen to outline the preliminary framework of the water flow shadow magic model. He first crafted an extremely intricate three-dimensional structure composed of countless tiny nodes and the energy channels connecting them, resembling an enigmatic crystal formed by condensed water flow, with veins running through it. This was the core model he envisaged. However, the risk and difficulty of directly constructing a complete model were too high. Duke employed his most commonly used and reliable method for developing new magic, starting from the smallest unit to test. This was the approach he used when preparing for the crystallization advancement scheme, validating from the simplest functions and then deducing step by step to the final result. Duke dismantled this enormous three-dimensional structure in his mind, isolating the most foundational and core functional unit, the smallest structure. This unit is only responsible for the basic capture and recognition of information, equivalent to a mesh in the vast filter. Duke cautiously sketched this heavily simplified minimal unit model in the parchment's corner with extremely precise spiritual power lines. It resembled a tiny, continually self-rotating spiral, its nodes gleaming with different perceptual frequency lights. Duke closed his eyes and, with highly concentrated spiritual power, meticulously constructed this minimal unit model in the depths of his spiritual sea. This required an extremely high level of precision in controlling spiritual power, as any deviation at a node or instability in the energy channels could cause the model to collapse. For Duke in his current state, however, this was basic work with no pressure. After approximately a few minutes, a miniature spiral structure emitting a faint blue glow floated quietly in his spiritual sea, operating stably. The next step was testing. Duke injected a trace of spiritual power into this tiny magic unit and directed its perception towards a specific small cluster of seawater in the meditation chamber. Several hours earlier, he had deliberately infused a faint, nearly dissipated magic imprint into that cluster of seawater to simulate the historical information needing tracing. The minimal unit model in his mind trembled slightly, with several nodes lighting up. In Duke's consciousness, he immediately received some vague and fragmented fragments. It felt like listening to an extremely distant echo mixed with a lot of noise. He concentrated intently, finally capturing a trace of familiar magic wave belonging to himself, though faint but clearly discernible. Duke felt a surge of joy in his heart. But he didn't relax. This was just the first step. He recorded all the data during the unit's operation: the consumption rate of spiritual power, the model's stability, information capture sensitivity and accuracy, anti-interference capability, etc. Subsequently, he began constructing the second and third minimal units with slightly different functions, respectively testing their perceptual effects on biological pheromones and energy residual fluctuations. With each construction and test, he meticulously recorded all data, quickly covering the parchment with dense symbols, formulas, and observation records. This process is tedious and intricate. requiring great patience and meticulous calculation. However, Duke was completely immersed in it, relying on his formidable spiritual power for computational assistance to summarize, organize, and extrapolate from the vast amounts of test data. He particularly enjoyed the process of discovering and solving problems, being able to see himself progressing step by step towards his goal, which brought a great sense of accomplishment. Duke discovered many deficiencies in his initial concept, such as certain filter layers being inefficient, causing unnecessary spiritual power depletion. Moreover, there were logical loops in the structure of the information reconstruction part, making it unable to effectively restore the event outlines, and so on. He continually modified the core architecture diagram, adjusted the connection methods between nodes, and optimized the pathways of energy flow. The main model structure on the parchment became increasingly complex through successive revisions, yet also increasingly reasonable and efficient. Time quietly passed in the quiet chamber. 5 days later, Duke finally put down his pen. The magic parchment before him now displayed a complete, intricate, and wisdom-gleaming three-dimensional magic model, which was the final design diagram of the water flow shadow. This model presented a dynamic, multi-layered, nested spherical structure, the outer layer being a fast-spinning noise-filtering layer, centrifugally casting off useless background information. The middle consisted of several parallel information screening layers, resembling precise sieves, extracting specific types of imprints based on the caster's will. The innermost layer was the core shadow reconstruction layer, filled with complex analytic runes that assembled and extrapolated filtered informational fragments according to chronological sequences and energy spectrums, ultimately forming a vague, information-retraced simulated scene in the caster's consciousness. Now it's time to construct the complete model. Duke, concentrating and calm, plunged his entire mind into the spiritual sea. Using his overwhelming spiritual power as the foundation and the perfect data obtained from countless tests as the blueprint, he began constructing this brand new magic model. This was a complex magic model, reaching a complexity of N37. Even among level 1 magic, it was considered exceptionally complex. Duke manipulated his spiritual power to start constructing the magic model, illuminating numerous nodes and connecting myriad energy channels. In the spiritual sea, the pale blue radiance grew more intense as a complex, majestic, mysterious three-dimensional structure slowly took form. When the last node lit up and seamlessly integrated with the entire structure, the entire model suddenly emitted a stable and gentle blue glow, slowly rotating in Duke's spiritual sea. He could clearly sense an unprecedented deep connection between himself and the surrounding seawater. Whenever he wished, he could activate this model to listen to the whispers left by the past, washed and yet still lingering in the flowing currents of the ocean. Though the construction of the water flow shadow magic model was complete, Duke wasn't entirely at ease. He knew that any new magic, especially one used in such a complex environment for exploration, required rigorous testing to clarify its capability boundaries, consumption, and any possible interferences. The successful construction of a magic model only indicated it was indeed magic, but not that it could perfectly fulfill the initial purpose of its design. It is common in a wizard's magic research for the final constructed magic model to deviate from or even completely oppose the original purpose. Inherent instability and numerous uncertainties with self-created magic mean it often requires testing, adjustment, and optimization before it can be used with confidence. Sitting cross-legged in the tranquil chamber, Duke quietly activated the water flow shadow model in his spiritual sea. Wave of cool, ethereal spiritual power emanated from him, spreading silently like ripples caused by a stone cast into still water, establishing some deep link with the seawater in contact with his body. He did not set a specific target, merely opened his perception to the information remnants recorded by the water flow around this chamber and near this courtyard over past periods. Initially, an immensely complex noise surged into his consciousness. That was the endless motion trajectory of the water flow itself, carrying sensations of cold and pressure, interspersed with the faint bioelectric signals and fields from the life activities of plankton in the seawater, like the weaving background hums of countless insects in a grassy field during a summer night. Moments later, he sensed faint and unconscious spiritual power ripples emanating from other wizards or the sea race at the distant camp, mixed with various emotion fragments: vigilance, fatigue, curiosity, and even a touch of fatigue towards war. There were even, from much further ago, almost eroded vibration imprints left by tools chipping at coral rock while constructing this courtyard. This information flowed rapidly like a torrent, mixed with countless complex details. However, the magic model in his spiritual sea began to operate efficiently, with the outer noise filtering layer spinning rapidly, stripping and discarding most of the meaningless background information. Duke focused his thoughts, attempting preliminary screening. He planned to filter the information to see if there were traces of any powerful creatures or unusual energy activities nearby. As his will concentrated, the water flow shadow magic model continued to operate, focusing on capturing specific energy imprints and biological pheromones. Instantly, the torrent of information became much clearer, with some relatively distinct imprints beginning to emerge, pieced together by the core shadow reconstruction layer of the magic model in his consciousness into vague, intermittent scenes or sensations. He saw a massive, majestic shadow once glide slowly over the courtyard, a deep-sea giant squid patrol, with whirlpool imprints left by its strong, powerful tentacles stirring the water flow, and the powerful life energy within its body combined with a hint of the sea race's orderly spiritual mark, all engraved clearly in the water flow. This imprint was relatively fresh, likely left just a few hours ago. Duke also sensed a sharp, violent energy residue from the northwest direction, not a biological aura, but an imprint left by some high-energy magic or powerful attack propagated through the water flow. The imprint contained elements of tearing and burning, along with a hint of the unsettling chaotic energy traits unique to the void insect race, indicating there had been fierce combat with the insect race in that direction 1 or 2 days ago. In deeper, older temporal layers, Duke captured an extremely weak, nearly completely dissipated spiritual wave imprint. It did not originate from the sea race or insect race, but from a more ancient, obscure consciousness remnant, like a subconscious sigh from a massive entity slumbering beneath the deep sea. The imprint was too vague to decipher any specific information, leaving only a desolate, ancient feeling that caused Duke's spiritual power to momentarily pause. This spiritual power fluctuation imprint was likely left by a powerful sea race strong figure, or perhaps originated from some extraordinarily strong deep-sea demon. After sensing this imprint, Duke did not pursue it further to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. Because at this level, strong figures have extremely sensitive perceptions, and rashly probing might alert them, thus courting disaster. Such actions do not count as prying, but they may still slightly offend strong figures of this level. If the other party has a bad temper, it would be like digging a pit for oneself. Duke quickly filtered out this information, not daring to continue probing, and then continued browsing other information. He then locked onto a faint thread of imprint with specific pheromones. The magic model's reverse deduction sketched a very simplified dynamic scene in his consciousness. A few smaller-sized, stealthy void insect race scouting units slipped through a trench hundreds of meters outside the courtyard, silently like phantoms. Their carapace's friction with the water flow generated specific frequency fluctuations, and the pheromones they emitted for communication and marking paths were faithfully recorded by the current. This imprint was from about 3 to 5 days ago, time before the war against the Mother Nest colony had begun. From this scene, it could be seen that the Mother Nest colony was indeed aware of the Blade Ridge camp's existence and was also conducting reconnaissance in secret. However, because their Mother Nest's location could not move, they had no way to flee and could only stay in that place. Duke continued sensing for about 15 minutes before actively stopping the magic. Opening his eyes, a hint of fatigue flashed through them, but there was more excitement and contemplation. It succeeded. Water flow shadow is indeed effective, he thought, recalling all the scenes he had just perceived. This magic was not omnipotent. It didn't provide a clear real-time picture, but rather a fuzzy scenario simulation and energy spectrum reconstructed from information imprints. The longer the time elapsed, the more blurred the information, and the less accurate the reconstructed scenes, with geometric growth in spiritual power consumption. Moreover, if the water flow was violently disturbed, such as by large-scale battles or submarine earthquakes, many imprints would be covered or disrupted. But even so, this magic was still extremely valuable, able to track the past activity paths of certain presences in the current area, investigate whether specific areas had energy conflicts, even perceived traces left by hidden and unknown presences. Duke pondered. He took out parchment to record the results of his first official spell test, including the specific scenes sensed, time estimates, spiritual power consumption rate, and evaluations of perception clarity and accuracy. Further testing is required on trace precision for different time spans and types of information. Meanwhile, attempts should be made to narrow scope for more precise directional tracing. Duke recorded while planning his next test steps. At the same time, a new branch grew on the skill tree in his mind. Water Flow Shadow, LV1, 1/30. Although the Water Flow Shadow magic had no attack capability and wasn't a defensive magic, seemingly without strong energy fluctuations. In fact, this magic placed a significant burden on spiritual power, only consuming spiritual power and not magic power. Even with Duke's current spiritual power, using it was somewhat burdensome. Especially if deeply delving into hidden information within the water flow, it imposed an even greater burden on spiritual power. Duke understood why this was so, because Water Flow Shadow involved immense calculation and deduction processes, making extremely high demands on personal spiritual power. If an ordinary wizard apprentice used this magic, they might instantly experience a mental shutdown and faint directly. In the following days, Duke continuously tested and perfected his Water Flow Shadow. He no longer engaged in extensive generic perception but began attempting to trace in a targeted and precise manner. He would choose a specific ocean current path to track the information it carried over the past few days or even tens of days, or designate a small area to deeply explore the historical imprints deposited there. This process was akin to sifting carefully on the sands of time, searching for those still gleaming shells after being washed by the waves. Duke didn't just stay in Blade Ridge Camp to conduct tests, but chose places with different ocean current paths, because these places had more active currents carrying various information, making them more suitable for testing. On this day, Duke chose a relatively secluded spot, far from Blade Ridge Camp, at the edge of an undersea canyon for testing. Here, the water flow was complex with lurking undercurrents, theoretically making it easier to retain some unusual imprints. Duke activated Water Flow Shadow, with his spiritual power extending into the deep, rushing water flow below like delicate tendrils. After filtering out common imprints from recent sea race patrols and ordinary marine life activities, he concentrated on the more abnormal energy remnants. Most information remained chaotic, being weak movements of the seabed crust, mineral radiation, or periodic energy pulses emitted by some deep-sea plants. However, just as he was about to end this investigation, a subtle yet uniquely rhythmic energy fluctuation imprint, like a faint glowworm in the darkness, caught his attention. This imprint wasn't the remnant of intense energy bursts, but more like an afterglow from a sustained, gentle, and stable energy field, exuding pure and vibrant vitality, starkly contrasting the chilling and oppressive surrounding deep-sea environment. The imprint was very ancient, seeming to have drifted in seawater for countless years, so faint that it almost blended with background radiation. If not for Duke's keen perception of water elemental energy particles, coupled with the precise filtering of the Water Flow Shadow magic, it would have been impossible to discover it. Feeling a stir in his heart, Duke immediately concentrated all his mind, guiding the magic model of Water Flow Shadow, and exerted all efforts to trace the source of this special energy imprint. His spiritual power pursued traces like a hunting dog, tracing along the ocean current, through dark canyons, and across silent sea ridges. Eventually, all clues pointed towards an apparently unremarkable area deep within the canyon, covered with thick sediment and luminescent moss. This was an extremely deep undersea canyon, like an abyss on land. And the source of that imprint lay at the bottom of this abyss. Duke, through the magic of Water Flow Shadow, glimpsed the situation within the abyss. This was a series of images calculated and deduced from the information carried within the water flow, finally appearing in Duke's mind. It seemed to be a small cave entrance buried for countless years, now sealed by collapsed rocks and the dust of time. Deep within the cave, a warm, pure blue light faintly glimmered. This light was not static, but gently pulsating like the heart of the deep sea, with each pulse emitting a subtle yet uniquely rhythmic water element fluctuation. This fluctuation was remarkably harmonious with the surrounding seawater, yet carried an ancient and primal will, leaving a unique and mysterious imprint in the flow of water over the years. In the images, some lush, glowing algae, nourished by this energy over a long period, could be seen. They twined around the ruins at the cave entrance like loyal guardians, forming a small ecosystem that was distinct and mysterious from the surrounding environment. There were even a few massive skeletons of unknown creatures, long devoid of life, half buried nearby. Over the ages, their bones seemed to have been imbued with the blue light, taking on a lustrous sheen reminiscent of deep-sea pearls. Duke's heart involuntarily skipped a few beats. This pure and profound water element fluctuation, capable of integrating so perfectly with the deep-sea environment while possessing an independent will, was definitely not something that ordinary elemental crystals or magic items could possess. To Duke, it felt more like a living, ancient creation closely tied to the ocean's origin. A powerful water attribute treasure, or some ocean-specific resource. Various possibilities flashed through Duke's mind, and he could feel that whatever was inside, it was not simple. He forcefully suppressed the urge to explore immediately, carefully evaluating the risks. The imprint's age suggested the place might have been forgotten, implying relatively low danger. But in the deep sea, any location containing treasures might be accompanied by unknown protective mechanisms or curses. He quickly noted the precise coordinates of that area, detailing the characteristics of the energy imprint and the reconstructed vague images. In any case, it's worth exploring. Duke's eyes reflected a trace of caution. But utmost caution is necessary. Such ancient things often have far-reaching connections. Fortunately, he had some spare time during this period, allowing Duke the opportunity to go on an adventure. The water flow shadow magic was exceptionally suitable for treasure hunting in underwater environments, allowing one to gather extensive information from the data the water carries. The treasures hidden within the sea are countless. Since the birth of the wizard plane, who knows how many treasures lie hidden in some unremarkable corner of the ocean. Duke planned to make preparations before venturing to investigate. A few days later, Duke was ready and left Blade Ridge Camp. Before leaving, he made sure to inform Lauren, saying he was just going for a stroll. Lauren, naturally, had no objections. Before the next mission, they were free to move about without much restriction. The only thing to heed was not to stray too far, lest something occur and they cannot return promptly. Utilizing the water flow shadow for precise interpretation of water flow and calculating coordinates, he navigated like a seasoned pilot, precisely diving towards that unknown canyon region in the dim, high-pressure depths. The initial journey was relatively stable, following a familiar seabed slope downward. Occasionally, patrolling sea race teams or traces of luminescent fish shoals were visible. But as the depth increased, light gradually faded, plunging the surroundings into a near-eternal darkness. Only the faint lighting technique he cast and the self-luminous moss and fungi on the rock walls provided limited illumination. The pressure became terrifying. Were he not a level 1 crystallized mage, with a body and spiritual power fortified multiple times, he would have long been crushed by the deep-sea pressure. This depth was no place an ordinary person could reach, with far fewer signs of biological activity visible. Duke activated the water flow shadow again, this time for risk avoidance rather than treasure hunting. His spiritual power probed into the surrounding icy seawater, reading the recent information recorded within the currents. He saw a deep abyss eel, over 20 meters in length, with razor-sharp teeth, swimming past hours ago. Its ferocity left a clear imprint within the water. This was a level 1 peak-class demon, evidently powerful. Duke also sensed an area in the water ahead filled with intense acidic corrosive energy imprints, suggesting it might harbor unknown acid-spraying creatures or a natural poison spring. He immediately adjusted his route, taking a wide detour. At the bottleneck of a seabed rift, he detected periodic energy turbulence recorded in the water flow through his magic. Patiently waiting, he passed swiftly through during a relatively calm interval, avoiding trouble from the turbulence. In this complex seabed environment, water flow shadow became his indispensable early warning radar. Relying on it, Duke successfully navigated several potential threats and mishaps, allowing the journey to proceed smoothly. As he drew closer to the target coordinates, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie and desolate. Massive, twisted deep-sea corals loomed like a ghostly forest. In the darkness, cold, emotionless eyes occasionally glowed. These were abyssal creatures adapted to extreme conditions, silently watching. most harbored hostility toward the uninvited Duke, but upon sensing the powerful aura he emitted, they mostly chose to stealthily retreat. Duke grew more cautious, suppressing all unnecessary auras, simulating his life fluctuations and energy aura as much as possible with the surrounding. Cold seawater, drifting like a ghost among rugged rocks and towering kelp forests. After hours of stealthy navigation, he finally reached the edge of the underwater canyon area shown by the water flow shadow. Standing at the canyon's top, looking down, he saw the bottomless darkness below, resembling the maw of a colossal beast. Chilly seawater formed undercurrents here, producing mournful sounds. The canyon walls were steep and lined with slimy sediments and perilous sharp rocks. Reaching this point, the distinctive blue energy fluctuation with an ancient will sensed by the water flow shadow became slightly clearer, still faint, yet like a beacon in the darkness, guiding him toward his ultimate destination. Duke checked his own condition, confirmed all his protective spells and emergency measures. Then, like a fish blending into the darkness, he cautiously began to descend along the steep rock wall towards the endless abyss below. He adjusted his aura to become more restrained, almost merging with the surrounding dim seawater. Like a weightless falling leaf or a cautious shadow, he began to slide down the nearly vertical cliff. The deeper he went, the more completely the light vanished, until even the occasional glowing moss was no longer visible, and true absolute darkness descended. Duke put away the lighting technique, relying entirely on his own dark vision and spiritual power to observe the surroundings, avoiding unnecessary attention from overly bright light. In this world of silence, where even sound was distorted by immense pressure, only the faint hiss of water currents passing by and his own steady heartbeat were clearly audible. Water flow shadow continued to operate, with spiritual power scanning the area below and around like the most sensitive tendrils. Duke saw marks of ships that had long since sunk, crushed and corroded by pressure and time, leaving only twisted metal skeletons silently narrating past tragedies. Near these wrecks, there were often some peculiar deep-sea creatures that lived on detritus. The descent was slow and agonizing, with time losing its meaning here, only the constantly jumping numbers on the depth gauge and constantly consumed spiritual and magic power reminding him of his progress. It was unclear how long it had been, perhaps just a few hours, yet it felt as long as a century when Duke's feet finally touched a relatively flat surface, reaching the bottom of the abyss. Here lay a vast sea floor, covered with thick silt and debris. The touch underfoot was soft and cold, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, as if countless eyes were staring in the dark. At this point, the unique blue energy fluctuation from the direction of the target became clearer. It was like a faint fragrance in the darkness, still weak but unwaveringly guiding the way. Duke didn't rush forward. He stayed in place, once again fully operating water flow shadow to conduct a more detailed and deeper scan of the seabed within hundreds of meters around. This time, he captured some new details. Beneath the silt in that area, there seemed to be more large, unnatural structures buried, some resembling broken stone columns and stone slabs with blurred carvings. These imprints were unimaginably ancient, almost worn smooth by time and sediment. The source of the blue energy fluctuation indeed came from within a raised structure, blocked by a mass of collapsed rocks and silt, consistent with the cave entrance he saw in the shadow scan. Information recorded by the water flow also showed no signs of powerful creatures inhabiting or frequently moving here in the near term. Duke also found several huge bones in the nearby silt, seemingly from some large deep-sea demon. These huge bones emitted a faint energy, completely lifeless, dissipating over time, with no undead or resentful remnants attached. The cave entrance, blocked by collapsed rocks and silt, appeared very natural, like the result of some geological movement or long-term erosion, with no signs of intentional blockage by external force. There's actually no protection. Duke's heart not only did not relax, but instead arose a bit of doubt. It seemed that there should be some kind of treasure inside, so how could it be exposed at the bottom of the abyss without any defense? This was illogical. He conducted a more thorough investigation again, and also conducted further reconnaissance of the shadow space aspect with the Eye of Darkness. But the result was that no problems were discovered. Here there was no trace of any defense mechanism at all. Is it that too much time has passed, and all the defenses have been completely worn out by time? Or is the existence method of this treasure itself a natural protection? Duke pondered silently. Perhaps the treasure had extremely strong ability to conceal its own aura. If not for him possessing the water flow shadow magic, no one could find its trace beneath this immense abyss and endless silt. Alternatively, the treasure might have a repelling or concealing characteristic towards non-water element extreme affinity individuals. Duke remained vigilant, suppressing his aura, maintaining a concealed state like a slippery fish, swiftly and quietly traversing the last distance, reaching the buried Ray's structure. At close range, even through thick rocks and silt, he could feel more clearly the summoning of that blue energy fluctuation, with the water elemental power in his spiritual sea subtly resonating with it, even making him feel a sense of comfort. He extended his hand, gently pressing against the cold, silt-covered rock, beginning a meticulous manipulation of magic power to carefully remove the obstructions blocking the entrance. His movements were light, trying to avoid causing major disturbances, still maintaining vigilance on the surrounding environment just in case. As the rocks and silt were removed bit by bit, the blue light gradually shone through the gaps, rendering the surrounding murky seawater with a dreamlike hue. With the last piece of obstructing rock gently removed, a narrow entrance just enough for a person to pass through was revealed. In an instant, a more intense, pure blue light surged from within the cave, illuminating the seawater around Duke into a fantastical blue gemstone liquid. He cautiously ventured into the cave. The cave's interior was not large, with walls as smooth as if polished by flowing water over eons, while the center housed a naturally formed stone platform resembling white jade. And lying quietly atop the stone platform was the source of that light, a large and beautiful shell. Its shell was about half a person's height, elegantly shaped, with a texture smooth as the finest mutton fat jade, yet presenting a deep blue as if containing the entire starry sea. The surface of the shell naturally bore silver patterns like moonlight scattered on sea waves, which subtly twinkled with the pulse of light, breathtakingly beautiful. Duke could sense that the magnificent and pure essence of the water element, along with an ancient will, emanated from within this closed shell. He slowly approached, with vigilance and curiosity intertwined in his heart, as knowledge from the past flashed through his mind, searching for material that matched the thing in front of him. Could this be the beauty shell? Duke thought for a long time, and found that everything about this shell matched the descriptions of the beauty shell. Long before officially embarking on the path of a wizard, Duke encountered a person on that ship who was taken away by the sea race for having eaten a beauty shell. The beauty shell has always been a treasure of the sea race as well as their taboo. When humans consume a beauty shell, it can enhance their water element affinity, but they will also be cursed by the sea, and a peculiar aura will linger upon them. The sea race can sense this aura from a great distance and will travel thousands of miles to hunt them down. Even wizards do not know the true significance of beauty shells to the sea race or why they guard them so fervently at any cost. This is an absolute line that must not be crossed, forbidding humans or any demons from consuming beauty shells. Recalling these records, Duke became even more cautious. If this shell before him indeed was a beauty shell, he had to be careful not to harm it. However, he needed to verify first whether this thing was truly a beauty shell. Duke then reached out, touching the surface of the shell, which felt extremely strange, lacking the hard texture typical of shells. Instead, it was like touching the skin of a youthful girl. But this didn't mean the shell was fragile. Quite the opposite, this layer of shell possessed a formidable defense, which Duke sensed, suspecting even a level 1 magic could hardly damage it. Just then, a faint, nearly imperceptible sound echoed. The tightly sealed shell, gleaming with azure and silver light, suddenly opened a fine gap at the top. Duke paused as he stepped back halfway with yellow sand swirling around him, eyes sharply fixed on the gap. The light grew even brighter, flowing out from the gap. Soon after, the shell slowly opened to either side like a blooming flower. The soft flesh inside was not like the imagined shellfish, but was covered with a layer of silver padding, soft as moonlight, exuding gentle radiance. And upon this silver padding, a figure was curled up. It was a girl appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. She was completely nude, her skin fairer than snow, delicate as if polished from deep-sea pearls, subtly shimmering with a healthy luster from merging with the surrounding water element. Her long, blue spiraling hair cascaded down like seaweed, partially covering her exquisite body, with strands seeming to glimmer like tiny starlight. Her features were extraordinarily refined, exhibiting a natural purity and fragility, her long lashes quivering like butterfly wings, casting faint shadows under her eyelids. Perhaps startled by the opening or Duke's unfamiliar presence, those long lashes flickered a few times, slowly lifting to reveal a pair of eyes. The pupils were deeper in color than the purest deep-sea sapphire, while the whites had a touch of extremely light azure, making them appear incredibly clear, pure, yet seeming to contain the secrets and antiquity of the entire sea. Her eyes glistened with fluidity, as though tears could fall. At any moment, or rather, as if they were the concentrated essence of the sea. She awoke, her initial bewilderment lasted only a moment. Upon seeing Duke surrounded by golden sand standing not far away, her beautiful blue eyes were immediately filled with immense panic and fear. She uttered a short, faint exclamation, her voice ethereal and pleasant, unlike a human's voice, more akin to pearls rolling on jade plates or the gentle chime of a sea breeze kissing wind chimes. She abruptly shrank back, her arms tightly wrapping around herself, trying to cover her body, curling up on the soft silver padding, trembling, her gaze filled with helplessness and fear like a frightened young beast. This, truly, is a beauty shell, and one that has been nurtured for who knows how many years. Seeing this scene, Duke finally confirmed that the shell before him was indeed a beauty shell. As described in the scarce information he previously learned, beauty shells were typically only palm-sized, containing a maiden when opened. This kind of beauty shell was extremely vulnerable, even ordinary fishermen could dredge them up and consume them. But as time passes, beauty shells can continuously develop and grow larger. As for what they can eventually evolve into, Duke did not know either. At least the information he reviewed earlier did not provide more detailed records. Who are you? Why are you here? After thinking for a while, Duke attempted to communicate with the beauty shell through spiritual power. The girl only curled up further, burying her face in her knee and arm crook, leaving only her deep blue eyes full of fear sneaking a glance at him, her fragile shoulders constantly trembling, unable to speak a word. Observing this scene, Duke pondered. Normally, shells automatically close to protect themselves when sensing danger, but this beauty shell before him seems to have become part of the sea race, and the shell is not a part of her body. Continuously scrutinizing all details, he noticed several discrepancies compared to the information he previously learned. It seems juvenile beauty shells and the large beauty shell before him had some differences. It was unclear how this related to the secret of the sea race. Seeing the girl constantly trembling, Duke considered adjusting his aura, emanating a potent water element aura. With the aura changed, the girl indeed showed signs of change, looking up curiously at Duke, seemingly familiar with the aura surrounding him. Duke suddenly recalled the trait he received as a marine blessing. Underwater breathing. LV5 trait. Marine blessing. When underwater, receive a marine blessing, increasing swimming speed by 100% and reducing stamina consumption by 70%. Duke had never paid much attention to this trait, only considering it as a speed boost while swimming. Now, on reflection, since it was a blessing bestowed by the sea race, it likely wasn't just a simple speed increase but held some connection to the sea race. When he touched the shell, it automatically opened, perhaps because it sensed the aura on him. Normally, such shells would close tightly when sensing foreign objects approaching. Definitely not open voluntarily. Noticing the girl's reaction to the aura with the marine blessing characteristics emanating from him, Duke's heart stirred slightly. Duke restrained all potentially aggressive or threatening energy fluctuations, and even the yellow sand swirling around him quietly dispersed, leaving only the pure and gentle water element affinity flowing around him. He attempted to communicate again, this time without directly using spiritual power to impact, but instead integrating his thoughts into the surrounding water flow, gently transmitting them like gentle ripples, with goodwill in the intentions of his spiritual power. Duke knew very well that he must handle this matter properly, otherwise, it could bring great trouble to himself. The girl in front of him was clearly heavily involved, with a mysterious and ancient aura and a sense of youthful vitality of new life. The girl's curled-up body seemed to relax a little. The fear in her azure eyes slightly receded. Replaced by a mix of curiosity and timid scrutiny, she still didn't speak, but at least she was no longer trying to hide her entire face. Duke was extremely patient, not approaching further, but instead standing quietly in place, maintaining a peaceful aura as steady as a reef. He even slowly sat down, lowering his height to make himself appear less imposing. Time flowed in silence, with only the pulsation of the blue light in the cave and the girl's slight breathing sound. After some unknown period, the girl seemed to confirm that Duke was not dangerous. She cautiously and bit by bit raised her head. Her gaze fixed on Duke. She looked into Duke's calm eyes, feeling the somewhat familiar and reassuring aura, and finally her tense body slowly relaxed. Seeing her emotions stabilize, Duke attempted a simple gesture, pointing to himself and then outside the cave, conveying a vague message of leaving here through spiritual power. A hint of confusion flashed in the girl's eyes, followed by some unease. She looked at the closed cave around, then at Duke, and finally her gaze fell on her own naked body. A faint, pearl-like blush appeared on her face, and she clung her arms tighter. Duke immediately understood her embarrassment and took out a spare, soft black wizard robe from his storage ring, using magic power to control it, gently and unthreateningly sending it to the girl. The girl looked at the robe floating before her, hesitated for a moment, and then glanced at Duke's turned back. She quickly stretched out her hand, grabbing the oversized robe and clumsily but eagerly draped it over her petite body. In this deep-sea environment, the soft fabric was thoroughly soaked upon contact with the seawater, clinging tightly to the girl's skin. The originally oversized wizard robe, now soaked and semi-transparent, adhered completely to her body's curves, accentuating her youthful but already graceful silhouette more than nudity did. She didn't seem to mind the cold or discomfort, her hands tightly grasping the wet, heavy fabric at her chest, as if this thin, wet layer was the only sense of security she could attain to shield herself from external unfamiliar gazes. After a while, Duke felt a cool, soft, small hand still damp with seawater gently and tentatively pull on his sleeve. He turned around, seeing the girl wrapped in the wet black robe clinging to her body, her skin appearing even whiter, slender, and fragile. The wide hood covered part of her face, revealing only a delicate chin and tightly pressed, bloodless lips. She looked up at Duke, her eyes still carrying a trace of lingering fear, but more so a dependence and trust akin to a fledgling bird, as if, in this unknown dark world she awoke to, Duke was the only driftwood she could hold onto. She still didn't speak, only using those deep blue, water-filled eyes, emphasized by her wet hair, to silently express her willingness to follow. Duke inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that initial trust had been established. He nodded, trying to make his expression appear gentle, then turned and led the way outside the cave. Duke originally thought he had found some treasure, only to unexpectedly pick up a girl, or more accurately, a problem. He now only wished to quickly return to Blade Ridge Camp and hand this girl over to the sea race. Before that, he had to ensure her safety as much as possible, make sure she didn't encounter any problems. At least not under his watch. Given the sea race's past emphasis on the beauty shell, this girl was undoubtedly something special. The girl immediately followed closely behind him, her small hand tightly grasping a corner of his wizard robe, as if afraid of losing track. She seemed naturally adapted to the deep-sea environment, moving gracefully and effortlessly through the water, the wide robe corners floating in the current, like a ghostly orchid of the deep sea. Duke suddenly thought of something, pausing for a moment, and reached back to retrieve the remaining large shell. The girl curiously watched this scene, seemingly not understanding how the shell had suddenly disappeared. The return journey was more cautious because he was. Accompanied by her, Duke remained highly vigilant, avoiding any potentially troublesome places along the way. The girl continuously and quietly followed behind, not making any sound, occasionally casting curious glances at the strange and bizarre deep-sea scenes along the way. When they finally reached the vicinity of Blade Ridge Camp, Duke could feel the girl's grip on his robe corner tighten slightly, evidently nervous about this unfamiliar area. Duke did not return directly to his courtyard, but instead led her straight to the area of the camp where sea race members usually resided, a section constructed of huge corals and glowing crystals. His appearance, especially with a silent girl dressed in a human wizard robe, but exuding a pure sea race aura, immediately caught the attention of the surrounding sea race warriors. Several tall, trident-wielding sea race warriors covered in scales quickly surrounded them, their eyes full of vigilance and scrutiny. The leader of the warriors, whose aura had clearly reached the level 2 life level, sharply scanned Duke and finally focused on the girl behind him. When his gaze met the slight strands of azure hair protruding from her hood, and sensed the pure oceanic aura from the essence of life that remained undeniable even when concealed, his expression changed dramatically. His face was filled with incredulous shock. followed by zeal and reverence almost overflowing. He abruptly knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and shouted something in sea race language with a trembling voice. The other sea race warriors behind him initially froze, then seemed to understand something, quickly imitating and collectively kneeling, their heads deeply lowered, not daring to look directly at the girl. The entire scene instantly became solemn and eerie, with the mysterious blue-haired girl becoming the center of the Blade Ridge camp. Duke understood in his heart. It seemed his guess was right. This maiden form of the beauty shell held a significance to the sea race far beyond what he had imagined. A moment later, a powerful aura rapidly approached. Sea race warrior, draped in a coral battle armor inlaid with magical patterns, exceptionally tall and brawny, wielding a massive silver trident, hurried over with the stride of a dragon and the pace of a tiger, surrounded by a group of elite sea race guards. It was none other than the sea race commander of the Blade Ridge camp, Fao. Fao's gaze was as concrete as reality, instantly bypassing Duke, firmly locking onto the girl hiding behind him. When he truly sensed the aura emanating from the girl, this commander, known for his steadiness and cold demeanor, could not control his expression, revealing an extreme shock even more exaggerated than those warriors before. His pupils shrank violently, and his knuckles turned white from the force with which he gripped the trident. "Everyone retreat. Clear this area. Without my command, no one including you, wizard, shall approach within 100 meters." Fao's voice was deep and filled with authority, carrying an undeniable urgency. The sea race guards behind him immediately took action, swiftly yet politely removing the onlooking personnel of other races, including some human wizards. Soon, only Fao, Duke, the girl, and a few trusted guards of Fao remained on the scene. Fao took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. First, with utmost solemnity and a hint of unutterable reverence, he bent slightly in an ancient sea race greeting gesture towards the girl. Then he turned his gaze to Duke, filled with complex emotions, scrutiny, gratitude, and deep seriousness. Fao had already learned that it was Duke who brought this girl here. "Wizard Duke." Fao's voice was lowered to ensure only the few of them could hear. "This is not the place for a conversation. Please come with me and bring this esteemed presence. We need to conduct a most confidential discussion immediately. You must detail the entire discovery process to me. Every detail is crucial." His tone indicated that this matter was of grave importance, far beyond the ordinary. Commander Fao led Duke and the girl to a building in the deepest parts of the sea race's territory. This, rather than a room, was a naturally formed enclosed space of giant, ancient glowing corals, filled with rich water elemental energy. The walls were inlaid with countless night pearls and strange shells, emitting a soft and mysterious radiance, illuminating the entire space like a seabed sanctuary. After entering, Fao solemnly invited the girl to sit on a jade platform covered with the softest seaweed velvet. The girl, although a bit nervous, occasionally glanced at Duke. Yet to the pure sea race environment around her and the powerful, orthodox ocean aura from Fao, she reacted with a natural sense of closeness and relaxation. She remained silent, but the confusion in her eyes lessened significantly, just sitting quietly, as if she had returned to a familiar environment. Fao gestured for Duke to sit opposite, yet did not sit himself but stood at a slight distance from the girl, with a respectful posture. "Wizard Duke," Fao's voice echoed in the enclosed space, carrying unprecedented seriousness. "Please forgive my urgency and previous rudeness. But now, please, you must tell me, where and how did you discover this esteemed being? Please reveal every detail. It is of utmost importance to our race." "Who exactly is she?" Duke was somewhat curious about the girl's identity. Fao hesitated for a moment, then said, "She is a legitimate member of our sea race royal family and an extremely important one. I'm sorry, I can't say much more, please understand." Duke nodded. He had somewhat anticipated this result. For the sea race warriors to show such reverence merely by sensing her aura, only a sea race royal family member could achieve that. And the girl before him seemed to be an extraordinary presence even within the royal family. But unfortunately, Fao would not disclose more detailed information. Duke was puzzled over why the sea race royalty would have ties to the beauty shell. If the sea race royalty was born from the beauty shell, that would be somewhat unreasonable. Because if royal family members could emerge from beauty shells, the shells would appear too weak. Ordinary beauty shells are only palm-sized. Even an ordinary person could pose a threat to them. Such fragile life forms have become almost a delicacy among wizards, just with some risks associated. From how the sea race relentlessly hunts those who have eaten the beauty shell, one can see how important and invaluable it is to them. But from another perspective, the sea race seems to have no effective way to protect the beauty shell. If it is so important, the sea race should concentrate on cultivating and safeguarding it, rather than allowing any fisherman to casually catch it. Duke deduced from all this that the sea race cannot control the cultivation process of the beauty shell, nor do they have the ability to produce it themselves. Yet the beauty shell is extremely important to the sea race, which is why they would never forgive anyone who has consumed it. Feeling the undeniable gravity in Fao's tone, Duke pondered for a moment, then began narrating from when he detected abnormal energy fluctuations using the water flow shadow magic, omitting the specific principles of the magic. Only mentioning it was a water element detection technique he excelled in. He detailed the buried abyssal cave, the massive skeletons around, and how, after cautious exploration confirming no apparent defenses, he discovered the unopened beauty shell and the process of it opening on its own, revealing the girl inside. As Duke narrated, Fao listened with extreme focus, missing no detail, and when he heard of the shell opening on its own, a flash of uncontrollable shock and excitement crossed his eyes again. Just as Duke finished recounting the general process, a faint commotion came from outside the enclosed coral space. The voice of a sea race guard resonated clearly in Fao's ear through some transmission method. "Commander, Wizard Lauren has arrived, insisting on seeing you and Wizard Duke to inquire about what happened." As the leading figure of the wizards at Blade Ridge Camp, Lauren naturally wouldn't stand by idly, allowing the sea race to take his people without seeking an explanation for the situation. Duke sensed that Fao bore no ill will towards him, so he cooperated readily, as he too wished to understand what was truly involved. Fao thought for a moment and responded in a deep voice, transmitting his voice through magic. "Respond to Lord Lauren that the highest-level internal affairs negotiations of the sea race are currently underway here, involving our ancient heritage and absolute secrecy. Duke the Wizard, as the provider of key information, is cooperating with us for necessary inquiries. In the name of the sea race, Commander, I assure that Duke the Wizard's safety and dignity will be fully respected, and he will not be subjected to any improper treatment. However, until matters are clarified, we are not in a position to receive external guests. We ask for Lord Lauren's understanding." Duke also communicated with Lauren through the wizard's mark, indicating that nothing would happen on his end. After receiving Duke's response, Lauren asked a few more questions, and only after confirming there was no issue did he leave the outside. Fao looked back at Duke, his gaze more complex, with even a hint of barely noticeable gratitude. He knew very well that if Duke hadn't recognized the significance of the beauty shell and discovered this girl in a relatively calm manner, the consequences would be unimaginable if it had been any other wizard or creature using more violent means. "Duke the Wizard, thank you for your candid account." Fao's tone had softened considerably, even with a hint of respect. "You may not fully understand what this girl you brought back signifies, but please believe that our race holds no malice toward you, and the subsequent inquiries are merely to understand the situation more comprehensively, so we can better welcome her return." Duke had nothing to hide. Actually, the information he knew was just that much, and he merely answered some of Fao's questions afterward. After listening to Duke's full account, Fao's expression became increasingly grave. He did not immediately explain more to Duke, but instead took out a special device crafted from a conch shell. He reported quickly and quietly in ancient sea race language into the conch, his tone filled with unprecedented respect and excitement. After the communication ended, Fao let out a long breath, and when he turned to Duke, the solemnity on his face turned into deep emotion and a bit of relief. "Duke the Wizard," he said in a deep voice, "I have reported the situation to the royal family, and soon, royal envoy team will come personally to welcome her back." The waiting time was not long, but the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn and majestic. During the ensuing time, the sea area near the Blade Ridge camp fell silent as an intangible pressure began to permeate, the entire camp's surroundings entering a state of full alert. Lauren also cooperated greatly, proactively dispatching wizards and the slave creature legion to guard the camp. A day later, A swath of dazzling lights appeared in the distant deep sea, like a moving galaxy. It was a grand and meticulously organized sea race procession, led by several elders dressed in luxurious court attire, wearing coral and pearl crowns, their auras deep and unfathomable, evidently powerful beings above level 4. Behind them followed a whole team of magnificent chariots pulled by sea horses, inlaid with countless gemstones, then a sea of royal guards bearing etiquette, clad in golden armor, massive and imposing, emanating awe-inspiring power and majesty. The stunning scene overwhelmed the entire Blade Ridge camp. Whether wizards or other sea race warriors, observed from afar without daring to approach. The royal procession arrived directly outside the coral sanctuary, where Duke and the others were, and the elder with the most grand aura, and holding a blue scepter symbolizing royal authority, immediately focused his gaze on the girl sitting next to Duke. A surge of irrepressible excitement and fervor erupted in his eyes, even hints of tears glistening. He led all the royal members, bowing deeply and devoutly in the girl's direction, calling out a noble title in unison in ancient sea race language. The girl seemed startled by the grandeur of the scene. Instinctively moving closer to Duke, gripping his sleeve tightly with her small hand. The elder holding the scepter slowly approached, first casting an incredibly complex glance at Duke, a look containing scrutiny but even more indescribable gratitude. And he turned to the girl, speaking in an extremely gentle voice, as if afraid of startling her. "Noble Princess Seraphina, your wandering years have ended, and your eternal ocean home, your loyal people, have come to welcome your return." Seraphina in the sea race language is a name imbued with moonlight, waves, and starlight, ethereal and noble. Upon hearing this name, Seraphina's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. It also seemed to convey a tremor from the depths of her soul. She looked at the elder, then up at Duke, her eyes full of reliance and helplessness, gently shaking her head as if unwilling to leave. The elder holding the scepter, observing this, did not insist but looked at Duke again, his tone solemn. "Human wizard Duke, you have retrieved our Princess Seraphina, and this kindness the sea race will never forget. You will gain the sea race's most sincere friendship, lasting eternally." The elder paused, taking an object from his bosom. It was a dark blue crystal, about palm-sized and irregularly shaped, its texture like solidified deep sea, with specks of silver light slowly flowing inside, like sealed stars. It didn't exude intense energy, instead. It emitted an unusually tranquil, almost stagnant aura held in hand. Even the sound of surrounding water seemed distant and blurred. "This item is called the time-space nucleus." The elder's voice was exceptionally calm. "It is a treasure of our sea race. Miracle naturally formed at the singularity of a time-space fold, rare to see in eons. Today it is bestowed upon you to signify our race's highest esteem." He gestured for Duke to carefully hold the crystal and said solemnly, "It contains a fragment of the most primordial laws of time and space. The holder can actively trigger its power with only one effect, to create a brief, absolute time stasis in a very small area. When it is triggered," the elder detailed the function of the time-space nucleus, with you as the center. "In approximately 10-meter radius, time will fall into nearly complete suspension, and the spatial structure will be temporarily locked. Whether it's a rapidly flying arrow, a torrent of violent energy, spells being chanted, or even the thoughts and perceptions of living beings in this area, all shall be forcibly paused. Only you, as the activator, can remain conscious and limitedly act within the stasis. This stasis can last for the duration of one complete heartbeat," the elder emphasized. "One heartbeat," Duke pondered. This time may seem short, but in the face of a true battle between strong ones, or when confronting a desperate situation, this brief moment can reverse life and death, creating miracles. The time slot core was the first thing the Duke encountered. That involved rule power, something extremely rare. At least at the Duke's current level, it was almost impossible to come into contact with such things. Even if one could spend a huge cost to purchase something containing rule power, normally, the Duke wouldn't be able to use it. But the time slot core is different. It is a treasure unique to the sea race, and using it doesn't require much power infusion or a high power level. Just a little bit of spiritual power is enough to use the time slot core. The ability of the time slot core can only be used once every 3 months and cannot be used frequently. Because it is not driven by the user's own power, it needs to accumulate energy by itself. The time slot core is extremely rare. Even within the sea race, it is a very precious treasure. For the sea race, it is more a symbol of identity. Only the royal family of the sea race can possess it, and only important figures within the royal family are qualified to use it. The sea race giving this to the Duke as a token of friendship shows their gratitude towards him, and this also highlights the importance of Seraphina. The Duke found it a bit strange why the sea race knew Seraphina's name and was so certain about it. From Seraphina's reaction, it indeed seemed to be her name, just that she had forgotten it herself. For those high-level existences who have equally touched the edges of time-space rules, its effects will be greatly reduced or even resisted. The sea race elder thought of something and specially reminded them. Though the time-space freezing function of the time slot core is powerful, it may not be useful against high-level existences who already mastered rule power. The Duke remembered his messenger Yarbed, who easily broke through the rule barrier surrounding the world tree seed, as if taking something out of a bag, with hardly any obstruction. He also understood that this thing could indeed serve as a trump card at critical moments, but one shouldn't hope to rely on it to deal with mighty enemies. In the face of absolute strength and life-level differences, these are futile efforts. Thank you for the royal's generous gift and trust. May the friendship between me and the sea race endure. The Duke accepted the gift and didn't forget to politely bow and express gratitude. The sea race elder nodded and finally looked at Seraphina, gently saying, "Your Highness, it's time to go home." Hearing this title, the Duke became even more curious about Seraphina's status among the sea race. The sea race elder was a level 4 life, equivalent to a god-like existence on other planes. Yet, such a person was here just to welcome Seraphina and was being so respectful towards her. Wizards are always curious. The Duke became increasingly curious about the relationship among the sea race. Beauty Shell and Seraphina. However, he also knew that curiosity killed the cat. Without enough strength, he needed to restrain his curiosity. This matter obviously involved the secrets of the sea race. If he attempted to probe those secrets recklessly, it might not end well for him. If the sea race were truly determined to harm the Duke, with his current strength and status, even Black Sail couldn't protect him. Seraphina still held onto the Duke's sleeve, looking at him, then at the sea race royal members eagerly awaiting her. Her eyes filled with confusion. In the end, she seemed to understand something, slowly letting go of her hand. Seraphina glanced at the Duke, and a cool, pure, ocean vitality and blessing-filled thought flowed silently into the Duke's heart. It was a wordless gratitude and reluctant farewell. From this thought, the Duke sensed a hint of inquiry, and he quickly understood its meaning, smiling as he said, "My name is Duke." This was Seraphina asking for his name. Upon hearing it, Seraphina tilted her head slightly, seriously remembering it. Then, under the respectful guidance of the sea race elder, she boarded the most luxurious chariot carved from giant pearls and sea crystals. The grand royal procession of the sea race slowly started, majestically merging into the depths of the sea's darkness, until its last gleam disappeared completely. The surrounding seawater seemed to resume its usual flow following the departure of this procession. But the invisible pressure and the recent shock lingered in the minds of every being at Blade Ridge Camp who witnessed this moment. The Duke stood alone, tightly holding the time slot core. The cold touch of the crystal and the flowing silver light inside constantly reminded him that everything just happened was not an illusion. This treasure pertaining to rule level was far more valuable than any resources or knowledge he had acquired before. It represented not only a life-saving opportunity, but also a window to glimpse at a higher level of power. Lauren, intentionally or otherwise, had been standing beside the Duke the entire time, and he finally opened his mouth with a smile. "This is a good thing. If you have the chance to use it in the future, I think chances are that you'll make good use of it." At first, the Duke didn't understand Lauren's meaning. He was pondering how this could be something optional when it could be used in danger. But then he thought for a moment and quickly grasped that Lauren was not referring to using it under threat. Lauren meant that when the Duke's power increases to a certain level, the rule power contained in the time slot core would likely be a great help to him. He had high hopes for the Duke, believing he could reach that level, and thus saying he would make good use of it. "Wizard Duke." The departing Commander Fao returned, his face showing an undeniable fatigue. But his gaze towards the Duke was more complex than ever, containing gratitude, awe, and even a faint hint of envy. "Commander Fao." The Duke gathered his thoughts, nodding slightly. The royal envoy has left and the information will be under the highest level of secrecy. Fao said seriously, regarding Princess Serafina and the role you played in this, I hope you keep it strictly confidential. This is crucial for you, for Black Sail, and for the relationship between our two races. I understand. The Duke nodded, well aware that this matter involved much at stake. Mindful that being entangled in such high-stakes secrets, low-key behavior was the only way to protect himself. He was not a high-profile person by nature, and had no intention of spreading the matter, which would only bring trouble to himself. The wizards at Blade Ridge Camp mostly did not know what exactly happened, but they knew that the sea race had put on quite a grand spectacle to welcome a mysterious girl back to their side. However, regarding the girl's origins and identity, most people knew nothing. Those who did have some information would not spread it around carelessly. The sea race was even more secretive about the matter, never mentioning it to any outsiders. Occasionally, when wizards attempted to bribe some members of the sea race for details, it would directly anger the sea race, leading to several minor conflicts over this. This matter seemed like merely an interlude and quickly faded, drawing less and less attention. Duke and his team returned to their mission, beginning to follow the main forces to eliminate one after another of the insect races. Underwater mother nests. In the following 3 months, Duke's life was filled with the cycle of battle, transfer, recuperation, and battling again. These 3 months were a blend of blood and fire. Duke followed the team, traversing areas covered and transformed by the insect race's organisms. They plunged into mother nests hidden in deep ocean trenches, filled with sticky hatching chambers and twisted insect race architecture, as well as engaged in brutal frontal battles against swarms of insects surging like tides on the open sea floor. Even though they had a large slave creature legion as their main combat force, the wizards, including Duke, could not avoid various types of close encounters, albeit with relatively lower risks. Since Duke's promotion to a crystallized wizard, he had not experienced high-intensity combat. This provided a rare opportunity for tempering. The strength of the 6-element compound spiritual crystal was fully revealed in combat, giving him combat strength far beyond that of ordinary crystallized wizards. The 3 months of high-intensity combat training not only stabilized Duke's crystallized wizard level, but also helped him refine the synergy between the advantages of his 6-element compound spiritual power and Sand Guardian talent. He could clearly feel his comprehension of various elements, his grasp of combat rhythm, and his detailed control over spiritual power had all been elevated to a new level. Now, he was undeniably the top among level 1 crystallized wizards. During these 3 months, due to the high-intensity battles, he also mastered multiple level 1 magic spells to their maximum level. Eye of Darkness, LV9 trait, fixed shadow perception, LV9 fixed. The ability of the Eye of Darkness is fixed as a talent ability, without the need to additionally summon the Eye of Darkness first with 2 scouting spells. Originally, to use Eye of Darkness, one had to summon an Eye of Darkness in the shadow space, then manipulate the Eye of Darkness to move within it for reconnaissance and gather some intelligence. But now, the Eye of Darkness is fixed as Duke's talent ability. It can directly observe the situations within the shadow space, and the viewing distance can be automatically adjusted, allowing him to see faraway places within the shadow space. The advantage here is that he no longer has to worry about the Eye of Darkness being seen by others. Because many wizards or demons have the ability to detect the shadow space, if they see the existence of the Eye of Darkness, they will inevitably know that someone is stealthily scouting. Duke himself was aware of Belle's secret monitoring of him in a similar way initially. Now, without needing to summon the Eye of Darkness, Duke doesn't even need to enter the shadow space and can directly see the conditions inside, making reconnaissance much easier and more covert. As for the shadow perception magic, was initially meant to enhance perception ability in the shadow space. However, after leveling it up fully, no trait appeared, and Duke speculated it was because his already high dark attribute affinity suppressed the trait of the shadow perception. Simply put, his current shadow perception ability is already strong, like how the sun and the stars have always existed, yet stars are invisible during the daytime. Next were other level 1 magic spells, which were also maxed out. Rockwell, LV9 trait. Resolute Fortress Tornado, LV9 trait. Ripping Storm Fireball Technique, LV9 trait. Explosive Blazing Ray of Light, LV9 trait. Holy Penetration Bright Energy Shield, LV9 trait, refracting light dome during battles. Duke consciously used various types of magic to improve their proficiency, maximizing his advantages. Since the battles were not exceedingly dangerous, he leisurely utilized them to grind proficiency. After maxing out these level 1 magic spells and obtaining traits, they had significant improvements. The max-level rock wall magic no longer just summoned a temporary earthen wall, but could directly conjure a wall like rock barrier. Its sturdiness far exceeded ordinary rock, comparable to obsidian refined repeatedly by magic power, offering strong resistance to both physical and energy impacts. Moreover, the rock wall can slowly absorb earth element energy from the surrounding environment to self-repair, making it extremely difficult to destroy unless struck by a devastating force exceeding its limit instantaneously. The max-level tornado saw substantial growth in scale and control, with its ripping trait embedding highly compressed, extremely unstable wind element power in the fast-spinning winds, possessing strong physical drag forces and effectively tearing and weakening targets' energy shields and biological force fields. Its effect is excellent against foes relying on energy defenses, or when quickly clearing large areas of minions and breaking defenses is needed. The max-level Fireball technique's explosive power became more focused, with added explosive and blazing dual effects. Explosion means multiple directional shock waves and fiery shards occurred during detonation, covering a broader area with stronger penetration. Blazing endowed the flames with extreme adhesiveness and persistent burning, even underwater, ensnaring directly hit targets with a special magical flame inflicting continuous burn damage, hard to extinguish until the magic power is depleted. The Holy Penetration trait of Ray of Light bestowed it with significant additional damage against creatures like shadows, negative energy, undead, and the insect race featuring chaos and corrosion attributes. Duke discovered this additional effect bonus of light attribute magic versus the void insect race during his combat trials. Lastly, the refracting light dome trait of the bright energy shield, allowing controlled defensive range and automatic energy distribution adjustment based on attack types for optimal defense. Its refraction feature means the energy shield no longer passively endures attacks. For energy beams and rays, there's a high chance to partially deflect or refract them in other directions, or, under Duke's precise control, temporarily direct refracted attacks towards designated enemies. The pure radiance emitted by the bright energy shield can effectively dispel low-level negative energy creatures and weaken the impact of mental states, and it also has a certain effect on the void insect race. Besides these spells, the newly developed spell Water Flow Shadow has also been maxed out. In the underwater environment, this spell can be used at any time, and Duke relies on it for reconnaissance and risk assessment, obtaining intelligence information from a specific area through the water flow directly. Although it may not be directly useful in the rapidly changing intense battles, it shows extraordinary effectiveness in pre-battle reconnaissance and post-battle tracking of residual insect race traces. He has repeatedly pinpointed hidden insect race nests, providing crucial information for tactical decisions above, avoiding many potential ambushes, ensuring the thoroughness of the cleansing missions. No matter how deeply hidden the void insect race mother's nest is, as long as it leaves information in the water flow, Duke can sense it, leaving the void insect race nowhere to hide. Some nests are located extremely remote and cunning, almost impossible to be discovered under normal circumstances. Most of these nests are backups prepared by the void insect race, developing strategies that are extremely low profile, not pursuing rapid expansion, only seeking concealment and prudence. Normally, Duke's squad would have a hard time discovering the existence of such nests, would likely miss them after the cleansing work is completed. Then these nests would take the opportunity, resurface again after quietly developing for a period, by then likely having a certain scale and becoming quite a trouble once again. However, with the water flow shadow in place, finding these hidden nests is too easy. Water Flow Shadow, LV9 feature. True Reproduction. The True Reproduction feature can significantly enhance the spell's computation and deduction capabilities, obtaining information more consistent with reality. After acquiring this feature, Duke can obtain more information from the water flow using Water Flow Shadow. The scene seen would more accurately reflect reality, with the gathered information being more detailed and comprehensive. He directly takes this mission process as his training ground to hone himself and sediment his strength. Free attribute points. 8. Through this period of battles and practice, Duke has not fallen behind on his meditation progress, and his spiritual power has also made some progress. With the automatic meditation feature, he can save a vast amount of meditation time. Just by drinking a white mist forest potion, he can be in a state of meditation anytime. Spiritual power automatically and slowly increasing, without worrying about practice progress being affected by battles or missions. Duke has advanced from the newly promoted 188 points of spiritual power to the current 194.7 purely by relying on meditation, without any stagnation in spiritual power growth. This also indicates he hasn't reached the limit of his own aptitude, or indeed his aptitude limit has been enhanced, validating his previous hypothesis. With his initial spiritual power aptitude, the growth of spiritual power would be extremely slow once reaching the crystallization tier. However, since stepping onto the wizard's path, perhaps due to acquiring those features or the existence of the skill tree, his aptitude has been altered, making him not yet reach the bottleneck of his own aptitude until now. The free attribute points have accumulated to 8 points, and Duke temporarily has no plans to use them. Even if used now, it would only enhance 8 points without significant improvement in strength. The ideal state is to use the free attribute points for promotion when approaching the 256-point spirit threshold. Now, it is not the weak stage of a wizard apprentice, and a few points of spirit have almost negligible influence on strength. Though there's no rush to use the free attribute points. During the 3 months Duke spent alongside the sea race near Blade Ridge Camp in the deep sea area clearing insect race nests, the war across the wizard plane and the void insect race also reached its final stage. By now, the wizard plane has gained enough understanding of the void insect race, having gathered extremely rich intelligence information. The void insect race hails from the unknowable distant void of the endless plane, truly being the predators of planes. The insect race nests can devour matter and energy in any form at an astounding speed, converting them into nourishment for nest promotion and insect race unit hatching. They possess an incredible adaptation ability to the environment, whether in the scorching lava plane, icy void ruins, or worlds like the wizard plane. They can quickly establish bases and evolve targeted units. The societal structure of the insect race resembles a massive hive, uniformly commanded by the core nest's will. Low-tier insect race almost has no individual consciousness, entirely obeying orders from higher-tier insect race, fully serving the collective will. This renders their operations highly efficient, fearlessly brave, executing tactics without any discount. More importantly, the void insect race doesn't just devour everything on the physical level. Their existence itself is slowly eroding the fundamental rules and energy environment of the planes they inhabit. Areas occupied by the insect race for a long time would see elements become inert and chaotic. Spatial structures tend towards instability, representing destruction on the world's origin. This is also more profound information wizards grasp with the ongoing understanding of the void insect race. The damage the void insect race can cause is far beyond their imagination. Fortunately, the wizard plane responded quickly and timely curbed the void insect race's growth trend. Nowadays, not only have the void insect race on the continent been almost entirely eliminated, those in the sea have also largely been cleared by wizards jointly with the sea race. Only a small portion remains hidden and developing. The ocean is too vast, making complete cleansing extremely challenging. Only most can be eliminated completely. Wizards have never been a group to wait and see, inherently demanding a price for the void insect race daring to invade the wizard plane. The wizards' research into the void insect race is extremely profound. They've discovered that the insect race nests actually maintain a connection with an extremely distant existence via micro wormholes within the nests. Once the nest advances to a certain stage, it can directly obtain some troop support through this wormhole. These troops originate from the true void insect race mother nest. Based on existing information, it's confirmed that it's a level 6 nest, like a huge planet wandering within the endless plane. The present nests in the wizard plane all derive from the seeds distributed by this level 6 nest. As long as this level 6 nest is still around, it will continue to invade the wizard plane, constantly creating trouble for it. To completely solve this issue, we must eliminate this level 6 nest. In the Wizard Plane, within the Central Islands region, Albert has held numerous meetings with the members of the Wizard Council atop his six-ring tower. The core issue they are now discussing is how to completely resolve the threat posed by the void insect race, and a preliminary plan has already taken shape. The plan's core objective is not merely to eliminate the remaining insects within the Wizard Plane, but to reverse locate and establish a stable, one-way planar channel through the micro-wormhole connected to the Level 6 main nest inside the mother hive, dispatching elite forces to actively penetrate the interior of the Level 6 nest, roaming in the endless void. The insect forces within the Wizard Plane have been significantly weakened, especially with many mother hives destroyed, which must have already attracted the attention of the Level 6 main nest. Yet, it might have also temporarily severed its main channels for obtaining detailed intel and energy from this plane. At this moment, the Level 6 nest might be in a phase of blurred perception or hesitation in resource investment, making it the best window to launch a surprise attack. The wizard's research in spatial fields is extremely deep and combined with the spatial coordinates parsed from the insect's micro-wormhole. Locating the Level 6 nest's position is not an issue. Passive defense will never truly solve the problem. As long as the Level 6 nest exists, it can endlessly sow seeds onto the Wizard Plane and even neighboring planes. Only by striking directly at the heart of the problem, destroying or critically damaging the will of the insect nest within the Level 6 nest, can we permanently eradicate this plane-level catastrophe. We might even uncover unimaginable ultimate secrets about the evolution and survival of the void insect race. Moreover, Level 6 nest itself is an incomparable treasure. It has devoured the matter and energy of countless planes, and the resources contained within, its unique biotechnology and understanding of various rules of the endless planes could drive any powerful wizard organization insane. Success means immeasurable rewards. However, this plan is fraught with tremendous risks and many uncertainties. No one knows the specific situation inside the Level 6 nest, which is an entirely alien territory modified and controlled by the insect race, inevitably with hostile environments and possibly distorted rules, rendering any conventional tactics and understanding invalid. Facing the Level 6 nest means confronting the entire defensive force of the nest, whose quantity and quality will multiply countless times the battles within the plane. Furthermore, outside the Wizard Plane, the void insect race will not be weakened by the plane's will, making their overall strength considerably stronger than now. Additionally, the established channel might be unstable, facing the risks of interference, severance, or even reverse utilization by the insect race. The will of the mother hive in the Level 6 nest possesses unimaginable potency. It might have direct spirit-polluting abilities. If its nest will affect the entire Wizard Plane through the established channel, it would be extremely troublesome. Therefore, the plan to establish a channel was quickly vetoed, turning instead to confirming the location through coordinates, followed by dispatching scouts. If the Level 6 nest of the void insect race isn't overwhelmingly strong, then multiple space fortresses will be deployed for a direct massive invasion of the void insect race to annihilate the race and plunder all its resources. However, if evaluations reveal that the void insect race is exceedingly formidable, then the approach needs to change. All decisions and actions of the Wizard Plane are made for its better development, so it always avoids clashes with strong planes. Over the years, the Wizard Plane has encountered planes stronger than itself many times, generally opting to avoid them if possible. The Wizard Plane itself is quite strong. Thus, unless the opposing plane's strength vastly exceeds that of the Wizard Plane, it typically avoids forcibly engaging in conflicts that result in mutual destruction. If the void insect race is indeed very strong, a war with such a race would inevitably lead to a prolonged conflict, directly stalling the plane's progress. This would be extremely unwise, and the Wizard Plane will not make such irrational decisions. But it doesn't mean the issue is dismissed. If the void insect race's power exceeds expectations, the Wizard Plane will avoid conflict, but still create some trouble for them. Wizards possess various means to deal with such races, needing only to create some trouble before quickly withdrawing. For instance, unleashing a certain weapon for a hit-and-run tactic. The Wizard Plane has means to conceal and alter its own planar coordinates, a method any sufficiently developed plane in the endless planes possesses. either moving the entire plane directly or disguising and altering its planar coordinates externally, causing enemies, even if aware of the wizard plane's coordinates, to find it impossible to locate based on those coordinates. So the current issue is to first investigate and ascertain the comprehensive strength of the void insect race before deciding what methods to employ against it. Locating the void insect race through coordinates isn't difficult. The challenge lies in safely uncovering its strength, which ordinary wizards certainly cannot achieve. Within the Wizard Council, the task's executor was also decided Albert himself. Initially, the council members strongly opposed this, for Albert, being a level 6 mage and a level 7 arcane master, is the most promising candidate to advance to level 7 mage, thereby promoting the wizard plane to a high plane. He is the brightest jewel of the wizard plane, a beacon leading civilization forward, unable to afford the slightest mishap. Sending such a figure alone into an unknown and highly dangerous level 6 nest is akin to wagering the entire plane's future. Such an individual must not encounter issues, or else it could be ages before the wizard plane sees another Albert. Even if one arrives, the wizard plane might face formidable opponents before ascending to a high plane, leading to its total destruction. This is common in the endless planes. Even high planes can fall in the blink of an eye, as few are truly powerful and invincible. But Albert insisted on going himself, believing that sending ordinary level 4 or 5 mages would only lead to their deaths, whereas other level 6 mages couldn't match his skill in hiding himself. Eventually, through Albert's insistence and rational analysis, the council reluctantly approved his proposal. Once the plan was set, the highest powers of the entire wizard plane were mobilized for it. It said that Raphael, a level 6 mage from the east coast of the Appalachian continent, even lent his world-class secret treasure, the mechanical heart, to Albert. It is said that Albert himself possesses multiple world-class secret treasures, and combined with Raphael's mechanical heart, it is enough to give Albert very strong self-preservation capabilities. Even if he encounters any danger in the void insect race's mother nest, he could likely return unharmed. The location of the void insect race's mother nest has been determined, and the Wizard Council has dispatched a space fortress, directly using a space jump to approach a nearby region. The space fortress is far from the mother nest to avoid alarming the enemy, thus maintaining a sufficient distance. Moreover, when the space fortress undergoes a space jump, there will be a considerable commotion, which could easily be detected by the void insect race. The further the space jump distance, the greater the spatial fluctuation, making the noise more perceptible. This time, the position for the space fortress's space jump was extremely conservative, quite distant from the void insect race's location. A further distance is more troublesome, but is ultimately more secure. In the endless plane, a dark void, silent and soundless. In this absolute silence and darkness, a subtle ripple silently spread out. Without deafening roars, but on the essence of space. A violent spasm occurred. In the originally smooth mirror-like void backdrop, the structure of a certain region was forcibly torn open. Instead of light, it was the deeper, chaotic-colored and pure energy-filled void itself that gushed out from it, like a temporarily existing wound. Following this, along with the violent distortion of this spatial structure, the outline of a gigantic object forcibly squeezed out from that wound. This is the Wizard Council's Observer Space Fortress. Even among multiple space fortresses in the wizard plane, it is one of the top. In terms of volume and various configurations, the Observer is of the top tier, possessing extremely powerful comprehensive capabilities. Its massive silhouette, outlined by distant faint starlight, reveals a terrifying scale akin to continuous mountains, vast like plains. If it were to land on an ordinary world, its shadow would be enough to cover several nations. The armor shell forged from composite magic metal presented a cold, dark gray color, densely covered with ventilation grills as huge as canyons, cannon muzzles as deep as caves, and rune arrays stretching thousands of kilometers, resembling mysterious mountain ranges. These runes were currently pulsating at an extremely low frequency, drawing in the sparse energy from the void to maintain the fortress's most basic concealment and life support systems. Numerous gigantic cannon barrels, signal arrays towering like towers, and a network of energy conduits complex enough to dazzle, resembled a bizarre forest parasitizing the surface of this iron world, silently pointing towards the surrounding darkness. At this moment, It had no excess illumination throughout its body, only a few crucial areas indicator lights, like the occasionally opened wary and cold eyes of a lurking beast, emitting faint yet firm red dots or blue glows in the darkness. The countless runes covering its surface were also in a state of low power consumption, similar to magma flowing under the scales of a sleeping dragon, hidden and unactivated. The observer, with a posture almost of brute force, broke free from the space fold and then completely came to a halt, hovering in the dead silence of the void. The faint ripples caused by the previous space jump were rapidly calming down, and it began to merge perfectly into this absolute blackness, leaving only its unspoken, soul-shivering massive volume, silently declaring the arrival of a creation from a distant civilization to this unknown cosmic corner. The void it was in was truly a desolate place. In every direction, front, back, left, right, above, below, it was boundless, dark as ink. The nearest star was countless light-years away, like a few insignificant light points pasted on a black velvet curtain, cold and distant. Here, there were neither the splendid colors of a nebula nor the hustle and bustle of planetary families, only eternal, all-consuming silence and emptiness. Time and space here seemed to be stretched to the extreme. Anything not belonging to this void would feel a strong sense of being rejected and isolated. In the depths of this despair, inducing vast backdrop, at a distance requiring the observer to employ the strongest observing equipment to capture, clearly was the target of this trip. The level 6 void insect race mother nest, like a malignant tumor with gigantism lurking in the universe's shadow, emitted ominous, slow, pulsating dim light. The observer and its target was separated by a vast, dizzying expanse of void. This distance was a carefully calculated safety margin, ensuring the mother nest would not easily detect it, and leaving room for possible emergency withdrawal. At this moment, the space fortress was exercising its utmost patience and stealth. Like a hunter of great patience, watching from afar in the darkness the equally massive yet primitively malicious biological nest. The level 6 mother nest was like a giant, continuously writhing and proliferating dark purple lump of pus suspended on the canvas of the universe. Its volume was difficult to precisely estimate and intuitively even surpassed some small stars. It was not a regular sphere, but exhibited a disturbing, ever-changing form, like a living, breathing nebula. The surface of the mother nest was not smooth, but was covered with rugged biological ridged spines and deep ravines like mountain ranges. These structures were slowly moving and reorganizing, like viscous blood flowing on its surface. The dim, ominous pulsating light shone through the gaps in its shell, and those ravines, like the last heartbeat of a dying star, or the neural activity inside some incomprehensibly massive life form. The light in that region around the mother nest underwent obvious distortion and deflection, as if the structure of space itself was being crushed and polluted by the mother nest's massive mass and essence of existence. A vast star ring composed of broken celestial bodies, dust, and various substances was slowly rotating around it. But this was not a natural wonder, rather it was a scene of ongoing consumption. Visible, enormous structures resembling living tentacles would suddenly extend from the mother nest's surface, seizing material from the star ring and dragging it into its bottomless darkness, turning it into the nourishment for its growth. The observer in this absolute void, and between that all-consuming mother nest, was like a cautious observer, an ant holding its breath on the edge of a giant beast's nest. Upon rough calculation, the volume of the mother nest was 10,000 times that of the observer, immeasurably grand. Albert stood within the space fortress, his gaze penetrating the layers of armor and space, landing on the dark heart in the distance. His figure appeared so insignificant against the backdrop of this cosmic scale. Despite the vast distance, Albert already sensed some aspects of the nest's condition. His spiritual power transformed into countless invisible, intangible tendrils, cautiously reaching across the despairing void distance to probe the writhing level 6 nest in the distance. Albert's perception, the empty void background began to fade, replaced by a colossal outline composed of countless flowing, pulsating energy lines. Numerous energy channels pulsed like veins within the nest, each pulse causing a tidal-like wave in the numerous thick energy veins inside the nest. This network of veins pervaded the interior of the nest, transporting an incalculable amount of chaotic energy. Mix of bioenergetic and void characteristics, whose total made Albert secretly astonished. He could sense the abyss-like, unfathomable collective will inside the nest, the nest's will. It was cold, greedy, pure, like a gigantic information processing center, ruling everything within the nest. Albert could also vaguely sense the countless life light points within the nest, representing numerous insect race units. Most of these light points were dim, like background noise, but interspersed was some exceedingly bright, torch-like presences. Those must be the nest's high-level guardians or special units. The plentifulness of these powerful individual energy reactions also confirmed the robustness of the nest's internal defenses. However, when he attempted to delve deeper to probe more specific information, he encountered tremendous resistance. Distance became an insurmountable chasm. His spiritual power, having crossed such immense space, had become extremely thin and fragile. Moreover, during the probe, he had to conceal the movements of his spiritual power as much as possible, which itself caused a further depletion of his spiritual power. The thick, perpetually twisting biotic shell on the nest's surface acted like a powerful information filter and energy absorption layer, blocking, distorting, and even devouring most of his in-depth probes. It's like trying to observe through a thick, smudged, frosted glass, only seeing flickering shadows, without any clear details. For safety's sake, the observer had chosen an overly conservative jump distance. Although it ensured stealth, it also severely limited the effectiveness of his reconnaissance methods. The nest's own bioenergetic field and physical structure formed a natural and extremely potent shield against long-range detection. Albert knew that only by getting closer could he obtain more information. The space fortress certainly could not get too close, and ordinary reconnaissance instruments and methods could not be used recklessly. Whether ordinary reconnaissance methods could obtain effective information was one issue. How to conduct reconnaissance without being detected was another challenge. Albert's form gradually turned transparent. Dissipating in an instant, he appeared outside the space fortress in the void. His thin form transformed into a speck of dust on a cosmic scale, drifting toward the level 6 nest, emanating endless malevolence and unknowns. Albert flew in the void, seemingly slow, but actually incredibly fast. This was a method of flight involving rules of higher dimensions, as if he had fused into the void itself, leaving no spatial ripples even at high speeds. He completely concealed his presence, as if erasing himself from the world. No life could perceive his existence. As the distance shortened, the oppressive feeling from the level 6 nest grew exponentially. At first, it was just a vague shadow at the end of his sight. Gradually, it began to occupy his entire perceptual field. It was no longer a distant shadow, but transformed into a desolate wall occupying the entire view, seemingly pressing forward. Albert hovered in the void, still a considerable distance from the nest's surface, a distance enough to avoid triggering any potential contact-based defense mechanisms, yet close enough for him to discern many details with his extraordinary spiritual power. He saw the terrifying structure on the nest's surface, undulating like a living mountain, covered in dark chitinous carapace. The carapace was not dead. It slowly wriggled and grew, its surface covered with enormous, crater-like holes, occasionally spewing out purple bioaerosol or inhaling the sparsely surrounding interstellar dust. Some areas grew large, coral-like biological crystal clusters, glowing with ominous light, possibly functioning as energy collection or emission organs. In other areas, there lay a viscous, asphalt-like active microbial mat, within which countless tiny insect race units seemed to hatch and wriggle. You could even see some seemingly small, but actually massive insect race units patrolling the nest's surface or crawling in and out of those holes, akin to parasites on the skin of a giant beast. Albert observed all this from quite a distance, yet he could still clearly see those insects. The entire level 6 nest was far larger than ordinary stellar bodies. Even from this angle, the insects that were visible were nearly the size of insect race units that would almost tower into the clouds on a regular plane. The nest's surface was shrouded in a powerful, almost tangible bioenergetic field. This force field not only provided immense physical defense but also acted as a gargantuan life radar, continuously scanning the surrounding space. Any hostile or anomalous energy wave intrusion could trigger an alert instantly. Albert suppressed his life aura and spiritual fluctuations to the point of near obliteration, blending perfectly into the noise background of the force field like cold cosmic dust. At this distance, the passively sensed information became much clearer. He heard the sound of energy surging beneath the shell, like thousands of horses galloping. Chaotic and magnificent bioenergy and void energy mixed, running at high speed through thick energy meridians. He faintly saw the outline of densely packed chamber. Structures near the surface area inside, like a honeycomb. Sensing the life reactions of countless insect race units active within. At this distance, it was enough for Albert to collect very detailed information, gaining insights into various aspects of the void insect race. This was his purpose of being here. Albert's formidable spiritual power unfolded in an extremely subtle manner, quietly absorbing all the information here. Above the level 6 nest, there is an almost pitch-black circular zone, with a diameter of several thousand kilometers. Its surface is not hard chitin, but rather a constantly churning, bulging active bacterial mat, like a boiling asphalt ocean. In the center of this bacterial mat, a massive, petal-like biological structure slowly opens, revealing a bottomless dark hole. An unusually intense spatial fluctuation emanates from deep within the hole. Albert immediately focuses his mind, gathering all his senses on that area, trying to discern its purpose. He perceives the vast energy flow inside the nest beginning to converge on that area with unprecedented intensity. Countless energy vessels, like rivers hearing a command, rush to inject massive biological and void energy into the boiling bacterial mat and central hole. The churning of the bacterial mat becomes more intense, its surface revealing countless complex and eerie energy patterns, emitting a creepy glow. Immediately after, the central dark hole begins to rotate, its interior not purely dark, but displaying a distorted, bizarre scene as if viewed through shattered glass, a blurry projection of other planes. This hole is forcibly tearing space, establishing a temporary connection with a distant, unknown plane. It's locating, Albert realizes in his heart. The will of the nest, like a cold gardener, is selecting the next planting target in the endless plains garden. With the preliminary stabilization of the spatial channel, Albert sees tens of thousands, even millions of egg-shaped pods being ejected from under the boiling bacterial mat. These pods vary in size, from small like meteors to large like mountains, covered with tough biofilm, containing curled, undeveloped insect race embryos and a mass of compressed chaotic matter as initial energy. After these seed pods appear, they do not float randomly, but are restrained by an invisible force, hovering above the bacterial mat like an army awaiting inspection. In the next moment, the rotating spatial hole suddenly expands, generating a powerful, directed spatial jet stream. A silent scream seems to echo in Albert's perception, as the millions of seed pods are accelerated by this terrifying spatial force, shooting into the rotating plane channel as streaks of light imperceptible to the naked eye. Each pod lights up with a thin, space-distorting shield the moment it enters the channel, which will help them resist possible spatial turbulence and energy storms during interplanar travel. This process lasted for several hours. When the last batch of seeds was ejected, the massive biological petals begin to slowly close, and the boiling bacterial mat gradually calms down. The central spatial channel vanishes as if nothing ever happened. Only the strong spatial disruption remaining in that area can prove everything that just happened. Albert watched the entire process. This is the way the void insect race invades other planes. It is an extremely efficient, highly targeted method of plane invasion, requiring no massive fleet or complex teleportation arrays, only needing the nest itself to act like a giant fungus, continually sending out invasive spores to spread destruction and consumption to infinitely distant worlds. Albert stayed near the void insect race's nest for a total of 5 days, collecting enough information to gain a comprehensive understanding of their overall situation. He was never discovered, not even when the nest's will of the level 6 nest swept over the area he was in, completely failing to detect this human presence. When Albert's figure reappeared on the observer, the massive space fortress did not pause for a moment, activating the preset spatial jump coordinates, quickly disappearing into this dangerous void. Upon returning to the wizard plane, the intelligence Albert brought back caused unprecedented upheaval within the Wizard Council. The Wizard Council quickly held multiple meetings, primarily concerning the evaluation of the void insect race's strength and the various aspects of the resources potentially acquired through warfare and the costs of war. After many evaluations, the Wizard Council reached a consensus. They believed the void insect race's comprehensive strength, especially its defensive and regenerative capabilities, exceeds previous estimates. To occupy and plunder it through regular warfare methods even with most of the wizard plane's heritage, would require unimaginable costs. This kind of long-distance expedition naturally lacks any home advantage. Even with eventual victory, the wizard plane will be gravely weakened. More importantly, during a prolonged war of attrition with the void insect race, it is unpredictable whether it will attract other predatory planes during a period of weakness. Endless plane is never short of hunters. Seizing the nest is too costly, risks uncontrollable, strategically unwise. However, the void insect race invading the wizard plane will surely pay the price, and since the cost-benefit of waging war against them is too low, it requires a different approach. The Wizard Council plans to take retaliatory action to make the void insect race pay a price, not allowing them to leave so easily. The target of retaliation is naturally the level 6 nest floating in the boundless universe, but causing damage to such an entity is not an easy task. The level 6 nest can be considered a mobile plane, like nomads in the endless plane, forever wandering and foraging within it. This nest can also be considered an extremely powerful entity, its comprehensive strength having surpassed the level 6 range, and is not to be seen merely as a level 6 life. Common attack methods are almost incapable of harming the level 6 nest. Even a full-force strike from a level 6 mage might only slightly injure this massive, horrendous entity. But to completely crush and destroy it directly is beyond the capability of an ordinary level 6 mage. For achieving this step is akin to destroying a highly advanced middle plane single-handedly. However, the wizard plane does not lack such methods. Civilization-level weapons acquired from other planes, like the fixed star orbit cannon, can achieve this. But the fixed star orbit cannon's drawback is that it can only be used for defense and cannot be taken out for active strikes. The distance of the level 6 nest from the wizard plane is too far, already far beyond the range of the fixed star orbit cannon, to cause substantive damage to the level 6 nest. Other means need to be considered. The Wizard Council finally decided to deploy 6 space fortresses, utilizing the high-energy weapons loaded on them for a swift and destructive strike. The entire process aims for a quick victory, with no delays, to avoid entanglement in a prolonged battle with the void insect horde. Albert will also personally make a move, using some small tricks to cause trouble for the void insect horde. 6 space fortresses, like 6 silent titans, guarded their king as they traversed time and space, descending upon the star field polluted by the nest. No probing, no warning, the flames of revenge soared to their peak the moment they arrived. This time, the space jump point was much closer to the nest, just within the optimal attack range of the space fortresses. The moment the 6 space fortresses appeared, they immediately activated a weapon called the Star Remnant Pulse. This is a high-energy weapon with principles different from the fixed star orbit cannon and the precision fixed star orbit cannon. Though it possesses only 1% of the power of a fixed star orbit cannon, its destructive force is already sufficient to tear apart ordinary stars. The massive hulls of the 6 fortresses emitted a deep hum simultaneously, and the muzzles they operated were not traditional tubular structures but resembled enormous, multi-layered arcane rings, spinning wildly and charging with energy. Unimaginable energy was drawn and compressed from the void, forming 6 extremely unstable, dark red energy singularities at the muzzles, exuding an aura of destruction. The next moment, 6 exquisitely condensed, dark red pulse waves, as though forged by death itself into spears, tore through the void, striking at the nest with a speed surpassing light. Where the pulse waves passed, the structure of space rippled with distortion, their essence containing not just simple heat and impact, but a terrifying characteristic of matter disintegration and energy annihilation. At the impacted area, the nest's dark chitin shell, which could withstand planetary impacts, first turned an eerie grayish-white, as if undergoing the erosion of billions of years in an instant. Subsequently, the shell's physical structure began to silently disintegrate like a weathered sandcastle, directly breaking down into the most primitive streams of basic particles, emitting a faint glow. This disintegration effect did not stay on the surface, but rapidly spread and expanded inward like a lethal plague. The star remnant characteristic contained within the pulse wave simulated the decay and annihilation forces of stellar remnants, madly destroying the basic structure of matter, reducing it to chaotic energy and void. In the impacted areas on the surface of the nest, 6 massive regions of absolute void instantly appeared, continuing to expand, with the edges still disintegrating into streams of biological particles, resembling 6 continuously bleeding fatal wounds. The 6-star remnant pulses, like 6 red-hot brands, fiercely scorched through the nest's outermost layer of defenses, causing tremendous direct damage while fundamentally dismantling its defense structure, opening lethal pathways for more ferocious subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, Albert floated in the void, spreading a vast and indescribable will, appearing to originate from the cosmic essence. Despite his thin frame, his gaze was profound as he looked at the distant level 6 nest, after which he simply extended his hand, gesturing around him. In an instant, centered on the level 6 nest, all rules in the nearby star field were briefly rewritten. From afar, several planets that had been dormant for countless millennia suddenly veered off their original orbits, like stones hurled by an invisible giant hand, burning as they crashed toward the nest. Further afield, a star remnant the size of a small continent was forcibly accelerated, dragging a debris trail millions of kilometers long, transforming into a destructive meteor. Even the sparse interstellar dust clouds in this region were instantly ignited and compressed, forming countless scorching energy jets that penetrated the void. The sun, moon, stars, and cosmic dust all became Albert's weapons at this moment. With his supreme power, he forcefully leveraged the scale of this endless plane, transforming all available matter and energy around him into a sweeping rule storm. The 6-star remnant pulses acted like drills, piercing the sturdy shield, while the star and dust storm upheaval by Albert followed like a hammer of destruction, obliterating everything. Explosions fiercer and more sustained than the previous star remnant pulses erupted chaotically on the surface and inside the nest, collapsing areas struck directly by planets into massive craters, with their internal structures pulverized into dust. Ordinary planetary collisions could not breach the nest's defenses, but under Albert's empowerment, these planets became his cannonballs, their power far exceeding that of ordinary planetary impacts. The star remnants embedded deeply into the nest's body like hot knives through butter, triggering a dreadful chain collapse of its structure, while the endless energy jets acted like billions of heated scrapers, fiercely peeling and gasifying the nest's flesh. Mid the star storms and the aftermath of the 6-star remnant pulses unleashed by Albert, wreaking havoc on the nest's remains, causing devastating trauma at that moment. Within the severely damaged nest, the once cold and orderly will boiled and frenzied like ice thrown into boiling oil. It wasn't merely a howl of pain, but a hysterical, impulsive fury and destruction that sought to burn everything. Every remaining, volcano-like hole on its surface suddenly expanded to its limit, no longer spewing aerosols, but instead pouring out torrents of destructive biological energy. These torrents were murky in color, mixed with dark green and scarlet, instantly corroding and disintegrating even the planetary fragments Albert had drawn over. Countless massive mental spikes with intense spatial fluctuations and soul-eroding properties shot out like invisible tsunamis, indiscriminately sweeping from the nest in all directions. This was the nest's will launching a frenzied counterattack, disregarding its own depletion, to lock onto and annihilate any potential attackers. The enormous biological crystal clusters on the nest's remnants suddenly lit up, emitting beams of twisted spatial deviation, not targeting any specific object, but instead crudely disrupting the spatial structure of the entire battlefield, attempting to block any possibility of space jump. Just as the nest initiated this star-annihilating mad counterattack, and the wave of destruction was yet to be fully unleashed, Albert and the 6 destruction-class space fortresses had already completed their mission. Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest desire to continue the battle, Albert's cold and brief command was issued. 6 colossal space fortresses, along with Albert himself, were completely enveloped in intense space jump fluctuations before the firepower of the nest's frenzied counterattack could reach them. They didn't vanish gradually, but rather disappeared instantly, like being erased from the picture, leaving no trace for pursuit. And the nest's violent energy torrents, spirit spikes, and space distortion beams swept over, they vainly reached at emptiness, stirring the already broken void into greater chaos, unable to capture a single trace of the enemy. And in that dead void, the once massive and hideous level 6 nest had already changed beyond recognition. Nearly 1/3 of its body had disappeared, as if bitten off savagely by an invisible giant mouth. The remaining part was riddled with large craters, tearing wounds, and marks of burning and collapse, chaotic energy leaking constantly from the wounds like a dying man's blood. The life aura it emitted rapidly declined, and the cold will of the nest also became weak and chaotic. The level 6 nest was not dead, but had suffered unprecedented, nearly devastating damage. Lost 1/3 of its body, which meant its countless years of accumulation, vast energy reserves, and many functional structures were utterly wasted. Without long years and enormous resources, it is absolutely impossible to recover its previous peak state. This time, the wizard plane's action was extremely fast and sudden, giving the void insect race no time to react or chance to counterattack. To the void insect race, this was an unexpected, sudden, and fierce strike, and the intensity of the strike was extremely high, far exceeding the normal defensive capabilities of the level 6 nest. If they could have foreseen this attack and made some preparations in advance, they certainly wouldn't have suffered such losses. Even if it couldn't be predicted, even with a bit more reaction time, such damage wouldn't have been suffered. But this time, the wizard plane came prepared. Their attack was so fast that the void insect race simply couldn't react. They never expected that 6 enormous space fortresses could suddenly appear nearby and launch an attack at the moment of appearance. Such a tactic was almost never seen even in the past, and the wizard plane had too much information. Each attack targeted the weakest spots of the level 6 nest. The entire attack process was obviously rehearsed many times, extremely crisp and efficient, clearly supported by very rich intelligence information. The void insect race's counterattack actually came quickly, but the people from the wizard plane fled even faster. Before the attack could reach, they were already gone. The entire process actually only took an instant. The wizard plane didn't plan to linger at all, launching the attack and leaving immediately. The void insect race still doesn't even know who attacked them, not a single piece of information, even if they want revenge. They don't know who to look for. They have disturbed and attacked too many places within the endless plane, and the wizard plane is just one of them. Impossible to connect to the wizard plane for a moment. Even if they could think of the wizard plane, the void insect race can't find the wizard plane, because the wizard plane has already activated protection mechanisms at this moment, concealing its plane coordinates, making it impossible to find the wizard plane's location based on previous plane coordinates. The void insect race suffered heavy damage and will need extremely long to slowly recover in the future. If they encounter any strong enemy during this process, it will be even more dangerous. However, wanting to completely destroy the void insect race remains extremely difficult, because they have already spread the seeds of the void insect race throughout the endless plane. Even the wizard plane finds it difficult to clean out the already invading void insect race completely. The situation for other planes is probably similar. The act of the void insect race spreading seeds to invade other planes is, besides plundering resources, essentially a means to leave themselves a fallback. Even if this level 6 nest gets taken down, there are still void insect race dispersed throughout the endless plane lurking. These void insect race are almost impossible to completely eliminate, meaning the species is hard to truly extinguish. However, there may not be only this one level 6 nest for the void insect race. Perhaps higher level nests exist. In the endless plane, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Perhaps this level 6 nest is just like those level 1 nests within the wizard plane, merely an ordinary nest distributed throughout the endless plane by the void insect race. The wizard plane doesn't plan to get caught up in a prolonged war with the void insect race, taking this into consideration. The various characteristics of the void insect race determine it is an extremely challenging opponent. Getting stuck in a bitter battle with them is extremely unwise. On the wizard plane side, they haven't let this news out. Most people still don't know about this action. Wizard Council is also purposely hiding this news. The goal is naturally to prevent the void insect race from gathering this information. After all, now there are quite a few active void insect race on the wizard plane. If they manage to gather this information, it will likely lead to insane retaliation from the void insect race. Wizard plane, Green Grass Island. Duke has returned to Green Grass Island on the sea for rest in the past few days. This action task is essentially concluded. Now, even the number of void insect race in the sea area is extremely sparse. Most nests have already been destroyed. The remaining few stragglers are unable to form any threat since the sea race has become more vigilant of the void insect race, significantly strengthening monitoring in this area. Once any void insect race emerges, it immediately leads to fierce fighting by the sea race. However, The sea area is so vast, and it's unpredictable whether the void insect race might find a sufficiently safe, secluded place to quietly develop. But even if they manage to grow to a certain scale, it will take a long time. During this period, besides honing combat capabilities and sharpening skills in battles, Duke also gained a lot of loot in various cleanup missions. Because his position in Black Sail is higher than that of ordinary wizards, he often qualifies to lead a battle group on missions, thus benefiting greatly. The most important, naturally, is the heart of the insect race over the past months. At least fed more than 20 level 1 insect race hearts to the world tree seed. The world tree seed consumed them all, but showed no sign of sprouting. This amount of life energy seems insufficient to even fill its teeth. Duke once again felt the world tree was indeed a gold-consuming giant. So many hearts of the insect race would fetch a lot of magic stones if sold. But when these resources were invested into the world tree, not a single bubble was seen, truly not something an ordinary person can afford. Now even a level 1 heart of the insect race on the market costs several million magic stones, and it is not necessarily available for purchase, mostly appearing in auction houses. Duke, being on the front line, seems to have easy access to the heart of the insect race. For wizards located elsewhere, the heart of the insect race is an extremely rare resource, containing vast and pure life energy. As night descended, the bright moonlight scattered over the calm sea like a silver veil, breaking into thousands of dancing light spots. At the edge of Green Grass Island, gentle waves softly lapped the beach, creating a rustling sound that intertwined with the unknown insect's chirps from the distant forest, forming a tranquil nocturne. Duke strolled alone on the beach, enjoying the rare tranquility. Having just experienced several months of intense combat, he indeed needed some time to relax his tense nerves. The sea breeze, with a slight salty scent, brushed against his cheeks, blowing his black wizard robe. He looked up at the bright moon hanging in the dark blue sky, pondering about the growth of the world tree seed and subsequent resource acquisition methods. The demand for the heart of the insect race felt like a bottomless pit, making him feel a bit pressured. But he also understood clearly that nurturing the world tree cannot be rushed. It is an immense project that cannot be accomplished overnight. At this moment, not far from him on the sea, in the area where the moonlight shone most brightly, the seawater silently began to swirl, forming a gentle vortex. There was no intense energy fluctuation, only a natural rhythm that blended with the surrounding ocean. Subsequently, a slender figure, covered in fine silver scales, slowly rose from the vortex. It was a member of the sea race, not dressed in the usual warrior attire, but wearing an elegant robe woven from some luminous seaweed and pearls, indicating an extraordinary status. Her features appeared somewhat blurred under the moonlight, but her eyes, as deep as the darkest sea, clearly reflected the moonlight, gazing at Duke. "Wizard Duke." The sea race's voice was ethereal and pleasant, directly resonating in Duke's mind. Using the common language of the continent fluently, Duke stopped his steps, not feeling surprised, only nodding slightly, emissary of the sea race. The sea race member gracefully bowed and presented a box carved from a whole piece of warm sea jade, the lid sliding open automatically, revealing items on soft sea velvet inside. Deep blue pearl, misty with water vapor as if liquid flowed inside, a branch of coral, resembling ice crystals yet emitting a warm aura, and several exotic gemstones containing pure water element fluctuations. By the order of the royal family, the sea race emissary spoke with a tone of respect. "I bring you a small token of the deep sea to thank you for your previous kindness to the sea race. These are our tribe's unique tears of the tide, warm sun coral, and abyssal blue gem, which are somewhat beneficial for water attribute spells, spiritual power refinement, or refining certain magic potions." Duke's gaze swept over these treasures, clearly sensing their pure and powerful energy, all being level 2 materials. This wasn't the first time such a thing happened. In the past few months, the sea race had sent small gifts 3 times already, all to thank him for finding Seraphina. Duke felt that this matter must have been pushed by Seraphina behind the scenes. Otherwise, the sea race wouldn't come delivering gifts every so often since they don't have such a good impression of wizards, even Duke. The sea race royal family is too courteous. Duke did not decline. Waving to store the sea jade box into his space, ring its only right to take advantage of the sea race with no reason to be polite. "Please also convey my thanks to the royal family." "Seraphina, is she still doing well?" Duke casually inquired. Since the sea race had specifically communicated with him before not to mention Seraphina's name lightly outside, Duke quickly corrected himself after realizing. The sea race member clearly understood who Duke was referring to and nodded. The lady is all well, familiarizing herself with the home environment. She didn't say much more, evidently not wanting to disclose too much information. The sea race emissary then added, "Honorable Wizard Duke, the lady once said that if you have any other needs within our tribe's capabilities, we will definitely strive to meet them. Do you have any other requests?" Duke thought, other needs, there are so many. If it were anyone else saying this, he would consider it polite talk, as demanding would be impolite. But speaking with the sea race, there's no need to be so courteous. Their family is massive, most sea areas are their backyard, and the resources they can extract are close to limitless. In such a case, there's no need to be polite, not worrying about exhausting the sea race, which he, a mere level 1 mage, couldn't achieve. With Seraphina around, Duke could have fewer concerns. Even though he didn't know Seraphina's precise status, he could see that she held a very high position in the sea race. So directly asking for some resources likely wouldn't be refused. Under the moonlight, Duke's gaze once again settled on the shimmering sea, remaining silent for a moment. He looked conflicted, pretending to be somewhat embarrassed yet hesitating to speak, contemplating for a while. Since the emissary asks, Duke turned back and looked at the sea race emissary, his eyes sincere. "I indeed have a request. I am conducting some special experiments that require a large number of life energy cores. The heart of the insect race is the most suitable material for me currently." He paused, continuing, "I know the sea race must have collected quite a few hearts of the insect race while clearing the sea area of the insect race. If possible, I hope to exchange some hearts of the insect race from your tribe with magic stones or equivalent other resources. Level 1, level 2, the more the better." The sea race emissary seemed a bit surprised by Duke's request. Those deep ocean eyes blinked, but soon regained calmness. "The heart of the insect race. We do indeed have reserves of those. This item has relatively limited uses for us, mostly used to cultivate certain special sea beasts or as energy storage. Since it is your need, I will report to the royal family immediately." The emissary's figure began to slowly descend, merging into the moonlit flowing seawater, the ethereal voice last echoing, "Please wait for a while, the sea race never disappoints friends." As the words fell, the sea returned to calm, only the moonlight and sea waves remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened just now. Duke stood in place, feeling as if there was still the warm touch of the sea jade box lingering at his fingertips. Duke stood by the sea, watching the waters ahead regain their calm, while pondering another issue in his heart. It has always been the sea race that sought him, but he had no means of contacting them himself. Next time I encounter someone from the sea race, I must inquire about it, otherwise it's too passive to reap the benefits, Duke mused. Currently, he could only wait passively for the sea race to seek him out, unable to take the initiative in contacting them. However, Duke didn't plan to exploit the sea race recklessly. If he provoked them, there would be nothing to gain in the future. Sustainable development was necessary. A few days after the moonlit interlude, Duke received a notice from the Black Sail office on Green Grass Island to settle the final contributions for the long-term eradication mission. The office was a building constructed from solid obsidian and magical timber, bustling with people inside. Many wizards were queuing to settle or hand over tasks, but when Duke stepped into the quiet room specially reserved for senior member settlements, the noise was left behind. The person in charge of the settlement was a stern-faced middle-aged warlock with a badge symbolizing his identity as a chief accountant, named Luziu. He produced a thick stack of parchment documents, detailing Duke's combat reports during this task period, task completion status, and battle results confirmed by the regiment's adjutant and the sea race. "Duke, I must also say," Luziu's tone carried a subtle hint of respect, "according to the statistics, your accumulated contribution in this deep-sea void insect race eradication task stands at 93,700 points. Upon hearing this number, Duke couldn't help but slightly raise his brows. This figure far exceeded his previous expectations. It's worth noting that a typical level 1 wizard would consider accumulating 10 to 20,000 contribution points from such a task to be quite substantial. This contribution was more than what Duke had earned in some plain war tasks before, and the task was executed in just 3 months, which was shorter than the time cycle of plain wars. Although Duke didn't know how many contribution points Simon had gained this time, it certainly wouldn't be very high. Generally, a level 1 wizard wouldn't gain much contribution in this action. The biggest advantage actually came from what they acquired during the battlefield cleanup. Once Duke reviewed his contribution report, he roughly understood why the amount was so generous. Most of the contribution came from the regimental, command bonuses, and surpassing strategic objectives. According to records, he commanded the 79th numbered slave creature legion independently for more than 80% of the time. The standard configuration of this legion included 50,000 heads of various slave creatures. Not only did Duke maintain a high survival rate for the legion, but he also exceeded targets in 17 major eradication tasks and 34 auxiliary reconnaissance and interception missions. According to regulations, regiment commander could earn up to a 30% additional contribution bonus based on the regiment's overall performance. Seeing Duke perusing the report, Lu Xiu pointed to several tasks highlighted on the report. In these missions, you led the regiment to successfully eradicate 3 deeply hidden and heavily defended level 1 nests, and provided early warnings to help the main forces evade 2 large-scale insect swarm ambushes. These were evaluated as high-value strategic objectives, with contribution rewards multiplied by several times the base value. This contribution of over 90,000 was a comprehensive acknowledgement of his strength, command ability, and the value of that unique scouting magic. The key to Duke receiving such a high contribution lay in his role not just as a combat wizard, but mainly as a commanding officer for the Legion. Utilizing the precise intelligence provided by Water Flow Shadow and his keen understanding of the battle situation, he directed the Slave Creature Legion to achieve the greatest results at minimal cost. The accumulation of these achievements, combined with command bonuses, naturally amounted to an impressive figure. This is also one of the roles of status. Without the Black Sail Honor Medal, Duke would not have had the opportunity to command a Slave Creature Legion. Without this Slave Creature Legion, Duke would not have been able to capitalize on this advantage to obtain so many hearts of the insect race. These hearts of the insect race were true treasures, and if stockpiled, they would undoubtedly become more valuable in the future. Since the void insect race could no longer invade the wizard plane unless they rediscovered its current plane coordinates, hearts of the insect race would become increasingly scarce. These resources, rich in life energy, are extremely useful for wizards and applicable in many fields. Currently, many wizards are researching methods to cultivate hearts of the insect race. If successful, it could lead to mass production. However, developing this is not easy, because even if mass production becomes possible, it depends on how many resources need to be invested. If the input resources greatly exceed the output, the research would lead to a loss. Duke thought of when he took the wizard apprentice examination and encountered desert lizardmen in that desert. In fact, that entire desert site was called the Desert Lizard Cultivation Chamber. Although vast, it was merely a place for cultivation experiments in the eyes of a wizard. Cultivating the void insect race would likely adopt a similar approach due to their aggressive nature and destructive impact on the environment, along with environmental pollution and other concerns. These issues necessitated the creation of a specialized environment for breeding the void insect race. Otherwise, any experimental mishap could lead to environmental contamination in the wizard plane. Duke had heard that some wizards even purchased low planes or small planes specifically for experiments. This allowed them to create a special plane entirely according to their own ideas and needs, conducting various experiments. Many of the beings residing in such planes might never know that during their entire lives, they were merely living in someone else's cultivation chamber, providing experimental data from birth to death. Occasionally, however, highly gifted life forms might emerge from these planes. They could have the chance to become a slave servant to a wizard, breaking their own limitations and witnessing a broader world. But this might not always be a good thing. Sometimes, knowing too much becomes a burden. Once again, night fell over Green Grass Island as the gentle waves softly lapped against the shore's rocks, creating a rhythmic swishing sound. Duke was resting in his temporary abode, reflecting on the day's contribution tally and planning how to maximize the utilization of these resources. Amidst the silence of the night, a faint yet exceedingly clear-conch sound lingered by Duke's ear. The sound was ethereal and distant, as if it came from the deepest dream of the ocean, with a unique rhythm that blended seamlessly with the natural sound of the waves, easily overlooked unless intentionally listened to or with sharp spiritual power. Duke remembered this sound. It was an exceedingly secret contact method of the sea race, usually used when they wished to avoid external attention. Whenever the sea race came to find him in the past, and Duke was not by the sea, he would hear this sound. This sound could only be heard by him, and others would need to use certain means to hear it. It was an extremely concealed contact method. The sea race came specifically to find Duke and did not wish to draw too much attention. However, this didn't mean that the wizards on Green Grass Island were unaware. At least Lauren and a few others knew. But they understood well why the sea race came to find Duke, and why the sea race treated Duke so favorably, so naturally, they didn't inquire further. It had been many years since the wizards and the sea race had gone to war. From the perspective of the entire plane, internal wars were detrimental to the development of the plane. So it wasn't uncommon for many wizards to have various dealings with the sea race for various reasons now. He rose without disturbing anyone and slipped away, seamlessly like merging into the shadows, reaching a beach on Green Grass Island. The source of the sound, the moonlight, remained cold, dyeing the beach a shade of silver white. On the moonlit sea, the sea envoy Duke had seen before appeared once again. She still wore that elegant robe of seaweed and pearls, standing quietly on the water as if she was part of the ocean itself. In her hand, she held a yellowish-brown pouch made from the skin of some deep-sea creature, its surface naturally patterned and faintly glowing in the moonlight. "Duke Wizard," the envoy's ethereal voice sounded. "The items you require have been commanded by the royal family for me to bring to you." She waved her hand lightly, and the pouch smoothly flew toward Duke. Duke reached out and caught it, probing it slightly with his spiritual power, and his heart was shaken. The internal space of this pouch was vast, several times larger than an ordinary level 1 space ring, a unique storage tool of the sea race. Inside the pouch, there were several dozen insect hearts that pulsed like hearts, exuding intense life energy. A rough scan revealed at least 30 level 1 insect race hearts, and even 5 level 2 insect race hearts whose energy fluctuations were noticeably stronger. Each level 2 insect race heart was as large as a house and floated quietly in the pouch. These items were not cheap now. A level 2 insect race heart could easily fetch several million level 1 magic stones at auction. "The royal family appreciates your achievements and friendship," the envoy continued. "These insect race hearts are part of the stockpile we recently cleared, and you do not need to exchange them with magic stones or resources. Consider it a token of our race's goodwill, hoping they will aid your research." Duke suppressed the waves in his heart and solemnly stored the pouch. "Please convey my most sincere gratitude to the royal family once more. This gift is crucial to me." He paused, remembering the questions he pondered earlier, and took the opportunity to ask, "Besides, I have something to inquire about. The deep friendship between our races means I feel quite uneasy troubling you to come to find me each time. I wonder if the sea race has a convenient contact method so that if anything comes up, I can reach out to you proactively to avoid delaying matters." The sea race envoy heard this, and a hint of light seemed to flash in her deep sea-like eyes. After contemplating for a moment, she took out from her bosom a shell half the size of palm, white in color with natural spiral patterns on its surface, emitting weak yet pure water element fluctuations. "This is a tide shell." The envoy handed the shell to Duke. "You just need to be by the sea and infuse a hint of water attribute magic power or your spiritual power into it. As you already carry the mark of our race's goodwill, the tide shell will sense it and emit a specific tidal sound. Within a certain range, members of our race will sense it and come to meet you. However, please note, do not use it frequently for non-urgent or non-important matters." With this, Duke only needed to use it somewhere in the sea, and if there were sea race members within the range, they could sense it and come. All sea race members obey the royal family, so it is not an issue to use them to contact the royal family members and transmit some information. This method is more cumbersome compared to the wizard's mark, but there's no other way because the sea race could not possibly use the wizard's mark developed by wizards. They cannot fully trust wizards, so it is even more unlikely for them to use the wizard's mark. Indeed, the wizard's mark is not completely safe and could possibly be eavesdropped on for some information. Even within the Black Sail, some important information is notified through the Black Sail badge, with the wizard's mark mostly used for daily contact. Black Sail also does not use the wizard's mark for confidential or secret information. Duke received this warm-tide shell, solving his previous dilemma, and said, "I understand, thank you, envoy." The sea race envoy nodded, and her figure gradually sank back into the moonlit waters, leaving only one final echo, "May our friendship last as deep as the sea." Duke watched the sea race envoy leave, then returned to the camp, entering the light god court. Inside the divine court space, the concentration of life energy seemed to have risen again, with the faint green mist flowing in the air becoming more substantial, breathing which gave a feeling of soul comfort. The central spring of life still exuded a vast vitality, with a green pillar of light shooting into the sky. The speed of the emerging and disappearing life runes within had seemingly quickened. Duke went straight to the spring eye, looking down at the world tree seed floating in the depths like a top-tier jade sculpture. Its volume seemed to have expanded slightly, entirely crystalline and transparent, with internal halos flowing like rushing rivers, exuding eager emotions. The mysterious patterns on the surface of the seed were fully lit, forming an ever-evolving miniature life map, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Duke then took out the pouch given by the sea race and first threw over 30 level 1 insect race hearts one by one into the spring of life. Each insect race heart that fell into the spring water sizzled like red-hot iron falling into water, instantly stirring intense life energy ripples, causing the emerald spring water to glow brightly with a joyful hum. The world tree seed, like a greedy infant, quickly absorbed these pure life energies as if it had been hungry for a long time, with the speed of the internal light stream accelerating sharply, emitting very active consciousness fluctuatio. When all the level 1 insect race hearts had been completely absorbed, although the world tree seed appeared more lustrous and full, it still showed no sign of sprouting. The awareness it transmitted, while satisfied, still carried a yearning for more and higher quality energy. Duke took a deep breath and began to take out the level 2 insect race heart. The level 2 insect race heart was massive, its surface covered with large, vein-like energy paths, containing within it a life energy as majestic and volatile as a volcano. With a wave of his hand, Duke lifted the house-sized level 2 insect race heart and slowly submerged it into the spring of life. It was as if a mountain had crashed into the spring. The entire spring of life didn't just ripple, but erupted with towering waves. The water's glow instantly became solid. The emerald green light beams bloated several times over, and the life runes within flickered, disintegrated and reformed at an unprecedented speed. The terrifying life energy burst forth like a tsunami, then was instantly absorbed by the seed within the spring of life. The world tree seed, as if receiving the ultimate stimulus, trembled and spun wildly, the lines on its surface shining like tiny suns. Was no longer inhaling and exhaling energy, but greedily devouring the tsunami of life like a bottomless abyss. The inner aura no longer flowed, but transformed into a violent energy vortex. Duke did not pause, placing the remaining 4 house-sized level 2 insect race hearts into the spring, one after another. Each drop caused an even more intense energy explosion. The spring of life seemed to become a purgatory of energy, where light and heat, life, and the power of creation wildly intertwined and collided. The vegetation within the divine court space, under the baptism of energy, grew crazily and mutated, with even a small fraction beginning to emit faint spiritual waves similar to intelligent life. The animals lay in worshipful reverence, prostrating towards the direction of the spring of life. When the energy of the 5th level 2 insect race heart was also completely devoured by the seed, the intense commotion gradually subsided. This wasn't the first time the world tree seed absorbed a level 2 insect race heart, but the commotion was far greater than before, and the absorption speed was dozens of times faster. It was probably because, after the seed's revival, its overall activity increased, leading to a significant boost in its energy absorption rate, resulting in such a situation. The 5 level 2 insect race hearts were completely absorbed in just a few minutes. Each level 2 insect race heart contained an immense amount of life energy, and to absorb 5 of them in such a short time is beyond ordinary capability. Such a vast amount of life energy, infused in such a short time, would be enough to physically burst a typical level 2 life, However, the World Tree seed didn't feel full at all. These 5 level 2 insect race hearts seemed like just a meal to it, far short of its needs. It seems the World Tree seed is still a long way from sprouting. Even after investing so many insect race hearts, it's still not enough. This was also within Duke's expectations, while these resources were plenty for him personally, for an existence like the World Tree. They're merely a drop in the bucket. After a short stay on the green grass island, dealing with some trivial matters, and confirming that the sea-clearing mission had essentially entered the final phase, Duke began to pack his belongings to embark on the journey back to the Florence continent at his temporary residence. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the room in a warm yellow hue, signaling the imminent moment of departure. Just as he arranged a stack of parchment, recording some magic usage insights and water flow shadow observation data, a gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Duke said without looking up, thinking it was a servant on Green Grass Island or a liaison from Black Sail. The door opened softly, and a light, familiar fragrance entered before the figure. Duke lifted his head, his gaze slightly pausing. Standing at the door was Lily. She was clearly dressed up, or perhaps strategically chose her attire. Lily was not wearing her usual action-friendly wizard robe. Instead, she donned a deep purple, scantily clad silk slip dress. The fabric of the dress was soft and form-fitting, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. The hem was very short, just reaching the base of her thighs, revealing her straight, long legs shining with an ivory glow in the dim light. The slip shoulder straps revealed her round shoulders and exquisite collarbone, with the dress's neckline opening low to hint at a deep gorge. Her hair lay free and mildly curled, seemingly with light makeup on her face, her eyes swirling with a charm subtly different from her usual brisk style. Lily leaned against the doorframe, barefooted. Her toes painted a bright crimson, forming a striking visual against the deep purple dress. "Lord Duke," Lily called softly, her voice softer than usual, tinged with a barely noticeable huskiness. Her gaze fell on Duke, searching for words, her normally bright and confident eyes now woven with complex emotions, showing hesitance and perhaps a bolder hope. Duke paused his actions, the room's air seemingly growing thick and ambiguous due to her presence. The setting sun's afterglow outlined her captivating silhouette, rendering those graceful curves even more breathtaking. He could clearly smell her familiar scent mixed with a fresh post-bath fragrance, and he could also feel the heat in her gaze. "Lily," Duke's voice remained steady. "What's the matter?" Lily didn't immediately respond, gently biting her lower lip, this unconscious little act appearing especially enticing in her current attire. She stepped forward a few paces, coming so close to Duke he could feel the warmth from her and the subtle rise and fall of her chest under the silk slip. "You're leaving tomorrow?" she asked, lifting her eyes to meet Duke's, her gaze seemingly laced with hooks. "Yes, the mission is over. It's time to return," Duke replied, his gaze calm as he met hers. "Will there be a chance to meet again in the future?" Her tone carried an unmistakable note of loss and a hint of an all-or-nothing gamble. Lily's attire tonight and her words at this moment almost fully revealed her intentions. Duke was very aware that with a mere gesture, Lily would be his tonight. But Duke was well aware that he would never fully trust others, especially someone as purpose-driven as Lily. Lily approached him not out of any sentiment, but purely from a perspective of interest. "We are all members of Black Sail, and naturally, there will be chances to meet again in the future." Duke's tone was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable sense of distance. A slight dimming appeared in Lily's eyes, but she quickly raised a defiant and alluring smile. "Yes, Lord Duke, when we return to Black Sail, if you ever need assistance, feel free to contact me." After speaking, she gave Duke a deep glance, as if wanting to etch his image into her mind. Then, without lingering, she turned and walked towards the door, her deep purple nightgown outlining her graceful silhouette, and her bare feet tread silently on the floor. Subsequently, she opened the door, letting her figure merge into the deepening twilight outside, leaving behind a trace of elegant fragrance that lingered faintly in the room. On the morning of departure from Green Grass Island, the sea mist hadn't fully dissipated. Duke arrived at a secluded sea cliff on the island, and moments later, a massive shadow rapidly plunged down from the distant clouds, bringing a violent airflow that made Duke's robes billow loudly. He leapt lightly, landing precisely on the wide and steady back of the winged serpent. "Let's go back to Florence." The winged serpent, receiving the command, emitted a sky-piercing screech. Its enormous wings suddenly flapping, stirring up a gale, and its massive body soared skyward like an arrow, instantly disappearing into the clouds. Initially below was the rapidly shrinking outline of Green Grass Island and the scattered surrounding islands, like emeralds on blue silk. Soon, all that remained was an endless azure expanse. The winged serpent flew steadily at thousands of meters. Beneath lay the boundless ocean. Viewed from this height, the sea was no longer savage or gentle, but a colossal, gently undulating liquid sapphire. Sunlight shone upon the ocean, shattering into countless leaping golden specks, so radiant it dazzled the eye. Occasionally, enormous whale-like demons could be seen swimming in the sea, their water spurts forming small rainbows in the sunlight, or a distant group of flying magical beasts crossing the sea surface, akin to migrating birds yet carrying a primal air. They sometimes navigated above a cloud sea akin to cotton candy, surrounded by a pure blue and white world, as if traveling a road of the celestial kingdom. At times lowering altitude, flying close to the sea surface, clearly seeing the ocean below shift from deep blue to pale green, and even spotting colorful coral reefs and shadows of swiftly swimming fish. The salty and refreshing sea breeze came blowing, carrying the taste of freedom and vastness. Duke sat quietly on the back of the winged serpent, overlooking this magnificent scenery, his heart peaceful. This experience was entirely different from riding in an enclosed floating ship, allowing a greater sense of the vastness of heaven and earth, and his own insignificance. After several days of flight, when that distant, dark green, elongated coastline finally appeared at the horizon's end, Florence Continent was reached. Duke was already familiar with Florence Continent, and the winged serpent too had memorized its terrain, swiftly carrying Duke to the skies above Maple Hill County, landing on an open area outside Maple Hill County City. From mid-air, he saw below many slave creatures and humans bustling about, with 2 small floating airships anchored down there. These small floating airships were far smaller than the floating airships, roughly only 1/10 in size, much cheaper, yet more practical for smaller forces. One of them was previously left intentionally by Wizard Herbert for the convenience of Duke, Vivian, and their task execution. In fact, up to now, the task of clearing the void insect race on Florence Continent wasn't fully completed, because there were always some not yet thoroughly cleared. This one small floating airship thus remained, frequently traveling across Florence Continent. The other was borrowed through Grace's channel by Vivian, actually a gift to Vivian. The small floating airship mainly served business activities in Maple Hill County, recently thriving with trade. Maple Hill County, by virtue of the floating airships, could sell local goods to far corners of Florence Continent, bring distant goods here to sell. The goods were naturally not only sold to locals in Maple Hill County, but more so to various provinces of the kingdom, even surrounding kingdom regions. Maple Hill County, with the floating airships, made quite a fortune. This thing was simply a godsend for trade on Florence Continent. Even if some coveted this, upon seeing Maple Hill County's 30,000 powerful slave creatures, all dismissed such thoughts. This was a formidable legion capable of resisting even the void insect race, with Florence Continent's military might. These slave creatures were unmatched. The winged serpent's huge shadow swept over the open ground outside Maple Hill County, the dust stirred by its gentle landing barely settling, as Duke spotted a familiar, graceful figure hurriedly making her way from the busy crowd towards him. Vivian wore a well-tailored pale blue cinched long dress, overlaid with a practical lightweight leather short jacket. Her golden hair styled into a neat bun with stray locks cascading near her ears, highlighting the slenderness of her fair neck. She no longer wore the platinum robes of Thorn Holy Tower, as it made family feel somewhat distant, so ordinarily dressed more casually. Finally home, safe and sound. Vivian, seeing Duke unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they kept in touch via Wizard's Mark, knowing Duke was unhurt, seeing him personally felt different. Duke smiled slightly, saying, "This time's task earned quite a bit and didn't take much time, more worthwhile than a trip to the plain battlefield." As they chatted, they walked forward side by side towards Maple Hill County City, their shadows lengthened by the setting sun. Through Vivian, Duke learned that the recent situation in Maple Hill County was quite favorable, with no sign of the void insect race's presence within its territory. The reason was likely that the void insect race naturally avoided risks, knowing Maple Hill County posed the greatest threat, so they wouldn't choose to nest in Maple Hill County or nearby areas. Maple Hill County still had over 35,000 slave creatures, though mostly cannon fodder compared to ordinary life forms. They were considered a decent fighting force, especially on the Florence continent. These more than 30,000 slave creatures are a nearly invincible force, capable of sweeping across all the kingdoms on this continent. Because this is a force that surpasses ordinary life in terms of life level, it's not even on the same level. After Duke returned to Maple Hill County, a ball was held that night, both to welcome the Duke's safe return and to celebrate the successful repelling of the void insect race's invasion. Earl Hardy's complexion has improved significantly, and he no longer coughs. With the infusion of various precious resources, not only have all his old injuries healed, but his body has become more robust. Vivian is even attempting to have Earl Hardy learn the meditation technique, to see if there's a chance for him to become a wizard apprentice, and perhaps even an official wizard. But the probability is very slim, although Earl Hardy has some talent. He is too old. Not to mention becoming an official wizard, even transitioning from a third-class wizard apprentice to a first-class wizard apprentice is fraught with various risks. For instance, the magic potions needed during promotion essentially burn life force to catalyze the promotion process, making it easier to achieve a higher life level and promotion. Usually, wizard apprentices are a few years old, teens, or at most in their 20s. Those who haven't become official wizards by their 30s generally have little hope. But Earl Hardy is already 50 years old, an age that nearly precludes the possibility of becoming an official wizard. Even for a 50-year-old first-class wizard apprentice, it's difficult to advance to official wizard, let alone as an ordinary person. If Earl Hardy wants to tread this path, he needs to experience every stage of a wizard apprentice. For someone of his age, every promotion stage as a wizard apprentice involves life and death tests. Earl Hardy himself views this quite lightly. He agreed to try learning the meditation technique, not to reach any grand heights. He learns the meditation technique mainly to fulfill a dream from his youth. As for how far he can go, Earl Hardy is indifferent. He has already come to terms with life and death. He feels he has little regret in life and can leave without worry, so his mindset is extremely calm. Almost all of the Duke's matters in Maple Hill County have been completed, and it's time to return to Black Sail. However, Vivian is not among those returning this time. She will continue to stay here to do another task. Vivian has communicated with her mentor Grace, and the Thorn Holy Tower agreed to tentatively create a Wizard Apprentice Academy on the Florence continent. This academy will be directly affiliated with the Thorn Holy Tower, which will also provide certain support and resources for selecting candidates with wizard potential on the Florence continent. Vivian is one of the main leaders in this academy, responsible for overseeing its establishment. In the past, Thorn Holy Tower would almost never agree to such a proposal, because although the Florence continent is vast, it is too barren, with limited resources and few people qualified to be wizards. Establishing an academy here would be too wasteful of resources and generally not worth the investment. However, after the void insect race's invasion, the leaders from multiple factions on the wizard plane saw the weakness of the Florence continent. If similar events were to happen again, the Florence continent could become a breakthrough point for the wizard plane. This time it was because Duke and his team happened to return home, promptly discovered and reported the void insect race. Next time, such luck may not be guaranteed, so considering multiple factors, Thorn Holy Tower ultimately agreed to Vivian's suggestion and even encouraged this action. Vivian's aim is naturally to make the Florence continent stronger, so the locals have some ability to protect themselves. But achieving this requires a long time to accumulate, and it's still very far away. In the future, the academy led by Vivian will become the only wizard organization on the Florence continent affiliated with the Thorn Holy Tower. Vivian has already thought of a name for this academy, and it will be called Vivian's Cottage. Duke supports this as well, although it will take up some of Vivian's cultivation time. He respects her ideas. He has temporarily loaned Vivian more than 30,000 slave creatures, as they are currently not needed, idle, and just right for investing in the construction of Vivian's Cottage. The location is currently being selected, and Vivian's Cottage is likely to be situated within Maple Hill County or its surroundings. Incidentally, since the territories around Maple Hill County practically became wastelands during the void insect race's invasion, these lands have now been claimed as part of Maple Hill County's territory. Earl Hardy has already submitted an application to the royal family of Vera Kingdom. There is no need to worry about the royal family disagreeing. Right now, even if Earl Hardy wanted to become the king of Vera Kingdom, the royal family would only yield without a hint of resistance. According to some rumors, Vera Kingdom is considering dividing the entire Jade Province and conferring the title of Duke upon Earl Hardy, making him the Duke of Jade Province. Though unknown where this rumor originated, it is likely true given the current situation. Vivian has been very busy lately due to these matters, which need handling from various directions. Though the Thorn Holy Tower provides support and resources, many aspects still lack resources. Duke will also offer some support later. Though currently, he lacks many magic stones. Purchasing the Slave Creature Legion consumed too many magic stones. This return to Black Sail is also to collect the revenue from Black Sail and the Giant Rock Commerce Association, which over this period has likely accumulated a substantial sum. Duke left the winged snake behind and chose to continue using the Storm Dragon Eagle as his flying mount. The winged snake is not his slave creature and requires a control talisman for command, which is still inconvenient. More importantly, in some special circumstances, this control method can pose potential problems. However, the Storm Dragon Eagle is different. It is a slave creature bound by a slave contract, attuned to Duke's spirit. Duke's current spiritual power is insufficient to sign a level 2 life as his slave creature. Thus, he cannot disengage the winged snake from the control talisman and rebind it with a slave contract. Although procedurally feasible, it's a matter of lacking enough strength right now. After spending a few more days in Maple Hill County, Duke prepared to leave and return to Black Sail, accompanied by Tom. The dawn was breaking outside Maple Hill County City. The massive Storm Dragon Eagle had already spread its silver-gray wings that covered the sky, restlessly pawing at the ground beneath it. The air was filled with the agitation of the wind element and a wild aura. Duke traveled light, carrying only the necessary personal items and not much luggage. Beside him stood a lanky, slightly pale boy, none other than Tom. He wore a coarse cloth garment, somewhat faded from frequent washing, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, burning with determination beyond his age. He tightly held onto a small bundle, which contained all his belongings and the parchment granted by Duke, recording the meditation technique. Vivian and Earl Hardy and others came to see them off. "Take care, Duke," Vivian said softly with a look of reluctance in her eyes. "Don't worry, once things are sorted over there, I might return soon for a visit." Duke nodded at her, then turned to Earl Hardy. "Take care of your health, Earl." Perhaps soon he should be addressed as Duke. Earl Hardy, looking healthy and vibrant, waved a hand with a smile. "Go, Duke, don't worry about us, you have more important things to handle." Duke said no more, and with a light leap he landed steadily on the wide and familiar back of the Storm Dragon Eagle. He looked down at Tom. "Climb up." Tom took a deep breath, a trace of nervousness flickering in his eyes, but what prevailed was resolve. He awkwardly grasped a drooping feather of the Storm Dragon Eagle and clumsily climbed up, sitting carefully behind Duke. "Hold on tight," Duke reminded, and then moved with his mind. The Storm Dragon Eagle let out a long, wild cry, filled with power, and its massive wings suddenly flapped, stirring up dust and grass clippings everywhere. Its enormous body soared upward, swiftly breaking through the clouds and shrinking Maple Hill County and the people seeing them off into models beneath their feet. Compared to the relatively smooth, cold flying experience on a winged serpent, the Storm Dragon Eagle's flight was wilder and filled with a sense of power. The fierce wind from the high-speed flight cut like knives, and if not for the simple wind protection shield Duke had already set up, Tom might have been unable to open his eyes. Every flap of the Storm Dragon Eagle's wings carried thunderous strength, and its body bobbed up and down, giving one a genuine sense of the thrill of flying and the majesty of the Sky Monarch. Initially, Tom was scared white, gripping tightly to the tough feathers of the Dragon Eagle beneath him, but soon fear was replaced by an indescribable excitement and awe. He looked down to see the ground below as if it were a vast canvas, with mountains, rivers, and towns shrinking to insignificance. Even though it wasn't his first time riding the Storm Dragon Eagle, it still left him deeply impressed. They flew over the long shoreline of Florence continent, entering that vast sea once again. Viewing the ocean from the Storm Dragon Eagle's back presented a different scenery. The ocean below seemed like an immense, forever flowing deep blue gemstone surface, occasionally rippling like creases due to large sea currents or deep-sea demons' activities. Sunlight streamed unobstructed, reflecting brilliantly off the sea surface, blurring the boundary at the far sea sky junction as if leading to another world. Tom was dumbfounded. Coming from inland Bessem County, he had never seen such magnificent sights. This immense ocean temporarily washed away the gloom in his heart, making him realize the vastness of the world, far exceeding the comparison to their tiny Bessem County. The flight continued for several days, with the storm dragon eagle tirelessly soaring, passing through clear skies and rain clouds. When the land's outline again appeared in the distance, growing clearer to reveal Appalachian continent's terrain, the long silent Tom finally gathered the courage to ask the question buried deep in his heart. His voice was faint amidst the wind, yet carried a slight tremor. "Duke, I heard the people in the county saying that the void insect race has been driven back. Have they? Have they been completely annihilated? Will they never return?" Hearing this, Duke slightly turned his head, gazing at the boy's eyes filled with anticipation yet shadowed by fear. After a brief silence, he replied, "Driven back does not mean annihilation. We've only destroyed their bridgehead invading the wizard plane, the void insect race. Like locusts in the universe, they continue to roam and devour across the endless plain." This news struck Tom like a bolt of thunder in his ears. The color drained from his face instantly, his body swayed slightly, his eyes losing light, swallowed by endless darkness and hatred. He fiercely clenched his hands resting on his knees, nails nearly digging into his palm, his thin frame trembling with intensity of emotion. Not annihilated. Those monsters that devoured his parents, destroyed his home, causing countless nightmares, still existed, continuing their destructive ways somewhere unknown. After a few seconds of dead silence, Tom abruptly raised his head, his originally clear eyes now burning with unsettling fire, filled with grueling hatred and near-obsessive resolve. "Duke, I understand. They're not all dead. They're still here," he nearly roared. "I will become stronger. I will definitely become stronger than anyone else. I will become the most powerful wizard. Someday I will find all the void insect race. I will wipe them out. Wipe them off this world completely, not one left." This vow was not like something a boy would utter, but more like the blood cry of an injured young beast filled with destructive force. The intense hatred and determination even seemed to momentarily pause the surrounding whistling wind. Duke watched Tom's face, twisted by hatred, yet unyielding with resolve, without offering comfort or denying his hatred. In this cruel world, sometimes hatred is indeed the strongest force motivating someone to keep going. Tom's words might seem naive and laughable to many because Tom doesn't even know the level of existence the void insect race belongs to, which is why he would say to completely wipe out the void insect race. Even the current wizard plane can't do this, let alone Tom, who is just a third-class wizard apprentice. But Duke did not ridicule him. How far Tom can go will entirely depend on him. If Tom can achieve something, that naturally would be best, and Duke would have an extra ally. If not, he could casually assign Tom somewhere later, perhaps even directly canceling the slave contract to free up the spiritual power quota occupied by the slave contract. How far Tom can go depends entirely on his own effort and luck. Duke will only provide some basic support, but won't take care of everything like a babysitter would, at least not as much as Shari would. In this era, a slave is always a slave, an insurmountable class divide. As a slave, you are inferior in every way and cannot enjoy equal treatment. However, this was Tom's own choice, and he did not regret it. The storm dragon eagle landed at a secluded cliff on the west coast of the Appalachian continent. Below, a brilliantly lit city, even glowing in the daylight, nestled by the winding bay harbor city. It was Tom's first time here, and everything he saw filled him with wonder. Like the simplicity and tranquility of the Florence continent, Harbor City was filled with an atmosphere of clamor and indulgence. Even before approaching, the air was filled with a myriad of energy fluctuations, the aftermath of magic experiments, the strange smells of alchemical products, and the unique scents emitted by various alien races. The towering buildings varied in style with spires, domes, and even lofts suspended in midair. The bustling streets were filled not only with human, wizard, but also blue-skinned members of the sea race, tall hill giants, some unidentified creatures cloaked in shadows. The city's hallmark is its entertainment industry, with casinos, Gladiatorial arenas, auction houses, and taverns offering various exotic services, it's a paradise of relaxation and spending for wizards. Duke was already accustomed to all of this, while he led a wide-eyed, overwhelmed Tom toward the seaside. They followed the coastline to find a deserted bay filled with black rocks. Duke then sent a message with the black sail badge and waited quietly by the shore. The sea breeze carried a salty tang, and the waves crashing against the rocks made a monotonous sound. Tom stood uneasily behind Duke, curiously and nervously looking around, not understanding why they had stopped at this desolate seashore. Duke, though not looking back, noticed Tom's demeanor and was inexplicably reminded of his own demeanor when he first waded by the sea with Lucas. About a few minutes later, the air on the previously empty sea ahead started to ripple like water. Soon afterward, a worn-out little wooden boat, looking as if it might fall apart any moment, appeared unannounced on the sea about 10 meters from the shore. A skinny figure was rowing a hunched form draped in a ragged, light-absorbing black cloak, entirely dark-skinned, and clearly not a human head. The dark entity exuded a cold, dead, chilling aura that instinctively made Tom uncomfortable. The gaunt dark entity said nothing, only grinned with a big toothy smile, gesturing for Duke and Tom to board the boat with its claw-like hand, gripping an ordinary-looking oar. Duke sensed the dark entity's sycophancy and casually tossed a piece of smoked deer heart over. To Tom, that ingratiating smile seemed particularly grotesque, yet Duke seemed unaffected, evidently accustomed to it. He glanced at Tom and plainly said, "Follow." With that, he stepped forward, seemingly on an invisible staircase, crossing the sea in a few steps and landing steadily on the little wooden boat, which didn't even sway. Suppressing his fear, Tom thought of his own vows and his determination to pursue power, gritted his teeth, and awkwardly imitated Duke to step onto the small boat. Once both were on board, the gaunt dark entity began rowing. Its rowing motion was stiff and silent, and the little wooden boat turned away from the shore, heading toward the seemingly empty, vast sea. As the boat sailed about 100 meters out, Tom couldn't help but look back at Harbor City one more time, only to be shocked to see the coastline, the brilliantly lit city, and the entire Appalachian continent vanished like a mirage. All around was nothing but boundless gray mist, the rickety little boat beneath him, and the silent rower. This is a dark entity. We'll often deal with them in the future. Prepare more smoked deer hearts, they love those, Duke said casually. Tom nodded, carefully remembering Duke's words. At this point, he no longer feared the dark entity as much and instead became somewhat curious, occasionally glancing at it and observing carefully. The little wooden boat sailed through the gray mist, seemingly for a long time, or perhaps just an instant, as time and space became blurred and indistinct here. Finally, in the thinning mist ahead, the outline of an island gradually became clear. Duke looked at the island ahead, feeling a bit nostalgic, as it had been some time since he last came to Academy Island. The little wooden boat silently docked at a secluded pier on the island's edge, and the gaunt dark entity stopped rowing, becoming like a statue, motionless. Duke led Tom ashore, and immediately, 2 wizard apprentices in black standard robes with a solemn aura approached. They evidently knew of the ferryman's arrival through some means. "Lord Duke." The 2 apprentices respectfully saluted Duke. When their gaze swept over Tom, who appeared a bit nervous and uneasy behind Duke, they displayed a hint of scrutiny but not much surprise. Evidently, it was not uncommon for an official wizard to bring someone to Academy Island. Duke had already reported this matter, as bringing someone in to become a wizard apprentice with the authority of an official wizard was almost without any threshold. Duke nodded slightly, briefly, handle the formalities for a new apprentice. "Yes, please follow us." Guided by the 2 apprentices, Duke and Tom arrived at the administrative hall on Academy Island. The hall was spacious but deserted, and the light cast through the stained glass formed mottled shadows on the floor. The air was filled with the mixed scent of parchment, ink, and some antiseptic, as several clerks processed documents behind the counters efficiently and coldly. Duke went directly to an empty window. The middle-aged witch clerk behind the window, seeing the black sail badge on Duke's chest, immediately put down the quill in her hand. "My lord, what can I do for you?" "Register a new apprentice, Tom." Duke gently nudged Tom forward. "His aptitude has been preliminarily confirmed. He can practice the meditation technique, and his identity is as my attendant slave." The procedures were quickly completed. The witch officer handed a few items to Tom. Set of gray, ordinary material apprentice robes, a black sail badge with a skull emblem, a thin Academy Island Regulations handbook, and a simple map indicating his accommodation area. Duke looked at these items. It seemed that the things a newly joined wizard apprentice could get were pretty much the same as before, with only slight differences. Tom took these items, feeling a bit excited and full of energy. Duke watched all this without saying much. All he could offer Tom was a starting point and the most basic protection. The future path. How to gain resources and improve strength amidst the strict hierarchy and fierce competition would all depend on Tom fighting for himself. Duke took out a small space ring and said, "Inside are 1,000 level 1 magic stones and some basic potions. I won't provide you with any more resource support in the near future. Only when you can show your value will I consider giving further support." Tom solemnly accepted the space ring, kneeling directly to the ground and bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for Duke's generosity. Tom will surely repay you one day." Tom was very aware of his circumstances and knew that the future path would not be easy. Everything would have to be achieved through his own efforts. If he couldn't show sufficient value, he wouldn't be able to gain Duke's attention, let alone fulfill his own revenge desires. Duke glanced at Tom one last time, his tone indifferent, "Here, live, and grow stronger." The first trial Tom needed to experience was getting through the wizard apprentice stage. If he couldn't become an official wizard on his own, there would be no value in supporting him further. Duke didn't have much leisure time to focus on such an ordinary boy. Everything depended on Tom himself. He then left Academy Island and headed to his deserted island. Tom stood in place, clutching that set of gray apprentice robes and the cold badge, looking toward the direction Duke had left, and then at the vast, mysterious, and cold Academy Island ahead of him, taking a deep breath. His path of wizardry officially began on this land, full of the unknown and challenges. And his revenge target, like a distant lighthouse, was both far away yet guiding his every step forward. Duke returned to the deserted island, where he could see the dense woods and patches of herb gardens at a glance. Everything was in order, not seeming chaotic, but rather somewhat pleasing to the eye. This was all thanks to the wood elves on the island. They were very skilled at growing herbs and knew how to better plan the land and forests. "Lord Duke, you've finally returned." A lively and spirited voice called out first. A swift figure darted in like a swallow returning to its nest, gently wrapping itself around one of Duke's arms. It was the cat girl Nina, with healthy, sun-kissed skin and short, playful brown hair. The furry triangular cat ears on her head twitched sensitively, and a slender black tail affectionately wrapped around Duke's wrist. She was wearing light leather armor that only covered key areas, revealing a taut waist and long legs, perfectly displaying the feline grace and wildness characteristic of her kind. Nina tilted her face up. Her large vertical pupils, like the finest amber, glistened with unrestrained joy and attachment as she gazed at Duke. Almost simultaneously, there were gentle footsteps from the other side, and a fragrance as fresh as orchids in a secluded valley spread out. The wood elf Yala approached slowly. She was more reserved than Nina, but her eyes held the same deep longing and tenderness. She wore a light green long dress woven from delicate elf flax and vines, the hem trailing the ground, yet it did not impede her graceful steps. She possessed the typical, stunning beauty of elves, with pointed ears peeking out from her moonlight silver hair. Her skin fair and almost translucent, and emerald green eyes brimming with the vitality of an entire forest. Nina's figure was tall and lithe. The long dress, though not revealing, perfectly outlined the full and taut curves of her chest and hips, and her slender, ungraspable waist, naturally exuding a mature charm that sharply contrasted with Nina's lively and spirited nature. She gently took hold of Duke's other hand, her cool fingertips carrying a soothing power, and her voice ethereal and pleasant. "Welcome home, Lord Duke. We've all missed you while you were away." Having not seen each other in a while, Duke patted Nina's head and wrapped his arm around Yala's waist, feeling the silky texture. There was hardly any change on the island. Nina had been diligently practicing, now reaching the Great Night Realm, and could consider practicing high-tier breathing techniques. Yala on her side was also continuously learning various knowledge. For elves, advancing in realm could be ground out over time, and their efforts didn't make much of a difference. The night grew deeper, and Duke was in the private bath of the island castle, where the steam drifted like a light veil. This was a pool that drew on the underground hot springs and elemental energy. The water was a warm, milky white, emitting a faint sulfur smell mixed with the freshness of plants, and the surface was scattered with calming flower petals and elf moss, emitting a faint light. Duke leaned against the smooth edge of the pool, closing his eyes to rest, feeling the warm water soothing the fatigue of his long journey. Small footsteps, accompanied by the familiar fragrance of forest dew and orchids, quietly approached. He opened his eyes to find Yala and Nina had quietly stepped into the pool at some unknown moment. Nina had changed out of her light, gauzy clothing, swimming in the water like a nimble, shy mermaid. A honey-toned skin glowed with health under the steaming water vapor. She cautiously approached, sitting not far from Duke, her cheeks flushed by the heat, while her feline eyes shimmered with tentative exploration and irrepressible joy against the water's reflection. Yala appeared more calm and natural. Her light green elf dress had been removed, leaving only a close-fitting inner garment. Once soaked by the hot spring, it clung to her, accentuating her mature, graceful figure like that of a woodland goddess. Her silver hair, loosely tied with a simple vine, had a few strands draping around her nearly transparent white neck and collarbones, with water droplets slowly gliding along the elegant lines. In the steamy mist, Yala's emerald eyes appeared even deeper and more gentle, seemingly holding infinite tenderness. Yala naturally swam closer to Duke, extending her cool jade like hands endowed with the elves' innate soothing natural power, gently massaging his shoulders and neck.